Shane, did you want to test this audio?
Hey, Paul, can you hear me?
I can. There was an echo though.
Email me here, Shellen. Hey, Paul, webinar link button.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so we have the people connecting in right now. We just wanted to make sure that, we can be added as panelists and everything's looking okay.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fine with your computer on, so.
Yeah, I had to go into WebEx settings and choose a different microphone. That's why we're getting that reverb.
Okay, but everyone is just gonna be talking through this phone number, right?
Yes, that's, everybody's talking to this phone number, but we were getting the reverb because my laptop, when it connected to WebEx, it was like, I had to go into audio settings. So I just want to make sure that
Unless I delete it back.
everybody has like, there are people that are into WebEx and they decided not to connect to audio, which is ideal, but,
Yeah.
Subject, zoning commission public hearing.
Yeah.
but yeah, can you bring some folks in as panelists just to make sure it works?
Yeah, who did you want me to bring in?
Paul Thomas,
If I didn't get the email from Shellen?
yes,
It is?
everybody on that list, ideally.
I did not get it. I'm not sure you were either though.
I'm going to.
Okay,
All right,
that's
so everybody
everyone,
who's in,
and I don't hear any echo.
yeah, I know, this sounds good. Everybody has their volume down and microphone.
Yeah, I'm not like that.
Yeah, Evan, it's sent it to evangoldman1@gmail.com, not to.
There's just a lot of people talking, is the only thing.
Yeah, we'll be quiet when the hearing starts.
We're trying to connect.
Okay. Okay,
but
so
I think-
everything
I think
sounds
we're
good right now.
Okay, I think we're good. Thanks, Paul.
All right.
Gina?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Young, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we'll be starting in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, if everybody can come on up. Okay. Trying to figure something out. First thing to do is start messing with your computer just before hearing. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Mr. Young, can you start the recording, please? Okay, great. Good afternoon, ladies. Excuse me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is June the 15th, 2023. We're convening and broadcasting this public hearing by video conferencing. My name is Anthony Hood. Join me are Vice Chair Miller, Commissioner May, and Commissioner E. Memora. We're also joined by the Office of Zoning Staff, Ms. Sharon Shelling, as well as Mr. Paul Young, who will be handling all of our virtual operations. Also, our Office of Zoning and Legal Division, Mr. Jacob Redding. I will ask all others to introduce themselves at the appropriate time. The virtual public hearing notice is available on the Office of Zoning's website. This proceeding is being recorded by a court reporter, and the platforms used are WebEx and YouTube Live. The video will be available on the Office of Zoning's website after the hearing. All persons planning to testify should have signed up in advance and will be called by name at the appropriate time. At the time of sign up, all participants will complete the oath or affirmation required by Subtitle Z 408.7. Accordingly, all those listening on WebEx or by phone will be muted during the hearing, and only those who have signed up to participate or testify will be unmuted at the appropriate time. When called, please state your name before providing your testimony. When you are finished speaking, please mute your audio. If you experience difficulty accessing WebEx or with your telephone call in or have not signed up, then please call our OZ hotline number at 202-727-0789. If you wish to file written testimony or additional supporting documents during the hearing, then please be prepared to describe and discuss it at the time of your testimony. The subject of this evening's hearing is Zoning Commission case number 22-36. This is the M Associates LLC at Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority Consolidated PUD, Plan Unit Development, and Zoning Map Amendment at Squares 3351 through 3353, lots 806, 820. This may be a typo, but it's 820 again. 820, 822, 823, 829, 831, 839 through 841, 845 through 851, 811 through 813. Again, today's date is June 15, 2023. and I would ask that we correct that through these proceedings. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with provisions of 11Z DCMR Chapter 4 as follows. Preliminary matters, applicant's case, the applicant has up to 60 minutes collectively, and parties in support or opposition, and then we will hear from the party in opposition who will have the same amount of time as the party, the applicant. Report of other government agencies, report of other government agencies, report of the Department of Transportation and Office of Planning, report of the ANC, testimony of organizations, 5 minutes, and individuals, 3 minutes, and we will hear in the following order from those who are in support, opposition, and undeclared. Then we'll have rebuttal and closing by the applicant. Again, the OZ hotline number for any concerns is 202-727-0789 for any concerns during these proceedings. At this time, the commission will deal with any preliminary matters.
Yes, sir. So the commission already considered and granted party status to the Tacoma Historic, let me get the right names here. Historic Tacoma Inc. And then there were 4 individuals to combine their presentations: Sabrina Eaton, Ellen Kurlansky, Sharon Broderick, and Peter Faden. All of those, plus the Historic Tacoma Inc., are being represented by David Brown. I do not see him on yet, but I'm sure, yep, he's on now. So next would be the proffered experts being proffered by the applicant. These have all been previously accepted by this commission. So we just ask that they be accepted in this case. Frederico Oliveira Sala, and this is he's the project architect. William Zide with Grove Slade, expert in transportation. Gabriella Canamar in landscape architect. Shane Detman in urban planning. Kyle Oliver, civil engineering. Those are the.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner May?
Yeah, I'm the architect was previously qualified. I don't recall that, but not that I remember everybody, but I just wanted to confirm that because it's
Mr. Tummins advised that he had been, so let me see if I can verify that.
the reason I ask is that I did see evidence of his licensure and it just testified to.
Let me just verify that. Let's see. Moya. Mr. Tummins seemed to think that he had previously been proffered or accepted already. So let me just verify, see if I can verify that quickly.
Okay.
Other than that, we have Crystal Myers from OP and Aaron Zimmerman from DDOT. Alex Kane from OAG. I do not see him. I think you're correct. He may have been accepted with the BZA. So the commission does need to take a look at Mr. Moya. Do you want him to be brought up?
Well, yeah, I mean,
You can ask him questions or.
yeah, his resume is a little slim, and again, it does not state specifically that he has licensure in any jurisdiction, and I would just like to know that because that's, I mean, typically we would only accept, historically, for the last 10 years at least, we've only accepted architects who are licensed somewhere.
Okay, so you'd like for him to be brought up, Frederico Oliveira? Yes. Okay, Mr. Young, could you bring him up? I'm not sure who the call-in user is.
That's the applicant. They're all in one room.
Oh, okay.
We have Mr. Sala, who we have a few questions for. Commissioner May, if you had some questions for him.
I just want to know, Mr. Oliveira Sala, you're listed as associate AIA. Does that mean that you have licensure elsewhere, but not in DC? I mean, I don't see anything listed about licensure.
Can you hear me now?
Sort.
Yes, I've been working in the DC metro area for the last 25 years, and I've been working under licensed architects. I'm a designer myself, and I'm a licensed architect outside the US, but not here.
So that's what I'm asking, right? The fact that you've been working under a licensed architect is not the same as being a licensed architect. But if you're licensed, tell me where that is.
Where are you licensed? In Argentina.
In Argentina. Okay. Thank you. That's acceptable. Again, our standard is for an expert in architecture to be licensed. Typically that's in the United States, but I think anywhere. And your experience is helpful to know as well. So that's it for me. I'm fine with qualifying Mr. Oliveira Sala.
Okay. Any other objections to Mr. Sala, Oliveira Sala being like an expert in architecture, and he's licensed in Argentina? Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. Just to underscore for anybody that's listening, as Commissioner May pointed out, that there have been instances where we've had experts that are internationally licensed with references somewhere in the United States. So I think what benefits Mr. Oliveira Sala is his deep experience in the district combined with his international license. So I'm certainly satisfied with it as Commissioner. This seems to be.
Okay, so another thing that we want to do, if we're not speaking, all of us, we want to mute. I know a couple of us are not muted, including myself right now, but we want to make sure that we mute so the public can hear because we're getting feedback. Also, this is a case within ANC 4B. I'm going to put that out there. Michelle, anything else?
I think that concludes all of my preliminary matters at this time. So there's no motion, so we are ready to proceed. If Mr. Young would bring up the team for the applicant.
Can
Commissioner May?
I want to get clarification on one point about the party. I'm a little unclear. I mean, we have Historic Tacoma and then we have the 4 individuals. Are they combined into a single party? I know they're represented by a single lawyer. So
I thought we had combined, unless I'm getting mixed up with another case, because we only have one, but no, so many. But I thought we had combined everybody.
That's what I had thought too.
okay, I just want to be clear about this. That we have one.
Want to bring Mr. Brown up?
Let's bring Mr. Brown up to clarify, because I don't know if it was this case we combined everybody or was it something else. But
That's David Brown, if you could
Yeah,
bring
Mr.
him up. Mr. Young,
Yeah, he's there.
he's there, okay. He just needs to unmute.
Exactly.
Good afternoon,
There he
Mr.
is.
Chairman.
how you doing, Mr. Brown? Could you refresh our memory for us, please?
I'm not sure exactly what you said, but my intention is to conduct the cross-examination for all of them, all of my clients at the same time, as I'm speaking for all of them at the same time. They will individually testify and are individually subject to cross-examination, I suppose. But whether you call them 4 parties or 1 party, I don't think it really matters very much. I guess the only question is whether or not my clients might be allowed to ask questions in addition to me.
So here's how it works, Mr. Brown, as you know, especially for other purposes that may be outside the realm of the zoning commission, you're representing everybody. So I thought we had everybody, including Tacoma, as historic, as one party, because I thought you represented that you were representing everybody, which you are. And as far as asking questions, now they can do their individual presentations as a group, but as far as asking questions, that would have to come from you.
All right, I'll abide by that.
That actually is not, I will tell you, Mr. Brown, that was not my ruling. That's the court's ruling. You're a lawyer and I'm not, but I can tell you the courts have told me that's how we're going to, that's how they want us to see us do it. So,
Very good.
all right. Anything else? So it's all one party. What's the name of your party, Mr. Brown? What did we say we were calling it?
Why don't we just call it Historic Tacoma?
Historic Tacoma. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's starting off very well, so I appreciate that. All right. So any other questions, Mr. Brown? So we're good.
No, I just want to register that I don't have any objection to the qualifications of the witnesses on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I guess we're ready to start the presentation, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, I notice you all are all in the same room, and I'm sure we won't have any sound check problems this evening, so you may begin.
Well, I thank you very much, and we, due to Mr. Young's guidance, I think we're in good shape here. Again, thank you very much for having us. My name is Paul Thomas of Wilson and Storage Land Use Council on behalf of the applicant. We're excited to present an application to you this afternoon for a dynamic mixed-use project that will result in a significant contribution to the district's housing and affordable housing goals and transforms the truly underutilized Tacoma Metro Station into a thriving and exciting mixed-use and mixed-income development with enhanced WMATA facilities. This application has received the support of the Office of Planning, the Department of Transportation, the Office of Attorney General, Equitable Land Use Section, ANC 4B, and numerous community stakeholders. In regard to the additional information requested in the Office of Planning's report, the information that we will present today includes revised drawings and details that respond to comments received from the Historic Preservation Review Board on June 1st. In addition, the applicant wishes to clarify two areas of the requested design flexibility, which were noted in the OP report. First, the applicant will only seek design flexibility for the reduction of parking spaces, not an increase in the number of parking spaces as requested by OP. And second, the applicant agrees that the LEED B+C multifamily mid-rise version 4 standards should be identified as the appropriate LEED designation in the design flexibility condition. We have a lot of information to present to you this evening, and so now I will pass it over to our first witness, Evan Gold. And Mr. Young, could you bring up the PowerPoint presentation?
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. For the record, my name is Evan Goldman. I'm Executive Vice President for Acquisitions and Development at EYA. I'm also one of the owners of the company. Really excited to be here in front of the Zoning Commission. As you may or may not know, we've been working on this for 25 years. So it's really nice to have it being heard. I can go to the next slide. There's a little bit of a delay. There we go. EYA has been around for 30 years. I won't go into a ton of detail. We've been in front of this commission in the past, so I think you're aware of some of the work that we've done. But most importantly, there's three things that stand out in our minds when we think of us as an organization. One, we care deeply about community outreach and making sure that we do deep community outreach, and the community outreach does have an impact on the design of the building. And certainly in the case of Tacoma, as well as all of our other projects, we're really proud about that fact. Second, we are one of the largest providers of mixed income and affordable housing in the region, both for sale as well as now for rent. And as you'll hear throughout this presentation today, affordable housing is one of the key public benefits of this proposed development. And third, we take a lot of pride in the unique architecture and design of the various projects we build throughout the region. This example in front of you is from Old Town Alexandria on the riverfront, and it's a project that was able to work really wonderfully within a historic district to design something that has created great open space for the community, retail amenities, and also a place for people to live, similar to what we're thinking in Tacoma. I go to the next slide. just a sense of our background from an expertise perspective. We've been doing this for 30 years. We've built more than 40 neighborhoods, generally around transit stations. So we keep with what we're proposing here. You can go to the next slide. Skip this to the next slide. I'm going to hand it over to Stephen Segerlin from WMATA, who's going to introduce himself and WMATA.
Great, thanks, Evan. My name is Stephen Segerlin. I'm from the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, mouthful, WMATA, where I'm the director for real estate development. Our office has been working with the District of Columbia and all of our jurisdictional partners on developing our metro properties to support jurisdictional economic development and housing goals since 1978. These projects create ridership and revenues for Metro, but they also provide revenues for the jurisdictions by converting untaxed property to productive use by introducing private development. Next slide. Great.
Thank you, Stephen. So just real quickly, as I said, we've been working on this for 25 years, and the development design has really transformed throughout the years. A long time ago, we were really looking at leaving the infrastructure facilities for WMATA in place and just building a building on the parking lot. And as we've gotten further along, and quite frankly, WMATA's team has worked really collaboratively with us on this, we came up with some designs we think are better for the site. You can go to the next slide. So this is an aerial of the existing site. It is 6 acres. You can see the metro station in the background. Today, there is the bus loop, which kind of cuts right through the center or the heart of the site with an open space next to it, and then the surface asphalt parking lot to the right of it. You can go to the next slide. When we started rethinking this design about a year ago, we looked at what's the context. And so on the left, you can see a diagram of the Tacoma neighborhood and Tacoma Park neighborhood with the various parks that are surrounding it. And you can see that there's really no parks right in the heart of Tacoma, and that we have this opportunity to create something really special and unique. And then secondly, to the right, the pink areas are the retail zones within Tacoma and Tacoma Park, Maryland. So on the west side being Tacoma, on the east being Tacoma Park. Our site sits right at the center point of those two communities. So at this really critical juncture where the retail from one part of the district leads off and then picks up again as we go underneath the metro tracks and the bridge. And so one of the major reasons we thought about this redesign of the site was to make sure that we were including retail that could close that street edge and make a continuous retail experience, and then attach that retail to a wonderful urban retail plaza as well as a passive open space, and then place the infrastructure where it really belongs up against the metro tracks so that the community is not staring at the bus loop. I can go to the next slide. And so this is the site plan, the last slide that I'll present, but it gives you a really good sense of the overall dynamics of the site. So the building itself that we're proposing is a number 9 essentially laying on its back. You see the infrastructure for the bus loop up against the train tracks on the upper side of this slide, and then green space surrounding our entire building, creating a buffer against the existing single-family homes as well as residential buildings. And what's really fantastic to us about this site and why we're so excited about it, it's rare to be able to deliver a ton of different community benefits and a great building and the right site plan and open space, and this site really has it all. This is a roughly 400 unit apartment building that is proposed to be 15% affordable, with 5% of those units at 30% of area median income. We have worked with the city, as you'll hear later in our testimony, to increase that to 33%, and we're hopeful that that will happen. There is retail on the left side of this page with a beautiful urban retail plaza where those cafes and restaurants will spill right outside onto the streetscape and make that an alive and inviting and safe walking and pedestrian environment to the metro entrance. And we already have a letter of intent with a small market, a 7,000 square foot grocer, that we're really excited about. It's the one piece that's missing within this community from a walkability perspective. If you want to live in Tacoma without a car, there's no downtown urban core grocer option, especially now that 7-Eleven closed. And so this will be a fantastic amenity for the neighborhood. We surrounded the entire building with open space to create even bigger buffers than we had proposed in the past, and stormwater management benefits that will help with future storms and potential issues in the neighborhood. And then finally, lastly, and I'll hand it off, we pulled the loading, the parking, everything off the street. You can see that mixed-use courtyard where that type of activity takes place, not on Cedar, not on Carroll, not on Eastern, but off of the street in a more quiet, in a way that will be more quiet for the surrounding neighborhood. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Fede Olivares-Sala, who is the architect for the project, and he'll go through the design of the site.
Thanks, Evan. For the record, my name is Federico Olivares-Sala with Moya Design Partners, the architect for the project.
Let me just stop. Let me ask for 1 second. Let me just stop for 1 second. I don't know if you all have microphones that are closer. If you can pull it closer to you, whoever's talking, it should be a microphone. I don't know how you all have it set up. We want to make sure it's clear. I want to make sure that I can make it out, but I don't know if others can. So closer it gets to the microphone. Let's see if we can make it better.
As loud as possible.
Okay, let's try that.
So as Evan was saying, and for the record, my name is Federico Olivares-Sala with Moya Design Partners, the architect for the project. As Evan was saying, we deliberately placed the building in a way that provides two major design decisions that we wanted to bring to this project. One, creating a location for metro operations away from the neighborhood and use our building to shield those operations from the neighborhood, and then surround our project with open space that is programmable and accessible that serves as a buffer from our building to the neighborhood across from us on all three sides of the street. Next one, please. As you can see here, these are the sort of additional subtractions that we did as we tweaked that massing to basically achieve two main goals. One and foremost, achieve compatibility with the building surroundings and create hierarchy within the pieces of the building or parts of the project. And I'm going to speak further about hierarchy as we move forward. Next one, please. We're going to go quickly around the building and just show how the building is laid out and articulated. What you see here is an aerial view from above the truck. And what we want to stress is that the way the hierarchy of those buildings is one building sits in front of a metro plaza and the rest of the building sits basically along the park. So we wanted to create a differentiation between the two parts of the building where out of the 9, one will be like a full donut, the other one will be sort of an L-shaped part of the project. The L-shaped part of the project presides the Metro Plaza and is in intimate relationship with the two other buildings, one being under construction and the first building across from Carroll Street that has been there for quite some time. So the idea is that this building dialogues with them and frames that space. Next one, please. As you can see, the building turns along Cedar and again into Eastern Avenue, further away from the curb, allowing that park to thrive and give them also a shape, a triangular shaped park that is programmable. As you can see here, how the articulation of the buildings, even though they are related to each other, have some tweaks and different colors. Specifically on the colors and the materials used are different from what you've seen before in the previous submission. And those are in direct response to comments that we received from Office of Planning and the neighborhood. Next one, please. As you continue to go around the building, you can see how the massing of the building cascades down to achieve compatibility with the single-family neighborhood across the street and the apartment buildings to the right of the page. Next one, please. I'm going to stop a little bit in talking about the architecture of the building, but also use this image to talk about strategy, how we dealt with grade. There's about 20 feet in grade from one side to the other side of the site. So we took a lot of time thinking of how we can articulate the building and make it work from every standpoint of view. So what we did is fund the garage one full level below grade, one level is tucked within the grade. With that, we can achieve two things, or three things. Lift the residential level above the first floor that is not in direct contact with the noise and smoke from the bus loop operations. Second, have parking at grade that is in relationship with the retail that is sort of a request from our grocer that requires parking at the same level for their users. And third, but not least important, we want to have a very secure parking that is accessible and is well lit and is not below grade. Next one, please. These are more photorealistic renderings, and what we want to show here is how the building morphs around itself and creates relationship with the buildings across the street and shape the space that the building sits on. This is the view of the building as you go the underpass of the metro, and this is the Metro Plaza. We think this space is going to be a very vibrant space, lined up with retail, a space that could serve for events, have dinner, spend some time there as you wait either for your bus or for the metro. The idea of this building that uses the color palettes of the buildings that are across the street and similar colors that you see in the immediate surrounding. What we also included in this rendition is we added a lot of articulation in the brick masonry layout. We added a lot of texture and color variation in the brick. Next one, please. This is a similar angle, but a more aerial view. And the purpose of this view is just to understand how that space is going to work. With our building, it was the missing link between all the retail frontage along Cedar and Carroll. This closes that space, creates the shape of that Metro Plaza, precises it, and creates an intimate dialogue between all the other buildings. Next one, please. This image portrays the carve-out that we did between the two massings, the L shape versus the full donut, the way we broke that line. And the idea is that these buildings are connected by sort of a glassy bridge that also highlights the underpass situation that we have there that allows the vehicular and truck traffic to go inside that and provide loading, parking garage, access, bicycle facilities, as well as spill-off space for amenity and retail. As you can see, the building to the right is a building that sits on the metro and has all the retail components, commercial, and the building to the left and the building to the right has the amenity and strictly 100% residential. So what we wanted to create is some sort of synergy between the two, even though one has more commercial first floor, the other one has the same level of transparency so the two buildings can dialogue to each other with a comparable architecture. We wanted to create a lot of transparency at the ground plane, and so we can relate to the space that the building presides as well to the right, which is the larger part provided. Next one, please. This one just wanted to show how the building rotates, how the articulation of the building uses different scales and different elements, different colors of brick to break down the scale and make buildings sisters to each other, yet adding more granularity to the design. Next one. The next five slides are a series of sections just to show how our building relates to its surrounding. This first section is a section across Carroll Street. right where the retail, main retail component is. Next one. This is further south, closer to the metro, where the underpass is the tallest portion. Next one. This is a section from our building through the plaza connecting to the building that is being under construction. As you can see, our building is sunken into the grade, so heights are fairly comparable. Next one. This is a section at the tightest location where our building is in Eastern Avenue. As you can see, the building receives itself to achieve compatibility. Next one. And this is at the widest point where our building is further back from the closest single-family house. I think this is my last one. Oh, sorry. I wanted to just stop a little bit and talk how we approach retail and how we carefully looked at the palette of retail that is in the area. And what we did in comparison, we put them all side by side, and we were able to sort of create lines that meet all those retail storefronts, and we can derive lines that inform the design for our storefront. So basically, in our storefront, we are paying homage of the retail that is surround us by putting those lines. Each line will mean something in our storefront, whether it's the door height, the canopy line, or the signage. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? For the record, my name is Gabriela Cañamar Clark. I am a landscape architect and partner with Land Design, and landscape architects in Alexandria, Virginia, and we're excited to be part of this project. Our charge with this project approach is to make the most of the existing conditions, which is a fabulous bank and a fabulous framework, already existing soft and open space with all this sort of greenery and existing conditions. As Evan mentioned earlier in the presentation, the park on this slide is highlighted with all the special trees is close to 1.8 acres and is a green envelope for the project as well as a buffer for the neighborhood at large. And it follows basically Carroll Street, Cedar Street, and Eastern Avenue around the building on this page. Our approach to landscape and tree canopies to preserve and enhance. Shown here are 4 heritage trees that are on this side of the property, ranging from 32-inch caliber in size to 37-inch caliber in size. One of them is a white oak, one of them is a Japanese Silkova, and 2 willow oaks, all in good condition, according to the expert arborist assessment. The one willow oak shown here inside of the proposed courtyard at the top of the page will be relocated by our client, and it will be we will work together with arborists to assess and make sure that the future location, which is at the bottom of the page in the yellow dot, it does not conflict with the other existing trees and their canopies and their size, and allows for future growth of the other trees. All of these special trees are being considered a critical part and an essential for this park design. And then we'll continue to provide much shade, much needed shade and habitat for this experience. And the park space design incorporates all of them in a manner that will protect them and protect their critical root zones. We are proposing an upgraded complete sidewalk along Eastern Avenue with street trees that do not exist there today, as well as street trees along the drive that is coming in from Eastern Avenue and along the western sidewalk, which is shown here at the proposed building western facade at the top of the page. New street trees along Cedar and Carroll Streets are not quite possible due to the preservation and protection of those special trees and heritage tree, as I indicated. Next, please. In terms of circulation for pedestrian accessibility, the site, as Fede described before, there's a fair amount of grade elevation change. So we've endeavored to find mechanisms and a system of walkways and pathways that connects the building to the neighborhood and around, so that there is full accessibility, ADA compliant to the WMATA function and the kids ride, to the retail and the grocer, the lobby for the building, and through and around the park itself. Next, please. This slide shows you the overlay with a multimodal approach to the project. In connection with WMATA, we are endeavoring to make sure that all accessibility for all levels of mobility is clear and legible and safe at the same time. The circulation for vehicles is separated from the circulation of pedestrians, and I will take you more into the details of each part of the park so you see how all of that works together. Next, please. The first phase that I will describe more in detail is more of the plaza and the corner of Carroll and Cedar Street. This includes the heritage tree, which is depicted on the large circle, and then 3 more special trees that have been incorporated into the concept. This street corner is the highest point of the entire site, which allows us a vantage point of appreciation of space. And at the same time, we worked with the grades of the existing streets, which will stay the same as far as grading goes, and create a system of pathways and walkways that would do connect the spaces and provide ADA access through the shops and through the grocery. Next, please. This exhibit just breaks down a little bit more into detail so you see the different terraces and how we are responding to the existing grading at the top of the slope at 280 down to the finished elevation of the building, which is sunken, basically, from the vantage point of this corner. And then creating this pedestrian promenade or series of promenades and terraces that are accessible and inviting for people of all mobility. Next, please. This is a 3-dimensional rendering, looking from Cedar Street, looking towards the WMATA. You can see in the distance the platform and the train tracks in the horizon by the blue sky. The trees that are shown are the heritage trees, and the heritage tree and the special trees that are part of this. And you see this sort of the dynamic changes in elevation and how accessible, we're making them accessible to the public and inviting in places for people to sit and gather and enjoy and access the retail tenants that will occupy the space. Next. The next phase I'll take you through is the courtyard, the internal courtyard. This courtyard is an inward focused space that mostly serves as the service hub for the building. It's the access for the vehicle coming from Cedar Street and for pedestrians coming out from Cedar, from the park, and also from the Kiss and Ride western side of the building. Next, please. A little enlargement of the space takes you a little bit of more detail as to how pedestrians will circulate in and about the space. With having access from the public sidewalk, the shared use path, access to lobby, around the promenade on the left, page left, and then through that arcade or that underpass to get to the open courtyard to access the building, the bike room, and the other facilities, and the loading for the building. Next, please. This phase went through a journey, went from where we started, and we listened to the comments from through the PUD review process. And this 5 elements summarize some of the things that we improved along the journey, some of which were just clarity on design elements to differentiate vehicular versus pedestrian environments, clean and clear and legible sidewalks, elements to protect pedestrians from vehicles and to make it that much more legible. And so we believe this design addresses all of those comments and make it much more richer and legible and inviting. Next, please. I will show you 2 renderings of the space. This one is looking from the Kiss and Ride on the western side of the building onto that open courtyard. There is a pedestrian passageway for convenience from residents of the building and people that are cutting through to come through the space and get to the WMATA side through those legible crosswalks. It's well lit, animated with art, signage, landscaping, and all those elements. Next, please. This is a view from the eastern side, the access from eastern in that curb cut, and then sort of the access of the that was talking about the arcade or the underpass. underneath that, the articulation of the building above. Very dynamic experience. You see the metro platform or the tracks on the horizon above, by the blue sky. Left would be part of the retail animation. Or page right is the functionality of the lobby and so that movement of people. And then this is that multimodal access to that courtyard that will serve the building residents and then the public that goes through and patronizes the retail and wants to connect to WMATA beyond. Next, please. The corner of Cedar and Eastern and beyond is the largest portion of the park, which is where the majority of the trees exist today. This proposed park space maintains the current green buffer from the existing residences and other uses across the street, with a large grouping of existing special trees and the proposed relocation of the heritage tree, which is the largest darker circle you see in the bottom left of this slide. The other two existing heritage trees flanking the vehicular access from Eastern Avenue, you'll see them in darker green as well. This slide also shows a little more clearly how we are proposing street trees and a new sidewalk along Eastern Avenue. It's worth mentioning that the lawn space in between the groupings of the trees is a result of our study, and this is exactly where the blacktop parking, concrete and asphalt of the current parking area is. So we're taking advantage of an area that's relatively flat, turning it impervious surface into pervious, and a space where people can enjoy and have activities day to day or special events. Next slide, please. This takes it into a little more detail. You can see the portion of the building that faces the park. You'll see the grouping of all of the trees with their survey numbers on the left, the lawn sort of space, and the access from Eastern onto the property. We have introduced a shared use path in a manner that actually is less than 5%, so it is universally accessible for all people of all mobilities. And it has other features such as stormwater management in the form of rain gardens, which our civil engineer and the team will talk a little bit more after my presentation. Next slide, please. This is a view from Eastern Avenue looking south towards the building and towards that grove of trees that exists today. And as you can see, what is currently a blacktop and concrete will be turned into this beautiful space that will be animated with either public art, playful scapes, and places that engage the community. We have had a meeting with Parks and Recreation, which was seen favorably as the beginning of a journey, where we can continue to listen to them and to the agency as to what are the features of this park that will serve best to the community. There's also you can see the rain gardens in the background and all this stormwater management that will be a portion of this park to be integrated as part of the amenities space. I think with that, I will pass it on to Kyle Oliver. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Oliver, and I'm the Principal Director of Mica Capital. We are the surveyors and civil engineer for the project. The existing conditions are shown on the left. It's a very dense plan. You can see the topography if you look closely. It shows over 20 feet of fall from one side of the site to the other. The existing conditions for the site are an existing asphalt parking lot, bus lanes, and a bus turnaround. There are no structural stormwater management facilities for the existing site. Stormwater drains off these asphalt areas to the existing inlets. There are no real stormwater management detention or retention facilities on the site. The existing stormwater drains undetained toward Eastern Avenue if these existing inlets get overwhelmed. The proposed condition of the site is generally broken into 3 drainage areas. The relocated WMATA bus loop and turnaround will drain into 4 separate fire retention facilities. The building roof and courtyards will drain to numerous fire retention facilities located on the building structure or just outside the building envelope. The plaza area, multi-use court, and community park will drain to a large bioretention facility located along Eastern Avenue, as Debbie mentioned. These types of bioretention facilities, or rain gardens, as they're sometimes known, will collect the stormwater from the site. These facilities will slow down the stormwater flow while providing stormwater retention and detention. The design of these facilities allows for the water to pond from 6 to 12 inches deep at the top. The water will then filter through the bioretention soil media, and a controlled release of the water will occur. These facilities have trees and various plants that are designed to mimic the natural hydraulic cycle to include infiltration and evapotranspiration while providing water to the plants. The development of the site will require stormwater retention and detention to meet DOE requirements and will provide an overall improvement to the management of stormwater for the property. Next slide. And these are the three areas in the different colors, the yellow, the blue, and the pink, that depict the three drainage areas I spoke about.
Thanks, Tom.
Good afternoon, I'm Will Zide with Grove Slade. We're the traffic engineers for the project. We can go ahead to the next slide, there we go. The site is currently served by 3 existing curb cuts. The redevelopment will realign the bus loop with a combined kiss and ride functionality and reuse the northern curb cut on Eastern Avenue, as well as the existing curb cut on Carroll Street. The southern existing curb cut on Eastern Avenue will be removed, and a new curb cut will be installed on Cedar Street. The new Cedar Street curb cut will include a driveway apron leading to a curbless Wooner-type access into the residential and retail development. The realigned bus loop will serve both bus service and kiss and ride traffic. Consistent with existing conditions, buses will continue to both enter and exit via Eastern Avenue and enter and exit via Carroll Street. The kiss and ride loop will be inbound only from Carroll Street and outbound only to Eastern Avenue. There will also be a secondary driveway into the lower level of the parking garage along the loop with access to and from Eastern Avenue. At the bus loop intersection with Carroll Street, a new traffic signal will be installed to facilitate bus movement into and out of the station, as well as provide protected pedestrian crossing. Next slide, please. The mixed-use project includes residential and retail uses served by 228 parking spaces located within the lower levels of the building. Both secure long-term bike room and short-term bike racks will be provided, meeting zoning requirements. A robust transportation demand management, or TDM, plan was developed in coordination with DDOT that includes enhanced TDM measures, pedestrian safety improvements, and funding for a new capital bike share station. In addition to sidewalks along the public streets, the project is including a shared use path connecting Cedar and Carroll Streets with Eastern Avenue that will be up to 12 feet wide and located within an easement for public use. Next slide, please. A full CTR with capacity analyses was prepared for the project, which identified 2 locations where mitigation is triggered. Both locations could be mitigated simply via signal timing adjustments. However, in consultation with DDOT, mitigation via a significant TDM plan was identified to adequately offset the development's traffic impact and parking supply. The new traffic signal to be installed by the applicant will help facilitate efficient operations for Metro buses and provide protected crossing phases for pedestrians. While there are currently crosswalks at this location, which is immediately in front of the station entrance, the intersection is unsignalized, and Carroll Street traffic does not have stop signs. Buses must wait for a gap to exit the bus loop, and pedestrians do not have signal protection to cross the street. The new signal will provide protected times for both of these movements to occur. It is noted that there is existing congestion along Carroll Street. The new traffic signal will help break up queues and keep the area in front of the Metro station clear for bus and pedestrian movements without significantly impacting delays or queues at nearby intersections. Further, while DDOT does not generally individually retime existing intersections for mitigation purposes, the introduction of a new signal may be paired with a review of the corridor timings and offsets, which could result in improved timings along the corridor and reduce delays. DDOT concurs with the findings of the CTR and the proposed mitigation measures. Next slide, please. With a proposed parking supply higher than DDOT's preferred maximum rates, the project worked with DDOT to develop an appropriate TDM plan to offset the project's impact and parking supply. Parking will include reserved spaces for residential and separate reserved spaces for retail, as well as EV spaces, electric vehicle spaces. The provision of adequate on-site parking will help ensure that the project's parking demand is addressed on-site. Further, with the site located at the Metro, residential parking may serve more as vehicle storage for those desiring to own a vehicle for recreation and travel purposes who would otherwise utilize Metro biking or walking for their daily activities. Loading access will be provided from the internal court with head-in and head-out movements at public streets, meeting zoning and DDOT requirements. The applicant will provide all residential long-term bike parking at the ground level and will include larger cargo tandem spaces, outlets for charging e-bikes and scooters, as well as other DDOT design criteria in that bike room. Next slide, please. The TDM plan was developed in coordination with DDOT with both the project's vehicular impact and parking in mind. The plan includes DDOT requested additions and components from the highest tiers of the DDOT regulation. The project will include significant pedestrian and bike infrastructure improvements, funding for a new capital bike share station, bike share memberships for tenants, and other pedestrian safety improvements. Next slide. Some key improvements are shown here, which include curb extensions at the Metro entrance, a raised median where it's currently just striped, installation of the missing crosswalk, which is on the right side of the intersection here, it's not there today, and a new traffic signal at the Metro intersection on Carroll Street. The improvements will also include a raised crossing across the kiss and ride lane within the bus loop, as well as pedestrian improvements at the Cedar Street and Eastern Avenue intersection. Next slide, please. DDOT issued their report in support of the project with 2 conditions. These conditions include implementing the agreed upon TDM plan and providing an easement for the on-site shared use path, which should be constructed at 12 feet wide where possible. The applicant agreed to both of these conditions and will continue to work with DDOT on the continued coordination items through the permitting process. And with that, I will hand it over to. Okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners. To approve the project, the commission must find that the proposed project is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted public policies and active programs, that the project does not have any unacceptable impacts, but instead the impacts are favorable, capable of being mitigated, or acceptable given the quality of the benefits that are offered by the applicant. And then finally, that the project includes specific public benefits and amenities that are not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. In the end, the commission has to judge, balance, and reconcile the value of the public benefits and the amenities, the degree of development incentives that are being requested by the applicant, and any potential adverse effects of the project. Next slide. Commissioners, as you know, in 2021, the council adopted the most recent current comprehensive plan. And in the comprehensive plan, there's a keen emphasis on equity, and particularly racial equity. And the comprehensive plan approaches equity in 2 ways. First, as a process where those most impacted, or have been most impacted by structural racism, are meaningfully involved in the development of projects. And then secondly, as an outcome, where you look at, what are the potential outcomes in terms of housing, environmental sustainability, land use, urban design, what are the outcomes of a specific project and how can they advance racial equity? The implementation element specifically says that the zoning commission shall evaluate all actions through a racial equity lens as part of its comp plan consistency analysis. Next slide. So with that, we start to look at the project's consistency with the comprehensive plan, starting with the generalized policy map. Here you can see a side-by-side of the 2012 generalized policy map, and then the amendments that were made to the PUD site in the most recent comprehensive plan, where you see a movement towards the entire site largely being moved into the neighborhood enhancement area designation, with the area along Cedar and Carroll remaining as the Main Street mixed-use corridor. Next slide. The move to designate the large majority of the site to neighborhood enhancement is a clear indication of the council's recognition that this site has substantial underutilized land area that presents an opportunity for compatible infill development. the guiding principle in the neighborhood enhancement area is to ensure that new development responds to the existing character, natural features, and existing planned infrastructure capacity of the surrounding area, and I believe that this project does exactly that. It also encourages new housing that's consistent with the future land use map and applicable comp plan policies. The Main Street mixed-use corridor is an area that's pedestrian-oriented with retail storefronts and upper-story residential offices, exactly what's being proposed in this project. Conservation enhancement is desired to foster economic and housing opportunities and to serve neighborhood needs. And that development should support transit use and enhance the pedestrian environment. All things that this project is perfectly in alignment with. Next slide. We can go to the next slide as well, Mr. Young. Thank you. Looking at the future land use map, you can see another side-by-side, and you can see the changes that the council made to the future land use map for this specific site, moving the site from a moderate density designation to a medium density designation. Next slide. The mixed use designation on the future land use map is a specific land use category. So when you see that, you don't drill into the individual components necessarily. You get guidance from those individual components. Like in this case, where the site is designated for medium density mixed use development, when you look at the individual components, there is a preference for residential. There is medium density residential there with low density commercial. But again, the mixed use designation is a designation unto itself. And with respect to density, when we look at the guidance that's provided in the framework element for this site, you can see there at the bottom set of bullets where a medium density residential designation kind of ordinarily, as a matter of right, kind of ranges in between the 1.8 to 4.0 FAR range with greater density permitted through IZ and PUD. Low density commercials are kind of up to 2.5 FAR as a matter of right with greater density through IZ and PUD. As proposed, the project is only a 1.69 FAR, of which only 0.06 FAR is non-residential uses. And so clearly consistent with the future land use map, this is a mixed use development that favors residential use and is well within the density ranges, matter of right density ranges that could be contemplated on this site. Next slide. This shows how much, sort of a comparison of how much density is actually available on the site as a matter of right under the existing zone. Not even paying any attention to the IZ bonus density that is permitted under existing zoning. Approximately 575,000 square feet of density is currently available on the site under the existing zoning. And you can see in that bottom line, the proposed development doesn't even reach the amount of density that's permitted under existing zoning without the IZ bonus density, at about 495,000 square feet. So very, very, very low overall density across the site. We are not gaining any density through the PUD. We're not even touching matter of right IZ bonus density with this project. Next slide. With respect to height, I think it's important to note that the comprehensive plan does not provide any specific guidance on building height, whether it's a matter of right or a PUD. And that's because the PUD as a process specifically exists to give the commission flexibility to provide greater height and density because it gives them the opportunity to review a specific project in relation to its public benefits and amenities and potential impacts to the surrounding context. When looking at choosing a specific zone, again, with mixed use being a specific designation, the comprehensive plan framework element says that a variety of zoning designations are used in mixed use areas. It doesn't prescribe a specific zone. It doesn't give you any guidance on what zones are considered generally compatible as a matter of right. It says a variety of zoning designations are used. Next slide. And so again, with height, as you've seen in prior PUDs, we really need the MU5A zone here in order to relate to the surrounding context, to move that density that's available as a matter of right, to move that density around the site, to respond to the surrounding context, pushing the building as far as we can up against the metro rail, and achieving that height of 76 feet. Using the building to buffer the metro rail and the bus facility, and then using the open space that's been concentrated up on Eastern Avenue to buffer the building from the surrounding context. So we're providing a maximum height of 76 feet. Another important point to make is that the medium density residential designation, the framework element states that the RA3 zone is a generally compatible zone. And in that zone, you can reach a height of 75 feet under a PUD, and then the zoning commission could, if the applicant was to make that case, could grant another 5% of building height going above the 75 feet, the proposed 76 feet. However, in this case, we can't choose the RA3 zone because that would be inconsistent with the mixed-use designation on the site. The RA3 does not allow for retail use. We need a mixed-use zone, and the MU5A zone is the most appropriate zone from a height perspective to align with the proposed design. Next slide. The commission recently published its second iteration of its racial equity tool, and that's a direct response to the implementation element, and that directed that the zoning commission has to review all zoning actions through a racial equity lens. And I'll quickly go through the 4 parts of the racial equity tool. Next slide. This is just a catalog of the various comprehensive plan policies that are clearly advanced by the project. The bold ones are the ones that specifically explicitly address racial equity as that's provided for in OP's racial equity crosswalk. Those policies have to do with providing a variety of housing types, equitable access to transit, providing affordable housing, mixed income housing at a range of incomes, advancing diversity and equity in the planning area itself, and providing larger sized housing units. We've provided a detailed analysis of these policies in our pleadings. Overall, we find that from a policy perspective, the project is not inconsistent with the written policies of the comprehensive plan, and that includes the Rock Creek East elements, policies, the land use policies, the urban design policies, historic preservation policies that have to do with infill development and compatibility with the surrounding context. Next slide. Just a word on small area plans. In terms of the relationship of the small area plan, and there is one that was adopted by the council back in 2002, over 20 years ago, for the Tacoma Park area. And the framework element and the implementation element gives us guidance in terms of the relationship of that small area plan and the current comprehensive plan. The framework element says that a small area plan, unless it's been made binding on the commission through an enactment of a comprehensive plan amendment, a small area plan provides only supplemental guidance to the commission, but it does so only to the extent that it does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. The implementation element has similar language. Next slide. If we look at the Tacoma Central District Plan, again, it was adopted in 2002, its recommendations were subsequently incorporated into the 2006 comprehensive plan, including amendments to the site's future land use map. Following the 2006 comp plan, the comp plan has been amended twice, in 2011 and most recently in 2021. Each of those subsequent comp plan amendments included changes to the policy guidance for the site as well as the future land use map. Those future land use map changes were changes such that they supported greater height and density on the site than what is contemplated in the 2002 small area plan. I would submit to the commission that at this point in time, generally, the zoning and land use concepts for the PUD site that are described in the small area plan are inconsistent with the current comprehensive plan, and per the framework elements, those aspects of the small area plan are inconsistent with the current comprehensive plan that provides the commission with guidance for the current project. Next slide. But if we look at the Rock Creek East element policy guidance related to Tacoma, the Tacoma Central District housing, or the Tacoma Central District Small Area Plan, the proposed project, when viewed in accordance with the updated future land use map, is entirely consistent with the policy guidance. In terms of housing strategy, we're accommodating housing demand, including affordable housing. In terms of retail strategy, we're concentrating retail activities on the key sites along Carroll Street. The transportation strategy, we are accommodating all of the transit needs for the metro station and the bus facility on the site. And in terms of the Village Green, we are providing the Village Green. Not only that, but we have moved the Village Green from Carroll Street, which is shown in the small area plan, over to Eastern Avenue to help mitigate any kind of potential impact the project might have on the surrounding low density homes. Next slide. These are just some of the planning and development priorities that are set forth in the Rock Creek East element, talking about preservation and enhancement of the existing neighborhood, provision of open space, avoiding displacement, promotion of affordable housing. Next slide. In terms of community guidance and enhancement, the racial equity tool calls for looking at past and present racial discrimination. Just generally, the Rock Creek East area has a history, an early history of widespread use of restricted covenants and subdivisions throughout the area that specifically bar Blacks and people of several other races and ethnicities. And as you know from other projects that you've heard that, those particular discriminatory land use practices and zoning practices, the impact that has had on home ownership, on generational wealth building that comes from home ownership, and as a result, the lack of access over decades and decades of time that has had access to opportunity, including jobs, income, and education. This has occurred in Rock Creek East just like it has occurred in many other areas of the city. The racial composition of the Rock Creek East has shifted over time from predominantly white to predominantly Black, but within the last decade, the racial composition, though it has remained fairly constant, you're starting to see a change in Rock Creek East. You can see that on the diagram on the right, which is a recent study by MNC PPC looking at neighborhood change between 2000 and 2019, where you're starting to see census tracts that are experiencing displacement, including the two that are around Tacoma Park. Next slide. The applicant has done extensive community outreach, and Ms. Garfield at the end of the conversation today will talk about this. This is just listing all of the district and Maryland stakeholders and cross-jurisdictional stakeholders that the applicant has engaged with. Next slide. These are just some of the things we heard during those outreach in terms of what the community is interested in. Affordable housing, public open space, sustainable development, and buffering the development through building step downs and setbacks. Next slide. The tool requires us to look at disaggregated data, and I won't go into this in any kind of detail. Happy to discuss it at the end of the presentation. But generally, what are the trends saying for Rock Creek East over the course of the past 10 or 12 years? Population is up, but if you look at more detail, Black population is down significantly. Incomes are up, but not nearly equally across various races. The percent living in poverty is down, but again, not nearly equally across races. And we can say the same thing about the unemployment rate and households that are living, households that are housing cost burden. Next slide. When we evaluate the project through a racial equity lens, all of the anticipated outcomes, in our opinion, are all favorable with respect to displacement, indirect and direct, housing, physical potential anticipated outcomes, and access to opportunity. Next slide. I mentioned the PUD balancing test and that the commission has to judge, balance, and reconcile the benefits and amenities with the incentives being requested. Next slide. There are a significant number of public benefits and amenities being offered in this project, which are all listed here. Most significantly, the housing program of the project, with 434 new housing units, 15% affordable housing at 30% MFI and 60% MFI levels. Next slide. Those benefits and amenities far outweigh the very limited development incentives and flexibility that are being requested. The two areas of flexibility that are being requested is a map amendment to MU5 and some building height. Next slide. When you look at them side by side, you can see that the benefits and amenities of this project far outweigh the development incentives and the potential adverse effects of the project. We've done a very significant and detailed assessment of the potential impacts of the project. Those are in some backup slides that we have. We can talk about them in more detail at the end of the presentation. Next slide. With that testimony, commissioners, I would submit that the project, when read as a whole, through a racial equity lens, is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. It will not create any unacceptable impacts, but rather the impacts will be overwhelmingly favorable, or mitigated, or acceptable given the quality of the public benefits being offered. The project offers substantial public benefits that are directly informed by the comprehensive plan, the mayor's equity housing report, and input that we received from the community. And finally, the project is far superior to what could be developed as a matter of right under existing zoning, and the requested development incentives are overwhelmingly balanced by the benefits and amenities. And I'll hand it off to complete the presentation to Ms. Garfield.
Next slide, please. For the record, my name is Karen Garfield. I'm Vice President of Multifamily Development with UIA, and I'm proud to be a part of a company that values and delivers both meaningful community engagement and affordable housing. We know that not every proposal will satisfy every constituent, but we have worked hard to share and to listen. And there are many elements of the design that you've seen today that reflect stakeholder input and community benefits that are a direct result of collaboration with the ANC, the community, and stakeholders. We've participated in or hosted nearly 30 meetings with neighbors in both DC and Maryland, elected officials from both DC and Maryland, and cross-jurisdictional business associations. In addition, we've been available for conversations, and we've provided regular updates on the project and process on our project website that we've provided at the conclusion of each meeting. This page lists a series of meetings that have included virtual brown bag lunches, ANC 4B commission meetings, and additional stakeholders. Next slide, please. It was through these meetings, including very early on with the ANC 4B's Housing Justice Committee, that we understood the need and desire for affordable housing located adjacent to transit. From the outset, we've been committed to providing 15% affordable housing. From our meetings with the ANC 4B and with Councilmember Louis George's office, we also saw the need to provide some more deeply affordable units. So we also included 14% of our affordable units, or 10 units, at 30% MFI. And included in those 30% MFI units are family-sized 3-bedroom units, 6 of them. In addition, we've applied for HANSA, the tax abatement for affordable housing in high-needs areas, which would allow the project to increase the number of affordable units from 15% to 33% of the total units. EYA has been working very closely with the HPD on finalizing the selection of our HANSA application, and we anticipate an announcement shortly. You can see a side-by-side comparison of how HANSA would allow us to increase the number of affordable units. We are optimistic that we will receive approval because the Tacoma Metro development meets the HANSA requirements of 33% affordable units below 80% MFI. If awarded HANSA, we are committed to delivering the 33% affordable units, which is 144 new affordable units in a beautiful new building with a full suite of amenities and a wonderful outdoor community space at the Metro. Aside from the compatibility and the functionality of the retail, it is also important to share that we've assigned letter of intent with the grocery store for part of the retail footprint. For the balance of the space, the vision is to have neighborhood restaurants to add to the vitality of the area. Being able to provide affordable housing at transit on top of a grocery store in a neighborhood that doesn't currently have a full-service grocery store is an exceptional use of the site. On behalf of WMATA, EYA, and the Tacoma Metro Development Project team, we are proud to be able to deliver critically needed housing at transit. I'll turn it back to the Land Use Council.
Thank you. As I mentioned at the beginning, we had a lot to cover. We appreciate the minor additional time you gave us, and we are now able to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Tummons, and to your team. If everybody can go on mute. Ms. Shelton, if you can remember, Mr. Brown's party in opposition has 2 minutes. So I want to make sure they have 2 minutes besides the 60 minutes. So 62 minutes. All right, let's open it up for questions and comments. I know I have a few, but I'm gonna start off as I usually do with Commissioner May.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely have questions. So there are a lot of letters in the record, lots of extra stuff for us to read for this case. There are a handful of questions that have come out of that are sort of inform my questions. One of the things that was raised was the fact that the parking facility is actually above grade, and I'm wondering, and what people have suggested is that if you were to sink that garage into the ground, that you could reduce the height of the building. And I'm wondering if you actually looked at that, or whether you agree that that would have that effect. I can see why it might or might not, but I'm just want to get it from you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we'll have that answered by two. First, Mr. Goldman, and then Mr. Oliveira Sala.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner May. If we can bring up the presentation, that'd be great, to some of the perspective image looking at the buildings from the back, from the train tracks.
Slide 14.
Slide 14. Perfect, thank you so much. So I'll give you the reasons why we designed the building the way we did, and we did also look at the concept of lowering the parking as was requested by some of the residents across the street.
I want to stop you right away. I understood what was in the presentation about why you designed it the way you did and why the parking is at what it is. I just want to know what would happen if you sunk it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So if we were to sink the building, the garage is sitting under the front portion of the building, as you can see. So for people viewing the building from the public along Eastern Avenue, Carroll, Cedar, there would be no appreciable difference in height because the front of the building, as you can already see along Eastern, we've dropped 2 floors of height from that facade in recognition of the request of the residents across the street. Since you won't see the height on the back where the garage is out 1 level unless you're on the train tracks or walking to your bus, we didn't feel like that was a compromise worth making. In our case, we would end up losing many residential units as a result of that. And so it didn't seem like that was worthy. One thing to remember, this is wood frame construction. So we have a concrete podium plus 5 levels of wood. If we were to drop the podium 1 level, it's not like we could add another residential level of units above it to capture those units again. You would actually just lose that square footage of space. And so our answer was, and the way we got comfortable was, since the drop in height is where it belongs along Eastern Avenue, we really created the nod to that request, and that this further request doesn't appreciably change the look or feel of the building from the public, other than from the Metro.
Okay. Great, thank you, appreciate that answer. It's also been suggested that what you should be building is something that is more consistent with the existing zoning as opposed to seeking this map amendment. And I mean, I know that's tricky because you already have multiple zones on the property, but if you were to look at this as just MU4 matter of right, which would be more limited in height, what would be the net effect of that on the development? Could you achieve anything close to the project that you have in terms of the overall density and the other benefits like the parkland?
So I think I'll start with that. So obviously one of the benefits of having a PUD is we get to aggregate density across the entirety of the site, right? So if we were to,
yes,
if we were to
focus on my question.
Right. I'm sorry, what's that?
I know the purpose of a PUD, so just focus on the question.
Yeah, okay, for sure. So MU4 PUD, we don't get 76 feet of building height. 76 feet of building height is necessary through the MU5. We think that by allowing us to have a maximum height of 76 feet, it allows us to have those significant setbacks along Eastern Avenue. It allows us to terrace the building along Eastern Avenue. It allows us to provide this design that has ins and outs of the building. And it allows us also, importantly, to locate the Metro facilities adjacent to the Metro station itself. By having that MU5A zoning, it just gives us flexibility to design a building that we believe achieves the significant housing goals, affordable housing goals, while also minimizing impacts on the adjacent property.
And also, on top of that, what it allows is create a building that is a little bit more compact and away from the edges of the building to achieve compatibility, instead of being a building that takes more of the land and be more spread.
Yeah, I would add our original design, a few years ago, which we did not submit to the zoning commission, had the buildings much closer to Eastern Avenue. We were building right up to the street edge, much closer to the single family homes across the street. So one of the great benefits of this is, as said, consolidation of the building footprint.
All right, that's getting closer to what I'm curious about. If in that previous iteration of the design, that study, how tall did the building wind up being? Was it 50 feet right along Eastern Avenue?
It was 4 stories along Eastern Avenue, so that was probably 40 some odd feet. And then because of the slope, it terraced up from there. We actually have it, I believe we have an exhibit in our PUD, no, that showed, I think we do, that showed the old versus the new. And so as part of that, what you'll see is the new building where it's proposed, set all the way back in the park, is approximately the same height as the old building as proposed. We've just cut out all the portion of the building that used to go towards Eastern Avenue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So what is the status of the design review with HPRB?
So we presented to HPRB on June 1st. We got some guidance. The HPO staff report said they did not have concerns with the general height and massing, that they'd like to see some modifications to the composition of the facades facing Carroll Street, as well as some additional, taking a look at the color scheme. The facades that we showed you this evening, the color scheme that we showed you this evening have been revised in response to those comments we received from HPRB on June 1st. We think that those are what HPRB wanted to see. We will return to HPRB in July with the updated plan.
And I can add to that, after the meeting that we had with HPRB, we continued to work on the project, and we met with staff after that, and we gave them a rendition, which is in front of you today, and they thought that it was going in the right direction. But again, it's an informal meeting with them.
Okay. Okay. Now, so it seems that what could change wouldn't be the massing of the building, but it might be some further application of the materials more than anything else. Is that what
That's
really?
correct.
It doesn't look like they're changing fenestration or other detailing, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. By the way, I can't let it pass that in many of the comments, they referred to this as big box design, which I thought was interesting. I'd not seen that applied to a residential development. But the one that really got me was the fast casual design, that this is a fast casual design. And, there's something about that, because there's, see buildings that look, I don't mean to denigrate the design that you're presenting, but we do see quite a few, stick on top of podium designs. And there is a certain level of similarity to them. And so it's, I don't know, it's like you can be anywhere in America and find the same fast casual restaurants. You can be anywhere in America and find something similar. But I will say that, in the overall scale of things, I do think this is a more handsome building than many that we have seen. So, and I'm not going to go farther on comments on the design, because I figure that's really more something that HPRB is going to address. I do have a small technical question about the construction method. I mean, for the most part, the balconies that we've seen in the building are inset balconies as opposed to projecting balconies, but there are some projecting balconies, and they look quite deep. And I was interested to see that. And there was one view in particular which made it look like there was like a 6 or an 8 foot projecting balcony, maybe on the metro side of it. And I'm wondering if Mr. Oliveira Sala can talk a little bit about how that works, because we sometimes hear that on these stick-built buildings, projecting balconies are a real challenge.
I can speak. Yes, we have both. Actually, we have 3 types of balconies. We have French balconies, which is basically protrude out about a foot and a half. So it's just to add some relief to the facade. We have full deck balconies that are recessed in, and they come inside the face of the facade. And then we have fully Audis balconies, if you will, particularly on the above the main entrance of the building. And those are what we've done many times. So the project, ideally, you apply them to the face of the building, and structurally, they can done a bunch of different ways with outriggers from the structure, or it could be ledger boards along the face of the building. And balconies can be done either prefabricated, they are all metal looking, and they can be attached to the floor system on the upper levels, whereas on the concrete levels are connected to the slab.
Right. So when you do it on the and it's stick built, I mean, one of the things I wonder about, I mean, are we going to wind up with diagonal supports or anything like that are not shown in the design already?
There are two ways of doing it. You can have tiebacks that are full height, or they could be done within the railing height that you're not going to be able to see them. So those tiebacks are within the railing system that ties to the sides of the jambs of the opening.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. So can you address the lack of dedicated Metro parking? I mean, I saw an indication that Metro decided they didn't need to have dedicated parking, but I don't really know why. And, you know, there's testimony in the record about how, or rather letters in the record about how so that dedicated parking is a real burden on a number of people who use the parking, and especially seniors who don't have the ability to walk or take other means to get there, that they rely on that ability to drive and park. So and that raises an equity issue in itself. So maybe you can address that whole picture with the parking.
Second line?
Absolutely. Metro held a compact public hearing in January of 2023 of this year to gather feedback from the community about the proposed changes to the transit facilities. This included an analysis of the use of these kiss and ride facilities by Metro customers to ride transit. And we had found that while there is utilization of the facility, a significant number of the users, more than 80%, are parking for durations of 2 hours or longer. And for these longer-term parking options, Metro has a park and ride facility at the Fort Totten Metro Station, which is just the next one to Tacoma. So our recommendation was to direct customers seeking longer-term parking options to use those facilities, to design the kiss and ride at Tacoma as part of this project, to focus on shorter-term pickup and drop-off customers. And so that it led to the recommendation of 16 spaces that would be managed by Metro. And then we also noted that customers riding, or transit customers, could also use the developer's retail public parking, of which they are providing 66 retail spaces, I believe, and including handicap spaces. So that was what was presented to Metro's board and was approved on May 11th, just last month.
Okay, so there are 16 parking spaces that will be for Metro purposes? And is that
correct?
Open to the public, or is that just for, okay. So there will be 16 dedicated Metro spaces. And I assume a certain portion of those will be handicap spaces and such, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so-
those would be future Kids and Ride facility that we retain and manage, and will also include handicap spaces.
Got it. Okay. And so the Fort Totten facility, is that one underutilized? I mean, is there excess capacity that can absorb whatever is here?
That's correct. That facility is 408 parking spaces. And our evaluation of it, both of these evaluations, we're looking at pre-COVID data. Since our ridership has been down, we wanted to look at pre-COVID. We had excess capacity anywhere from 75 to upward of 100 spaces at that facility.
And if someone is going to park here and use some of the retail space parking, would the parking rate be comparable to what they would be paying now at the Metro parking lot?
You said that you're Park Mobile, right?
Yeah, we are on the Park Mobile system right now, and my understanding, the developer, would you also be using Park Mobile?
Yeah, we have not 100% decided, but the thought is we'll either use Park Mobile or a gated system where you get a ticket if you come in the garage and pay on your way out. But the pricing would be similar to Park Mobile pricing for retail-oriented parking, with the one exception being that the grocer might have the ability to validate parkers.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking at.
Right. Yeah. So it's not going to be like downtown parking where the first hour can be, $20 and then 30 for the whole day or something like that. So it would provide similar utility at similar cost for people who want to park in the retail spaces.
That's right.
If with this grocer, are a portion of those spaces, will they have to be reserved for their purposes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a requirement to have a minimum number of spaces and a desire to have those spaces on the same level so people can leave the store and go right to their parking versus having to go down an elevator, given the more suburban orientation.
Okay. So let's talk about the green space. There again, letters of the record indicating that this is a dramatic loss of green space as a result of the project. And I got confused in the acreage counts, and I'm wondering if somebody could illuminate that a little bit, particularly when I think there was something in the Office of Planning report alleging that it actually is an increase of green space. So maybe somebody can talk just the numbers on that.
Yeah, I'll give the broad overview and then hand it over to Gabrielle Keminar from Land Design to give more detail. So the existing open space today, that obviously is not an active park, WMATA maintains it and doesn't allow the community to do events there, is approximately 1.79 acres today. The open space we are proposing, the park we're creating, including the retail plaza as well as the wraparound green space on Eastern Avenue, is roughly 1.71 to 1.75 acres, so very close to the existing open space size, but it will be a park with amenities and open to the public. In addition, we have other green space that wraps around Eastern further to the right, so if you're to include both of those, we're actually bigger than the existing open space that's there today. But I'll hand it over if you have more detailed questions to Gabrielle.
Did I answer the question, or would you like me to go into more detail?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to see if Evan answered the question. I guess the clarity that I would like to offer is that the entirety of the open space, the program open space, includes the mostly green passive space on Eastern Avenue, as well as what we call the retail plaza, which also incorporates the existence of the heritage tree and the special trees in that area to be a part of that. Is by nature of the use and the retail access that needs to be have a proportionality of parkscape area to provide that access to retail, but it's considered as part of the overall open space that is in the park, except that it has a more urban side and then a more passive, more green side, depending on where you're looking at from Carroll all the way to Eastern, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, and so the 1.79 acres that's existing there now, does that include the bits that are sort of around it, the embankment and everything else, or is that above and beyond what you call this 1.79?
It's the current open space that's surrounded by the bus loop, essentially. Everything from the bus loop to Carroll, Eastern, and Cedar is the kind of open space we include in that calculation.
The area where the grass and the trees exist today.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's benefits to parkland as usable land, and then there's benefits to parkland just by being green. And so I think would be helpful is to understand the total acreage of green space on the ground, existing and new. And I mean, you can, if you can include a separate number for the retail plaza, which will be mostly pavement, just so we understand. I'm not have a real concern about it, because I think that, the net benefit of actually having a managed park there is pretty substantial. But understanding the acreage, I think, would be helpful to understand. Okay. Now I appreciate the explanation of the stormwater strategy. Again, there are issues raised in the letters that we received about runoff and how, because this is going to increase the impervious surface, that there's going to be greater runoff. I can understand why that might not be the case, but can you explain like what level of storm are you planning for when we talk about the ability to retain stormwater on the property?
Yeah. So we looked at the 2-year storm, the 15-year storm, and the 100-year storm, and there's actually a reduction in each one of those storm events with the proposed bioretention we're putting on site. Right now, there is, as I stated, there was nothing on site. So if the inlet gets overwhelmed, it just spills out and goes down to Eastern Avenue. So everything is either going to be sheet flow into the bioretention or hard pipe.
Okay. Specific, I don't know what the terminology is for it, but a number of inches in a given storm, 0.6 inches or something like that you plan for in a normal capacity?
Normal capacity we look at to go into the bioretentions is the 15-year storm.
It's the 15-year storm.
Yeah, we also look at the 2 and the 15, but we also, in this case, looked at the 100-year storm, and there's actually a slight reduction in the 100-year storm event with what we're proposing.
Okay.
Based on the nature of how the bioretention works.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, back to parks and trees. There, the OP report refers to the DOE letter, which is pretty critical on the issue of the tree removal and replacement plan. Can you explain what's going on there and why either the numbers are not exactly right, or why removing 120 trees and planting 41 is the right strategy?
Yeah, there was a clarification from the initial submission of the PUD to further study later on. The initial survey that was used as the base for the project had already been outdated by some of the trees have been either removed or dead over a period of time. So over the last few months, our client has retained the services of an arborist to drew up and verify the existing canopy on the site. So the current take-up that summarized, I hope it makes sense of this, there are 123 trees on site, of which 5 are classified as heritage and 62 are classified as special, and 71 are classified as unregulated. off of which the design that is proposed now, currently, of those, I'm sorry, of all of the 138, 65 are in good condition, 61 are in fair condition or in slow decline, and 12 are in either poor or almost dead. The design of the building, as it was displayed before, is trying to find the best location for the grade elevation changes, for the setbacks and the mass of the building, in addition as to where these trees fall. And the only one that's affected is that heritage tree that will be relocated, that currently falls where the future courtyard would be. Due to the massing and the floor plan of the building or where it falls, 122 trees are called for removal. Of the 122, 70 are unregulated, 3 are dead, and 4 are in current condition of fair to poor. With all of that, we are then retaining 45 trees on site, and then 42 will be new that will be planted as a base of this development. I hope all these numbers make sense. I'm reading off a tab that I have right here in front of me.
Repeat the last two numbers.
Yes. The 45 trees that are called for removal offset the 42 new trees that we're proposing as a part of the development. The street trees along Eastern, some of the additional trees on the park side, around the Kiss and Ride, which also have a full sidewalk with VDOT complying with street trees. So those are new 42 new trees that will be part of the proposed design.
Okay. So are you reading from something that I have in the record that I clearly missed?
Yes. I mean, no, it's not on the record. I have a summary of investigative work that we've done with Arbery. So it's a summary of all this. We can clarify, but we can certainly provide. Absolutely.
Yes, please. I think it would be very helpful to have those correct statistics. The last thing I would mention is that there were concerns about pedestrians being put at risk with the design of the Kiss and Ride and the bus facility and the access to the metro. And I'm wondering if someone could talk to how that, in your view, is not a problem.
Yeah, Will Diamond, Crookside again. So we are proposing a traffic signal right in front of the metro entrance at the Carroll Street intersection with the bus loop, which that's going to provide protected phasing for the pedestrian crossings, which today is unsignalized. So today, people just walk across Carroll Street. Carroll Street does not have stop signs even. So they're just at the mercy of people stopping when they're supposed to. The traffic signal will provide guaranteed time for that to occur. We're also adding the missing crosswalk on the eastern side of the intersection. There's only 2 crosswalks out there today. There will be 3 with the development. We're adding curb extensions at that intersection. So we're shortening up even the length of the crossings, increasing the public sidewalk space. In addition to that, I believe we're narrowing the curb cut even on the Eastern Avenue crossing. So that will be a slightly shorter crossing. For the Kiss and Ride portion of the bus loop, we're going to have that be a raised crossing. So Kiss and Ride traffic will have sort of a speed bump, if you will, going over the crossing there. We can't do that. We can't do that for the bus portion due to the bus issue, but they'll still have a straight crossing there, and there will only be buses on that leg, which are a little bit more responsible in that regard. So hopefully that. The median between the Kiss and Ride. Yeah, and there's a median. It hasn't been made clear. The Kiss and Ride sort of diverges from the bus loop. So the Kiss and Ride is parallel to it with a concrete median between the two. So the Kiss and Ride will be completely separated from bus traffic. And Kiss and Ride traffic has to exit to Eastern. So Kiss and Ride traffic cannot use the bus loop to go back to Carroll Street. So it'll only be buses on that left side. I
got that. So that reminds me of another question. Sorry, I thought I was done. The metro, the bus facility itself, particularly right along the tracks, there's a lot of pavement there. I mean, it looks like there are shelters, and there's like, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet in front of the shelter and 10 or 15 feet behind it. and all that is cutting into the berm area. And I'm wondering, is that all truly necessary? Does there have to be that much pavement there, or could some of that berm, which has trees on it now, actually be saved?
Yeah, I can address that one. Stephen Hagman from Metro. The dimensions for the space behind the bus bay shelters based on Metro standards and ADA guidelines. So we have intentionally on the project tried to make sure we keep it as tight to those standards as possible. So I believe we are right on that foot markage, so that we could minimize the impact to the embankment, and because that would also save money. So we are as tight as we can get based on the standards.
So I don't mean to, this is a complete slight against civil engineers, but are civil engineers the ones who came up with that? Because it seems like it's pretty excessive, and they really love their pavement.
Some of the standards are driven by ADA requirements. We're looking at design of transit facilities that have two-way traffic flows, where you may have two real customers that are passing each other, as well as other patrons trying to traverse around those customers. So the standards are largely driven and focused on managing those volumes and different types of users.
Okay. It still does seem excessive to me. I mean, it's when you look at all that sidewalk that's between the curb where the bus is and where the new retaining wall is, it's the length of a bus, right? If you just look at it from the scale on the plan that you got, it's the length of a bus. So what is that, 50 feet? That's, I'm not gonna, obviously we're not gonna redesign Metro standards here, but somebody at Metro ought to be thinking more about creating, I don't know, looking more carefully at those standards and maybe looking at humanizing them some, right? I mean, it's a whole lot of asphalt with a shelter in between. I mean, there isn't even a tree box in there. So
if you highlight the location that you're mentioning 50 feet, because I'm not sure I'm aware.
So I'm looking at, well, it's A201 in the drawings, but it's just any site plan. Maybe we want to bring up a site plan.
Geez, was that slide 7 or?
Yeah, maybe if you could tell Paul what.
Yeah, we're looking at which slide.
I think we need you guys to share those things.
So 14? Yeah, 14.
Slide 14.
Mr. Young, if you pull slide 14, please. Yeah.
Oh, that's the 3D. I think you want the plan, right?
Yeah, you have to go back at least.
I think it's slide 7.
Yeah, I like the plan.
The standards are to have 12-foot distance.
Whoa, back. Hold on.
Yeah, go to slide 9. Sorry,
slide 9. Yeah. All right, so they are at the very top. Let me explain what I'm talking about there, right? You see the buses, right, that are in that bus loop, and they're along the zigzag curve. If you turn one of those 90 degrees, it would fit on that piece of sidewalk.
I don't know if we can zoom in here, but I will try to describe the standards. We can also submit the standards as part of the record. But they're supposed to be 6 feet between the curb line and the bus shelter front. That is to support the ADA movement. The bus shelter itself is 7 foot 4 inches deep, and then behind the bus shelter to the edge of the sidewalk or the knee wall, that has to be a minimum of 12 feet. So you are right, when you add up 12, 7 and some, and 6, you do get up there, but that's what's required to meet the ADA standard, which is a national standard.
I'm familiar with ADA, believe it or not. Well, but so what it looks like though here is it looks a lot more like a lot more than 25 feet. That's all I'm saying. And, you know, if there is room to make it any tighter, that would be great. But if there's not, because it's, you know, it's the standards driven by ADA, then okay, let's accept that. But if it is something that's even just a WMATA standard, I would just encourage WMATA to think more about that, because, you know, it's that's just a lot of pavement, and there isn't a tree anywhere nearby. So, you know, again,
Commissioner May, I'm sorry, in a post-hearing submission, we can address this issue and maybe push, nudge WMATA to the degree we can, but we will address it.
Yeah. No, I understand some of these things are not negotiable, but sometimes these things are just not thought about. And so it would be good if you thought about it. Last thing I'll say is that I would encourage you to look at the DOE comment about integrating green roof and solar panels, which is something that we have seen regularly, and you all should be paying attention to. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just went on and on and on, but I'm done now.
No problem, Commissioner May. You've taken a lot of our questions. We might duplicate them, like I know I'm going to duplicate them, but I'm going to ask them the way that I ask them, but thank you. All right, Commissioner Ema Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner May. I always light up when you talk about green space. And even though you still might joke about civil engineers, Mr. Oliver, I still like your approach to stormwater management and the way you illustrated that. So, and I'll get to that in just a minute. I don't know if I have as many questions as Commissioner May. I have a few comments. I'll try to go through them in an organized way as best I can. First of all, Mr. Tummins, thank you for bringing the collective team here, because I always get excited when we talk about architecture and landscape architecture, and even the civil engineer to talk about stormwater management. I don't want to discount Mr. Zaid and transportation, planning, and engineering. He's heard me say this before, I really try hard to get excited about that, but usually he provides a pretty thorough presentation. So difficult to make comments on that, though. I do appreciate that you said the 2 DDOT conditions that the applicant will or has agreed to meet. Same with Mr. Detman. He is a planning tactician, so not a lot of comments for Mr. Detman. Appreciate, though, the general policy map slide with the overlay. That was very helpful to show the difference between the neighborhood conservation area to the neighborhood enhancement. So I appreciate that as well. My focus is primarily for Mr. Oliveira Sala and Ms. Canamar, and Mr. Oliver, I'll have some for you too. I think in general, in terms of the shape grammar, I think the design overall, the shape grammar, the composition of form, I'm certainly supportive of. And if HPRB has some comments about the composition of materials, I still think overall it's a pretty decent design. So also, I think your explanation of the variety of balconies to Commissioner May's comment, I think is good for the residents or future residents and tenants. I think this building in general, this could be a really neat node for the neighborhood. I also appreciate the way you described the green space buffer. To Commissioner May's point, though, about the acreage and sort of that comparison, I would say I think the issue here is visually the difference between the green space and the hardscape. And so I think that's probably what residents are having a difficult time understanding. So this also ties back to the WMATA comment about no trees between the bus shelters there. People see the master plan, the site plan for this, and they don't see green like they normally would. So it might make sense to, of course, we talked about the trees, right? So they're wanting more green space. I certainly think that the pedestrian promenade and the plaza, I think is fine. There does seem to be just a little bit heavy on the hardscape. But we can come back to that in a minute. I think the first question that I have is based off of, just curious, this is, to satisfy my own curiosity, based off of the comments that you heard from over, I guess, 30 neighborhood meetings. I'm curious, you described a little bit about this, but I'll give you another opportunity to go into more detail, how some of those comments and input from the community, how you received that, how you responded to it, and how did that inform your design strategy and design thinking?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is Evan Goldman. So one of the benefits of working on a project for 25 years is that you get a lot of comments over time. And so, initially, the buildings, we had a lot of tuning outreach about 6 years ago when our design was quite different. And at that moment in time, the goal was, further setbacks from Eastern, concerns about the building's height up against Eastern Avenue, concerns about pedestrian safety and the bus loop remaining as it is, things of that sort. So what this new design did, even just for those comments, was completely turn the design on its head, make a park and open space that really is a buffer now, pull the building substantially back from Eastern Avenue. Another criticism of our design in the past was the lack of retail, which we've now added retail. So just starting out, when we came to the community here, we came to the community with 15% affordable housing without even being asked. From that moment, the changes we've made as a result of input from the ANC and community members, we reduced our parking. We had originally hoped to get 1 space for every, 0.6 spaces for every unit, and we are about half that for the residential parking, which I know, I live in DC and Adams Morgan. I know in many parts of the city that would be very commonplace, but on a suburban edge part of the city, that is pretty low. So we about halved the parking for the residential. The ANC specifically asked us to reduce parking as much as possible, and so you now see that we only have 60 some odd publicly available parking spaces. We had originally assumed we'd replace, closer to 100. Second to that, the affordable housing percentage, we were asked to have a portion of our affordable housing at 30% AMI, and so we agreed to have 5% of our units at 30% AMI. And then we were also asked to have those as family units, so we agreed to make 6 of them 3-bedroom, 30% AMI units, be inclusive of families in the neighborhood. Affordable housing and parking were probably the 2 biggest issues we heard from the DC side of the community. From the Maryland side of the community, in our meeting with the residents there, the 3 major topics I'd say that came up, or I'd say 4. One was, preservation of all the WMATA parking, which we did not go that far. We did keep some parking, although the ANC probably would have liked us to have less. But we didn't keep all of the WMATA parking. So I'd say that was a place where we did not fully compromise. We were asked to articulate the facade of the building along Eastern Avenue, so that then drop down in height, which we did do. I think to some people that satisfied them. For some people, they'd like us to drop it more. And I think, in the name of affordable housing and housing density near transit, we weren't willing to go further. Preservation of trees along Eastern Avenue was another major issue where we made sure not only to preserve, but we actually moved our driveway entrance off Eastern, where it would have originally cut through 2 large but non-champion trees or non-heritage trees. We shifted the driveway back to where it currently sits in order to make sure we preserve those 2 really critical trees. And then lastly was stormwater management, right? In our meetings with the community, we heard a lot about stormwater management and concerns specifically about water running downhill towards Eastern Avenue. And so, VICA can address the ways we've designed the site to be responsive to that. So yeah, on us. And lastly, from the DC side was the request for a market. There's a clear demand for a market within this specific area. It's not easy to get a letter of intent signed years before a building will deliver. And so we focused on that early on and found a great provider. We're hoping we'll have a lease executed in the next 60 days so we can actually announce who the market is, but it'll be really fantastic. So that's just some of the compromises we made.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I appreciate that list. Talking about the stormwater management, as I mentioned before, I certainly appreciate the explanation about the 3 drainage areas, the 4 separate bioretention areas, the color-coded plan, as well as I think the color-coded grading diagram as well. So this is a question for both Mr. Oliver, Mr. Oliver and Ms. Kinnemar. I'm curious how the landscape design strategy sort of integrates with your stormwater management strategy and how you both kind of work together on this. And if you go into a little more detail about those bioretention areas.
I can speak to the character of them. There's 2 or 3 different kinds of bioretention mechanisms that we're describing or that we're using per Kyle's explanation before. If you see the eastern facade of the building, immediately adjacent and abutting the building, there are a series of tiered bioretention boxes. And these are the concrete encased with full growth media per the description of, oh yeah, we could put a plan. What page would that be? Help us out, Paul. Thank you for that. You can refer to a plan rather than me speaking in here.
Start page 38.
Page 38, please.
That's the rendering of the public parking.
That's perfect. Yeah, that will work.
I'm sorry, Chairman Hood, if whoever is speaking is not seen on screen, if they could please give their name. The court reporter is having a very hard time keeping track of who is speaking.
So let me just say, if you're not on screen, if you are on screen, I guess we can see it. But if you're not on screen, please identify yourself first. And if at all possible, please be on screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think she still needs to give her name. If she could still give her name, because it says Kyle Oliver.
I will give my name. My name is Gabriela Panamar Clark, and I am using Kyle's computer because my camera, for some reason, is not turning on.
So Mr. Young, if you could pull up the PowerPoint presentation and go to page 38.
Michelle, let me hold on for a second. Michelle, did we get the name? Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Clark, yes.
Thank you very much, and sorry about that. I appreciate the nod, or the nudge, rather. And this is page of the rendering. We rather look at the plan view, or the
Yeah.
Let's look at the plan view. If you
From Kyle's.
yeah.
So that's from Kyle's stormwater management. It's the next slide.
Can you go back to the next slide, please? One more slide. One more. Thank you. So the bioretention areas in the boxes facing the eastern facade of the building along Eastern Avenue, you see the rectangular, more octagonal shape. Those are bioretention facilities, and they are fully concrete encased with the cross-section that Kyle Oliver described before with the growing media and the ponding capacity for filtration, for water filtration. So those are adjacent to the building and receive downspout. So it's water that comes through the roof and via downspouts to these facilities. The area in pink is more of a natural rain garden that has a bottom cross section that is variable, that is not concrete encased, so it is more natural and is much more akin to that natural environment that we're trying to create in the park, and create a amenity that raises awareness for the public to use this area, so it raises awareness to children of all ages to learn about what rain gardens do to park spaces and communities and habitat and all of those great things. And we intend to make a full intent of creating that amenity that also, teaches the public how this space is designed. So from the design standpoint, that's how we create bioretention or the stormwater management. The facilities you see on the yellow area to page right, which is to the north, as the property abuts the neighbors to the north along Eastern. Right now it's shown as a tiered approach to bioretention because we're still studying the way that the grading works in that space and trying to save and protect a heritage tree along Eastern Avenue. Those are also going to be those facilities where we have some kind of a level of concrete encased facility that is tiered, and it's really then with a plant palette that supports the absorption of the water over a period of time. Now I'll pass it on to Kyle Oliver so he can then talk about the capacity of these facilities.
Yeah, so, again, this is Kyle Oliver with Viking Capital. So as I mentioned earlier, we have these various, fire retention facilities. Gabriella was talking about the ones more at grade. There's also some on the structure itself. And those are in blue around the, multi-use courtyard, as well as in the residential courtyard. And those will be structural fire retention facilities as well, which we've designed on many buildings throughout the district.
Sure. And Miss, thank you both. Ms. Kennemar, Clark, you had also mentioned sort of the education component, so I assume that there's going to be some interpretive signage.
We work with our client in a number of projects where this becomes part of the offering for the community. It is a terrific opportunity to offer some direction, some guidance, and some data that helps the public understand how rainfall affects and enhances our public spaces. So we will take full advantage of that.
All right, I think I only have two more questions, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kennemar, Clark, we talked about the relocation of one of the heritage trees, I think, from the multi-use courtyard into the community park. I'm just curious, what are the species that are existing there, and what is the species that we're relocating?
If we go to page, the first one on my slide is page, I don't have the page in front of me, Paul. The very first one on my presentation. 25. Page 25, please. Try to summarize these, and perhaps I spoke too quickly. So to review, the yellow dots here are the tree trunk, basically the center of the tree. And the yellow trees, you'll see two on the north side along Eastern. Those are two heritage trees, right, flanking the drive, the curb cut to access the property. The one to the north is a white oak. The one to the south of the curb cut is a Japanese Velcova. And then as you continue south on Eastern, you see the next yellow dot, and it's in conjunction with the other one in the courtyard. That is the same tree, which is showing the current location where the interior courtyard of the building is. And we're proposing it to be somewhere in the vicinity of the special trees towards the corner of Cedar and Eastern Avenue.
Right.
And
what are those species there?
That one is a willow oak.
Okay. Amongst
and then
other...
the last one that is staying on site, which is along Carroll, is the last yellow dot. It is staying in location and will be protected and enhanced. That is also a willow oak.
Okay. I was kind of interested in where you were relocating this willow oak amongst other, what other species. So,
the other species are varied. I think the majority are willow oaks. There are some other Velcovas on the side, and there's a quite variety of trees. We're happy to provide more detail on that. I just want to use this opportunity to ask the location of that, and it's kind of at the bottom of this exhibit, right towards the bottom of the page. We're trying to find the best suitable space within the existing framework of trees that would allow the tree to live within its full canopy. It's the largest of the heritage trees. It's a 37-inch willow oak, and at the same time allowing for the other trees to have the room to grow. So we don't want those canopies to have conflict, and find the best spot, and then still make the most of the rest of the space, have space for kids to run, which is that long space at the bottom of the hill or the bottom of the slope, etc.
It is just relocating one tree is a little bit complicated, more than what most people think about tree canopy, as well as biodiversity. And so that's really what I was trying to get at. So, thank you. While we have the plans up, is there a way we can take a look at one of the floor plans? And I'll shift my question to Mr. Oliveira Sala.
I think.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
We didn't have the floor plans in the PowerPoint presentation, but there are floor plans obviously in the PUD materials. Right. So maybe it's
okay.
Or maybe we can, if you pose a question, we can figure out the best way to answer it with the presentation up there.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I thought I didn't see a floor plan in this. and was a little confused by that. But essentially, I think this is a laudable project. There's over almost 440 some units. So certainly a very complex project. I figured there's about 60 units per floor. Is that right, Mr. Oliver Sala? Somewhere around there on average, about 60 units per floor.
That's about right. Yeah.
Okay. In the set of floor plans, and I really hate asking these questions because it makes me the trash guy, but I do have experience living in one of these units, and I do have concern for future residents. And so I have a question about the trash and waste management, in that I only saw in the record a room that appeared to be about 8 by 8, maybe, and that's it for an entire floor with 60 units. And so I don't know whether you can comment on that, Mr. Oliver Sala, or maybe the floor plans have been updated to include a few more trash rooms for the separate wings, but if not, certainly something that probably ought to be thought about.
Yes, well, we're providing one trash room per floor with 2 chutes. One is dedicated to trash, the other one is to recyclables. So that obviously helps alleviate the stress on the chutes, and they are diverted at the trash room on the lowest level. The reason that we don't provide it 2 different locations is because of the uses on the ground floor. So we wanted to find a centralized location. If we added a second one, let's say above the retail, it will have conflicts with the retail operation and loading, and it will be cross circulation as well. And with that, it also gives us the opportunity to create dedicated trash for the retail and storage separated. In the event that we have restrooms and we may require to have refrigerated trash to deal with odors, it will be separated facility within the retail space.
So thank you for that. I figured as much, taking a look at the plans. I just thought for the residents that are living above the retail space, that's an awful long hallway for to carry trash. I'm glad that you have 2 chutes. One will inevitably be blocked by somebody, putting a printer down or something. So I have personal experience with that, and I've seen that. So that does bring up a question real quick, Mr. Oliver Sala, about the trash collection there in the parking garage. It didn't appear to be sort of contained. So it just appeared to be several, at least the way the diagram was laid out, it appeared to be sort of several trash bins down there. Is there a way to control the odors, or what is the plan for that? I think it was near delivery and service in your sort of service zone.
Majority of the buildings obviously have a trash management plan, but the way we think it's going to work is the trash will be contained in the trash room at the lowest level where it's compacted and reserved there. And on the pickup days, the carts will be rolled right next to the loading dock, where they will be pulled out from the loading dock with whichever system we decide to use, whether it's a roll up or a flip type of trash truck. Because we have an open air courtyard, we don't have issues with clearance. So if the waste management company use those type of flip over type of trash trucks, they will have no issues because we don't have the clearance issue. If it is the side approach, our courtyard allows for that movement as well, so it can roll to the side and flip to the side as well. Same as at the back.
I'll add too, this is Evan Goldman, for the record. We have not selected a trash management company yet. So once we get a little bit further along in the process and have our management company determined, we'll bring on board the trash management company as well. But one nice thing about this building, because of the retail and because of the fact that we'll have a market, we will have a regular trash pickup that's more aggressive than a typical only residential building. And so when you're having the trash there more often throughout the week, it helps with some of your concerns about smells and odors and trash sitting in the trash room for So.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I certainly, I'm sure that future residents will be glad to hear that, knowing that there's over 440 units and a person generates about 4.5 pounds of trash per day. That's a lot. And so I'm glad that it'll be aggressive. And I do think that there may be some odor issues there in the garage. It didn't appear to be contained. But glad to hear that. So, again, I hope that doesn't mark me as the trash guy, but certainly something to think about.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and the room where the trash is dumping into is an enclosed room. It's not open air in any way to the garage. So from an odor perspective, there's no connectivity between the two, if that's helpful.
But it is connected to the loading
It's
dock.
connected to the loading dock, but the loading dock is connected to the outdoor air. Right.
So, all right, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your indulgence and allowing me to make the comments and questions that I had. And thank you to the applicant. This is a very complex, complicated project. Again, Mr. Tummins, thank you for bringing the entire team here so that I could ask my questions to all the various subject matter experts. And again, thank you, Commissioner May, for asking those other questions that allowed me to ask. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before I go any further, if anybody needs a break, just let us know. We're gonna keep pushing as much as we can. Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for covering a lot of territory that I don't have to cover. And thank you to the applicants team, Mr. Tummins, Mr. Goldman, Mr. Oliveira Sala, Ms. Clark, the others, Mr. Detman, everybody, the whole EYA team. I guess thank you for, first of all, sticking it out all these decades. I remember sitting in the council chairman's office, I think it was 21 years ago or 20 years ago, when the small area plan, the Tacoma small area plan was submitted by Mayor Williams to the council. I was working for Chairman Kropp, I think, at the time. And I remember meeting with various stakeholders at that time, including, I remember Faith Wheeler and Sarah Green sitting in my office, being very passionate about the type of development that they wanted to see in their neighborhood. So that was the first, I think that was the first small area plan submitted under the comprehensive plan umbrella to the council back in 2002 when it was approved. But an EYA was already, I think, named as the developer by WMATA at that point. And the plan has obviously evolved over the years. The plan for the development plan has evolved over the years, and the comprehensive plan has evolved over the years. At least that I'm aware of. I know there've been at least two density increases for the Tacoma, this site, in the land use map, I think back in 2010 and 11 and 2021, to try to facilitate and get this development going next to a metro station. So I'm pleased that I think this is the first time that you're before the zoning commission in all these 20 some odd years with a proposal. Appreciate that we've gotten to this point after all that time. And the housing, the affordable housing aspect of this project is just very commendable. The 15% set aside for affordable housing, including 70 units at the 60% and MFI level and below, and is it 10 units, I think, at the 30% MFI level and below? Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Tummins or Mr. Detman and Mr. Goldman, after I end my comment part of this question. And 6 of the 3 bedrooms units are at the 30% MFI level and below. Just the fact that you have family-sized units in this large development, 430. Well, what is the size? How many units are we talking about? Is it 435?
I'll let Ms. Garfield address all those questions.
Sure, there are 434 total units, and then there are 10 3-bedroom units and 6 of,
10, 30%.
30% AMI units, sorry. And that includes 6 3-bedroom, 30% MFI units.
I think he's muted. Are you?
We lost count.
Oh, sorry. You're going for this financing in under the HANTA financing. I don't know if that's the right term, which you will, if you're, where are you with DHCD, and what is the requirement under that if you get that financing, or what is your commitment? You're going to increase the amount of affordable housing to 33% of the total?
That's correct. So the HANTA program, we have applied, we have submitted our application. We've been working closely with DHCD on that application, and we are optimistic that we will get it because our project does meet all of the requirements, which is 33%, which would be providing 33% of our units, or in this case, 144 units at below 80% MFI, and that is what we propose to DHCD.
And maybe, Ms. Miller, there's 2 buckets, if you will, of affordable units. We'll have our 15% IZ units, as we talked about. That's 70 units in the at the MFI levels of the sizes that you mentioned. And then above and beyond that, if we get the HANTA, there will be 74 additional affordable units. And that's how we get to the 33%. So that if the HANTA comes through, which we are hopeful, confident, somewhere along those lines, that's how it will go from 70 units of affordable housing to 144 units of affordable housing.
And as you said, you're going to maintain the minimum level that you're committing to of the 30% MFI units and the 60% MFI units that are part of the 15% set aside.
That's correct.
And what is the status of the HANTA funding? Is there a date that you will know when you have that, or it's just in Never Never Land?
It's not in Never Never Land. I think we'll know soon, but I don't have an exact date.
Yeah.
Needless to say, we were pushing DHCD very hard to give us an answer by June 15th. We continue to remain confident that it will be soon, but we can't say much more at this point.
Okay. And there, beyond the housing proffer, which is commendable, I appreciate all of the environmental sustainable features of the project, the LEED Gold commitment. You are, just to clarify, you are agreeing to the conditions of the Office of Planning in their report, that the flexibility you're seeking on on parking wouldn't reduce, would not increase the parking any further, might reduce it. And the flexibility you're seeking on the environmental would not reduce it below the LEED Gold certification level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're agreeing to all of the DDOT conditions laid out in their report as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it looks to me like we have two A and C 4B reports, one from December of 22, and then I guess a more recent one, the one in December, which I guess might have been a different composition of the A and C slightly, outlined a series of issues which they wanted you to address, which you appear to be addressing, but if you could just speak to that. In their more recent A and C letter, they just stated outright support without restating all the previously articulated concerns. But are you seem to be addressing the A and C concerns, but can you, I don't know if we need to go through them one by one, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, what I would say is this: we, UIA does a lot of community outreach, and we tend to go early on. So we went to the ANC very early on this project when it was really just a sketch and a concept, and had a whole series of meetings throughout the spring with them of last year. So they were willing to support the project in concept, knowing that we still had a lot of work to do to get the project to a place where it was ready to submit to the zoning commission to review, and then we'd come back to the ANC later. So I think what you're seeing is exactly that. They had given us comments initially around parking, around affordable housing, around lower AMIs, working with their housing justice committee, preservation of trees, open space, desire for retail, quite frankly, to have this, they wanted more housing, they wanted as much affordable housing. So all of those things were things that we had heard from them initially, and they gave us qualified support. Now that we've submitted to you a plan that really does check every box that they asked us to check, with the exception of, really, I don't think there's anything, I don't have that letter right in front of me, but I don't believe there was anything outstanding still. They were willing to, we went back to ANC, they were willing to write a final letter, which was great.
Great. Yes, and so just to summarize, Commissioner Miller, Exhibit I to our November 28th initial submission had our response to all of the ANC 4B conditions and support, and we did address all of those. I think then the subsequent ANC 4B letter acknowledged that we had addressed all of their concerns and they were fully supportive of this application.
Right. I don't have that right in front of me right at the moment. How did you, I did read it, but I don't just have it in front of me. How did you respond to the issue of keeping the community park, the open space, the public park, open space, open to the public? How did you respond to that issue?
Yeah, so, sorry, I'm going to hand it over to Karen Garfield to answer that question.
Yeah, so we proffered having a public space easement on our community park space.
So it will be open to the, fully open to the public. And I think they mentioned an easement in their original ANC resolution. I'm not sure if that's necessary, if it's a condition of the order. Did you have an opinion on that, Mr. Tummins?
We're fine with recording an easement, I think. And then, so the ANC resolution includes a condition that the applicant enter into an easement that permanently ensures the park space will be open and available to the public open to the public from at least dawn until dusk, and limits the potential closures of the park space for private or restricted events. And we responded that the applicant agrees to record such an easement in the land records of the District of Columbia. And we think it makes perfect sense to include that as a condition of the zoning commission's approval.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate all the balconies that are being provided on this residential building. And I appreciate the attractiveness of the design for such a large building. the ins and outs and the setbacks and the step downs, I happen to like the colors of the materials, although I understand they might change. I don't know if they'll change it in the next HPRB iteration or not, but I happen to like them. How many of the 434 units have balconies? Is it about half, or is it less?
I think we'll probably have to
do the math.
But typically we try to provide about 30%, which is a standard number. But I think we are a little bit more than 30% in this case. Obviously, because we have such a great amenity to look to from our units, so we are trying to promote that connection from the residents to the park and the overall surrounding. But we'll check the number and provide you that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all those balconies. The trees, there are 120 trees being removed. I understand there's one heritage tree that's being relocated. 15 are being retained, and 41 new trees will be planted. You did give this answer before, but maybe you can just again repeat what you said. Of the 120 trees being removed, how many are heritage trees?
None.
So you're not removing the one heritage tree that you're relocating on site.
I'm still using Kyle's laptop with my camera and just decided not to turn on. To answer your question, none of the heritage trees that are existing on the park side there's one being relocated from the location of the future courtyard to closer to Eastern Avenue. There's another heritage tree on the other side of the property, correct? Can you elaborate on that, on the legal status of that one?
Sure. So I think there was a special tree removal permit was filed for right when the heritage tree special tree law came into effect. There was a special tree removal permit that was filed and approved adjacent to, I think, that's adjacent to the train tracks, and so that will be removed.
Did this happen when?
2017?
Yeah, about 6 years ago, right?
2016, 2017.
Of the current trees, the 4 heritage trees, none of them will be removed permanently. Just 3 will stay in their current location. 1 will be located or relocated towards the green area of the park.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm not sure I have any other questions. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public and the ANC on this. I think after we hear the opposition testimony, I think it's in the record that you've spoken to each of the opposition points in your own submissions in terms of comprehensive plan, consistency, both the future, all the elements, but I think they go through each of the elements as to how they are, how they, in their view, they're not consistent, but I think you've outlined in your comprehensive plan analysis how it does meet how it is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, or how other policies outweigh any particular policy that may appear to be inconsistent. But we may need we'll see when we get to the end of the hearing, but we may need a shorter statement from you, just rebutting each of the comprehensive plan consistency arguments and the other arguments that are being made by the party in opposition here today. We just might need a more succinct rebuttal, but maybe I think we'll get that in your rebuttal. But and I know that it's in the record because I've read this very deep record thus far. So anyway, I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman, at this time. I thank the applicant for their persistence in sticking with the project, bringing it forward in a way that tries to meet the goals of the city and the neighborhood. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. It's been an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes since we started. So my questions, I may have them when I wrote them down, and when I looked at the record previously, I wrote a few questions down, and some of this may have been answered, but I'm going to ask it again so I can get a full understanding. One of the things, and before Mr. Zaid, is it, how you pronounce your name again? I ask you this all the time. Is it Zaid?
It's Zaid.
Zaid, Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid, about 4 o'clock, I heard a lot of noise. I guess it was behind you. Since you're the traffic consultant, what level of service was that behind you? Because it was a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of traffic going on right behind you. Anyway, think about that and you can tell me later. All right.
Maybe we're just happy to see traffic at 20th and K at 4 o'clock on a Thursday.
All right. So yeah, well, that is true nowadays with COVID. Which leads me to my first question. We had another development the commission did some years back, and I was very critical about WMATA giving up parking spaces. I will tell you, since COVID, I have lightened and lessened my concern on that. But I'm concerned when I see letters from like Exhibit 162, and I'm going to read this because this bothers me. A very well-known person in this city wrote this letter, and I mean, all of it concerns me, whoever it was. But I'll tell you, Ms. Loretta Newman, and she says this, and I want somebody from WMATA or someone to ask her. She says, lastly, having recently lost my late husband, I'm very concerned about the loss of WMATA's public handicap parking spaces. It was extremely helpful to him and to others with disabilities whom I saw parking there too. At a minimum, the PUD should require a reasonable number of handicap parking spaces close to Metro side entrance with its elevator. Can you tell me how did you all address a situation like that, or have you?
Well, first I'll start with Mr. Sengerlein from WMATA. We'll start answering that question and then we'll go to this side. Stephen?
Excellent. This is Stephen Sengerlein again for the record at WMATA. And the planning of the new facility, we're going to have 3 accessible parking spaces that are going to be within the Kiss and Ride facility. And then the development, retail public parking also has accessible parking spaces. If you can remind me how many it is.
Sorry, we're counting. How many?
13.
13 inside the garage on that main level, or is that including the rest?
Within the 2.
So half of that probably stays with the retail parking. So there's, so on top of the WMATA specific handicap accessible parking spaces that are outdoors and right across the street from the elevator, there's another 4 accessible spaces that are indoors in the retail garage that people can park and access retail or the Metro from there as well. So that's a total of 7 spaces that will be available for people with disabilities.
And there are 6 ADA spaces that are on site today. So there's a little bit more, obviously some other types of uses with that, but we think that's a significant amount of parking.
Okay, and what my experience in another project has been, the people who get those parking spaces, and I know we can't discriminate, but the people who get those parking spaces are not our seniors in the District of Columbia. They're residents who come from other areas. And then our residents can't get downtown, like in her case. She's a senior, older, and she probably not going to ride down in that traffic that you all had down there where you are now at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm hoping that you all have really thought that through. And again, that's Exhibit 162. Now let me ask this question. I was thinking about this as I was reading this over actually yesterday. EYA, you all always start off big, and you all, I mean, I don't know if I can't think of his name, Asha. Some of those I've been around a while. So What was his name?
Akash.
Is he still with you?
Yeah, he's my partner. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna say nothing bad about him. I think he's a great guy. But let me just say that
You're welcome to say whatever you want.
I'm pretty sure, but I don't do that. And I actually think that you all have I know working with him over the years in the city, working with him, they have been very accommodating to communities and neighborhoods. So I'll just say that. And I expect to see the same thing. I know you all are working with another neighborhood on a playground. So which brings me to my point. When I look at this playground, which I think in the record, they're asking, I wrote it exactly how they worded it. The public park, I guess DPR or somebody wanted it to be more of an upgrade of a playground. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, there was a request from Parks to have the park or play equipment, because we admittedly had not really detailed what we were planning to do. We just had an area for playable art, playable space for kids. They asked us to make that a little bit more formal, so that it would be a place that actually encourages kids to come gather and use it safely and play. So that's something we're agreeing to do and work on. We have not formally designed that yet, but yes, we will do that.
And we'll work with them.
And we'll work with Land Designs, our landscape architect, they'll work with us on that as well. But yeah, it won't end up, the play space I think you're probably referring to is at our Towns of Michigan Park, which is a formal playground with, gated all the way around it. That really is only a play space. Given the location of this space, it will probably be a play space that is great for kids, but also can be used for adults enjoying a park versus taking a very large portion of the park away just for kids. But that's something we're working on.
If I may add to that, this is Gabriela Canemar again. In the call we actually had with a staff member of the Parks and Recreation Department, they were very forthcoming in suggesting elements that were more nature or nature driven or nature inspired to become playful and additional to the rain garden to kind of be fitting of the character of the open space. And so we had some direction and some kind of not quite a wish list, but some of the best practices for how to incorporate playful elements in the park. And if that conversation started, we left the door open for, to continue the dialogue with them and design features that will serve the community. So that was more, I'm just trying to answer from the design standpoint, but it's going to be more, there will be more details to the image that you see on the record today.
Okay, thank you. And one of the concerns I had about your other project, which was in front of the commission, which actually worked out, and I think, Mr. Goldman, you mentioned Michigan Park, and that was one of the ones, because I thought being right off 12th Street and right there was an issue for the kids, and that seems to be working well. I had the same issue here. I'm not going to expound upon it because I know you have a proven track record over there, but I always wondered about the placement, and I know it's not necessarily topography up there is not the easiest or where you're working with, but where the playground is now, let me ask it this way to help my concern. Would it's going to eventually pan out to be similar to the one at Michigan Park? Would you say, I'm not saying about equipment, but I mean as far as position and safety of the kids. That's my concern.
It will be, yeah, it will be safe. This was the further step back from the road than the one is at Michigan Park. And actually, Mike is the same civil engineer for both projects. The one in Michigan Park is quite close to 12th Street, and 12th Street is obviously a much busier street than Eastern because it's almost 2 lanes, it feels like, in the northbound direction right up against our site, whereas Eastern is a little bit more narrow. Yeah, so this playground space will be set further back from the curb than that one is, and nestled into the grade of the park. And then we can, if the desire, we can focus very, very heavily on how to make sure there is clear safety for children who might run towards Eastern Avenue as part of the design of the park space.
Correct.
And if that's not noted in this record, could you have a statement like that, Mr. Tummons, for the future? I had a question about the FAR, but I think that's been answered a while back. Now, the 25 years, here's my issue. So you all have been working with Vice Chair Miller in another capacity, and it looks like you all have been working on this project for over 25 years. So after 25 years, what I've learned, I've been here 25 years, people change. As in this case, projects has changed, positioning has changed. Now, the people who may have supported this project wholeheartedly and thought that this was the way to do it has changed, but also time has changed from a smaller scale project, which you all probably did 25 years ago in 2002. So is that a fair assessment to say? But let me ask this. If you worked on it 25 years, what is your impression of why we have so much opposition? Because when I looked at this record the other day, I saw 1 or 2. I said, okay, well, Coma got it together. But then when I looked at it again, it was like it was flooded. It was like a call for letters of opposition. Can you help me understand how we got to that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And I mean, 25 years ago, I was 25 years old. I was an architect working in New York. It's pretty amazing how long this has been a battle. So when we initially tied this property up with WMATA, our intent was to actually build townhomes there. Because 25 years ago, that's really primarily what EYA did. At the time, there was concern from the community, from housing advocates, that we weren't delivering enough housing at the metro, that, you know, townhomes weren't appropriate because it would only be about, I think it was about 80 townhomes. And so there was a push from the community for it to be a rental building and to have more units, not the townhomes. There was also concern about 2 parking spaces per unit right at the transit facility at the time. And so we then went through the process of designing a multifamily building. Obviously, as you know, the economy crashed in 2005, 6. Well, yeah, the condo market crashed in 05, 06, and then again in 08. So there was a little bit of a break where we worked with WMATA just to extend our contract and didn't do quite much. We came back out with a rental building that was about 200 units, but didn't really change the site at all and wouldn't have created any of the amenities you're seeing from a retail and parks perspective. And that was, I'll admit, some of those folks who had encouraged us to change it from townhomes to apartments were then not supportive of that apartment change at that density. And so that was a battle. But we did ultimately have support for that concept. People were interested in it. And then, quite frankly, what changed it again for us was the comprehensive plan process started. As you may recall, that took about 5 years. And so we talked to WMATA and decided it might make sense to wait for that process to go through, because there was a much bigger focus from the city on equity, on affordable housing, and the need for transit-oriented development and density at transit. And we had a sense that that might lead us to a building that was a better building, which it ultimately really did. Once the comp plan got approved, we immediately were out working with the neighborhood again. From an opposition perspective, and what I'd say is this, you know, the AEC, which is a broad organization and clearly represents, you know, he wouldn't have just gotten reelected if he was supporting something that the people in his community weren't excited about. And he did get reelected. You know, they've been very supportive, and we've agreed to the things that they've asked for over time. There are many opponents in the community too, and we get that, and we try to compromise where we can. But I think part of it is just a different view of what should happen. Some folks, I think many of our opponents view this building as too big in scale, too many units, it's going to dramatically change the neighborhood. And I think our view of that is that those types of comments have been used for a long, long time to restrict housing where it's needed most. And that if we had been building affordable housing appropriately while we were building wealthy single-family houses near transit, other people in the population would have had a piece of the pie too, and we weren't doing that. And now we need to make up time. We need to build housing where it's appropriate and be impactful at transit. And if that means the building is 10 feet taller, you know, 7 stories versus 6 or something of that sort, I understand that some people will object to that, and I'm okay with that because the need for the housing and the affordable housing is so great. And I've been very honest in our conversations with people who, quite frankly, have reached out to us to try to get us to compromise on height, and to say on projects of ours in the past, we have compromised on height where it was appropriate. In this case, we set the building really far back from the right-of-way, really far back from the houses across the street, created a big, beautiful buffer, preserved the trees. This is the place where we can't compromise on height because as a city, we're in a crisis.
I appreciate that. So in other words, and that actually alludes to one of my other questions. If this commission was to ask you to take a floor or 2 off, to reduce, have more of a setback, will that affect any of your programmatic stuff that you're trying to get out on? I already know the answer, but I'm just asking, will that affect any of your programmatic stuff?
100%. Yeah, the economies of scale of the building work very well the size it is. If we have to make the building smaller, we have to dramatically reduce public benefits. We certainly have to reduce the affordable housing dramatically. So yeah, it's a major impact.
So we wouldn't get that.
And on Metro's ridership as well. Metro is looking for the fact that we're building a building with limited parking and a lot of units as one of the major factors why they're excited about the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Mr. Thomas may be able to, I read the other day, and I have a note, I just didn't write it all the way out. DOEE, what did DOEE, there was something they wanted you all to continue to do, or do you recall? If not, I can find it while somebody else is talking. Do you remember what DOEE asked you all to do?
There were a couple things. One, provide more clarity on the tree removal, which we've agreed to do. And I think it was also something that Commissioner May said at the end, look at the ability to put green roof under the solar.
Right.
And I think that they were happy that we had agreed to utilize the multifamily mid-rise version 4 as the lead standard that we were approaching.
Okay, it was something else they did ask you to do, and I should have wrote it down in depth. Maybe I had to find it. I will find it in a moment. I don't want to, because I do want to get to the public. And let me ask this question, because I found this very unique when I looked through the record. I looked at the letters of support. Yeah.
It also, they encourage the applicant to exceed the minimum GAR and stormwater requirements to pursue a GAR of 0.4.
Wasn't GAR.
Maybe?
No, it wasn't GAR. It was something else. I'll go back and find it.
Okay.
So let me ask the question of when I look at the record and I see the letter, those in support and those in opposition. This is something I've grappled with over the years, and actually we've been called out on it. And I just mentioned this recently. The people, a lot of the people, I'm not saying all, so I want to make it clear. I'm not saying all. A lot of the people who are in support of this project live on Connecticut. Is Connecticut Avenue near this project? Is Southwest near this project? So I'm just concerned. I'm curious why a lot of people weighed in, and they have the right to. But the people who are a lot, I see, it's not a popularity contest. But I noticed people from Connecticut Avenue, and I was trying to get the rationale of why people from Connecticut Avenue was weighing in, why people from C Street Southwest, and why they were weighing in. And then I came to the conclusion maybe they work there or they work in the area. But I noticed that there was a luminous record of people who don't live in the area who supported this. But then I noticed, let me just back up. I'm making my own explanation. Maybe it's because they were supporting bigger density around Metro. So I wanted to put that out there. But then a lot of the opposition, they were consistent. They live right in the neighborhood. Is there a rationale that somebody can explain to me how did we get there? Because in other cases we don't see that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So a few things. First of all, in the real estate world, I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. It is often real estate runs into the crisis of the kind of micro concern, the very hyper-local concern over the greater good, right? So we're trying to provide density near transit, retail that will impact a larger, broader area, make many people happy, and affordable housing, which is a crisis in the city that many advocates really care deeply about, as well as environmental advocates as well. So it is natural for those who live closest to the project to be most concerned because of the impact that it might have on them personally. And for those who might be, although in this case I will state, our AMC, who lives right at the project and was reelected last fall in full support of the project, is fully supportive. So I'll just put that out there. So I don't think that it's the case that the local residents don't support. But that's why you're seeing a broader spectrum of letters. Obviously, there were more letters in support than opposed, and there was one letter in support that had 50 people signed on to it, and that counted as one letter. So in reality, it's even more. What I also would look at the opponents, where they're from. Many of the opponents are from Maryland, living in single-family neighborhoods outside of the District of Columbia. And so they do have a different community. If you live in Tacoma Park, Maryland, it is a more suburban community. It is largely single-family homes adjacent to us. Quite frankly, people who benefited financially dramatically from Metro being added to that location. House prices well over $1 million or $1.5 million. And so most of our opponents we've spoken to are from the Maryland side, not from DC. And from DC, Tacoma, which tends to be in this location, more apartment buildings, renters, people are excited about the retail. Our ANC is fully supportive and excited. They may not be people that are as engaged in this type of process because they might be younger, they might be less wealthy and might have multiple jobs. We had a great meeting with one of the co-op buildings, that's an affordable building right up the street last week. That was fantastic. Some people don't have as much time or money to be as engaged, and so you might not see as many letters from those folks who live closest to the site on the DC side of the line. But it would be interesting though. I mean, I imagine the vast majority of the opposition letters were from the Maryland side, and I appreciate that. But you know, this is Washington, and DC's comp plan is based on DC and what DC needs.
Okay, but actually, and I appreciate your response, but I did see kind of, at least from my independent evaluation, they were from both sides. There were some from Maryland, and I figured that they could weigh in because they're right there. But so I don't want to discount, especially those who are on the border. So, all right, but I do appreciate the responses from EY and WMATA. It shows, as Vice Chair mentioned, how you all have worked. I know how you all have been successful in other projects, and we'll hear from the community, which I'd rather get it straight from them as opposed to me trying to figure some of these things out. I don't have any other questions at this time. We may have some later, but I appreciate all your responses. And unless I hear from my colleagues something else, I would really like to move on and go to the start getting to the public. All right. Anybody, my colleagues have any other follow-ups? If not, we can do that later. Let's get to the public. Okay, great. Thank you all. Before you all go, because it's cross-examination, Ms. Shelton, do we have the commissioner from ANC 4B?
Yes, we do. Evan Yates.
Does Commissioner Yates, congratulations on being reelected, because I've heard that 3 times through this testimony. So does Commissioner Yates, do you have any cross-examination of this applicant?
Not at this time, Chair Hood.
Okay, well, we'll see you shortly. Hello, how are you? All right, so
you want to say hi?
You want to say hi?
Oh, she says no. Sorry.
Well, is this the second time? I think I've seen you before.
This is the second time you've met my daughter.
Okay.
Such as it is.
Yeah, good to see you again. All right, let's go. Let's go. Do we have a party, Michelle, in Tacoma Historic? Or did I get that wrong?
Mr. Brown is already ready.
I know you are, Mr. Brown. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. They are directed at specific slides on the PowerPoint presentation. And I'll just go through them in numerical order quickly as I can. I would like to start with slide 13. If you could bring that up, please. Yes, my question here is the lowered roof area, which is in green. Can someone tell me approximately what percentage of the roof area is lowered in this fashion?
Percentage of the total roof? Percentage of the total roof of the entire building, or just the percentage of that wing of the building?
The percentage of the entire flat roof.
We can get to that answer. We don't have it on us. But we can get to that answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, you hear that? We don't know what that answer is. If you'd like us to provide that, we can provide that in a post-hearing submission.
Okay. My next question is on slide 20. You're showing the cross-section across Carroll. Can you tell me what the right-of-way width is of Carroll at that location?
Right-of-way width varies. So I'd have to.
So you can, Mr. Oliver?
Yeah. Yeah, this is Kyle Oliver. The actual right-of-way along Carroll varies, so we would have to get you the width of it, exactly where that cross-section is, and we'll get you post.
But Mr. Oliver, it's 60 feet at its minimum, approximately?
Approximately, yes. But not, I don't know the exact right-of-way width at that exact cross-section.
I'm actually more interested in the right-of-way width at the curb point where the building height measuring point was measured. And this looked like it was probably pretty close to it.
We will provide that information to you.
Thank you. Next, slide 24. A quick look at this suggests that all of these buildings are at the same height, but that's not your intention to suggest that, is it?
No, as you can see, the images are cut. There's a architectural cut line on the top of each image with a little squiggly. So we're just really focusing here on the retail storefronts of the neighborhood and how those retail storefronts and heights and design and style might relate to what we're proposing on the left.
So it's the area within the red dotted lines that is worth examining in this exhibit, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Let's go on to slides 29 and 30. Looking at slide 29, and by virtue of the fact that the building height measuring point is 275.63 feet, am I correct in thinking that that point is going to be located somewhere between the contour line at 274 and 276 and perhaps closer to 276?
Are you asking about the building location as far as the elevation of the building?
The building height, he's asking about the building height, where, I don't think we know that answer specifically, Mr. Brown, but you're asking for where on this slide where we cut through is the building height measuring point?
It should be in the record for the PD. Okay, we need to add that in this.
So it's on the record in the PUD?
No, it's two different, he's asking two different questions. We can provide that information to you.
Okay, but it's going to be at the curb on Carroll Street, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, now one other question about this slide. This flat area, the white area, has an elevation of 273. And if you'll move over to slide 30, you see that white area butts right up against the building. So am I correct in concluding that at the point where this flat area intersects with the building, the elevation is 273 feet?
It is correct.
So that means that when one looks at the height of the building from this particular plaza, it actually looks like it's more than 76 feet. It's 2 to 3 feet more than that because of the depression, right?
Again, the building height measuring point is taken from the curb, not from the base of the building.
I understand that, but that means that this building actually has more exposure from the plaza to the top of the building than 76 feet. It's closer to 79 feet, right?
Yeah, probably.
I think
All right, my next question has to do with slides 36, 37, and 38. At the top of 36, you have a label, zone diagram public park. This is not going to be a public park, is it?
It will not be a DC controlled public park. We will maintain ownership of the land and maintenance of the land, but it will have a public access easement on it, so that's a good point. And that's something we can modify.
Yeah, what we meant to differentiate is that it's publicly accessible as opposed to the courtyard inside of the O-shaped building, which is private and for the residents only.
Right. And the retail plaza, quite frankly, will be the same, so that we could expand that red area to include that too.
So the labeling on all three of those slides is incorrect, correct? It's not a public park. Okay,
Well, it
let's,
depends on how you view it. It depends on how you, it may not be publicly owned, but it's publicly accessible, so
We can label it for
we can modify.
No, I don't think we need to. I think we said we were gonna grant a public easement on this park. So it's a public park.
let's move on to slide 37. I would like you to explain to me a little better about the shared use path. This shows the shared use path basically bordering the park or public space. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is the composition of the shared use path in this area?
Is a hard surface would be to be evaluated, but it could be concrete or asphalt or other suitable paving material. It is graded. We use the opportunity to create a grade transition from the bottom, which is page right to the north, towards the edge of the building, which is around contrast to 58 all the way to 272, to have enough distance so that it is less than 5%, so that for bicyclists and people on foot, it would be ADA accessible. Eastern and Cedar have variable height or variable slopes. And so this is an attempt to make it as seamless and as accessible as possible.
All right, moving on to slide 39. This came up in the testimony. I just want to clarify it. Could you tell me what the change is between the impervious surface on the existing conditions and the impervious surface on the proposed plan? Generally, is the impervious surface going up or going down? And generally by how much?
This is Kyle Oliver from Viking Capital. The impervious surface is being increased. And I can get you, I don't have the exact number handy, but we can provide that information.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to slide 51. And 52. My question for you is, what was EYA's role in the Flum amendment that created these changed conditions between slide 51 and 53?
I think both EYA and WMATA as the property owner was the one that submitted the proposed amendment. And obviously with input from EYA, as Mr. Goldman has mentioned, EYA has been a part of the future development of the site for 25 years. But it was a WMATA proposed amendment since WMATA was the property owner.
Thank you. Let's go on to 54 now. The number that's in red at the top red number of 576,750, you characterize that as available gross floor area. And my question is, would that amount of floor area be achievable if the project included a bus loop and a public amenity space?
Yeah, I'm sorry, if it included what, Mr. Brown? Could you repeat the question?
The current project has a bus loop and a public amenity space. And my question is, if you looked at the total square feet of 576,000 gross floor area, could that be achieved at the same time you're providing a bus loop and a public amenity space?
I think there's probably a way you could do it, but my statement during my testimony was that that was the amount of gross floor area that's permitted on the site under the existing zoning. Just, that's what's permitted by zoning.
So you're not making a representation that you could have done everything that you're doing and still gotten 576,000 square feet of gross floor area.
I think that that's the gross floor area that's allowable by matter of right. And if this was to be a matter of right development, that would be how much density could be constructed, and there wouldn't be any requirement to build, you know, a 1.8 acre park and the amount of affordable housing that's being offered. Again, my statement was all about how much density is permitted on the site under the existing zoning in a matter of right development.
Let's go on to 55. The first bullet point on the right says that the comprehensive plan does not provide any specific guidance on building height, matter of right, or PUD. What do you mean by the term specific guidance?
So you won't find anywhere in the comprehensive plan, and particularly the framework element, where it ties a specific height or specific number of stories to a particular future land use map designation, a specific designation or matter or mixed use otherwise. The 2001 comprehensive plan amendments made amendments to the framework element that provides guidance in terms of floor area ratio.
You're not telling us that the comprehensive plan is silent on the issue of height as a compatibility issue, are you?
Absolutely not. That's why I said specific guidance, and in what I just said is that specific guidance meaning that the comprehensive plan will not prescribe or even provide guidance on a specific number of stories or a specific height in terms of feet or any other measurement. Certainly the comprehensive plan framework element and many other elements in the comprehensive plan speak to height in terms of compatibility of development relative to its surroundings.
All right, let's move on to 56. And I want to focus on the first box near the top, which is labeled existing zoning. And under MU4, you say that the matter of right height is 50 feet. And I believe you say that the height could go to 65 feet with a PUD, correct?
Correct.
Now, wouldn't that PUD also possibly be eligible for a 5% increase in height over 65?
There is a provision in the PUD regulations that gives the commission authority to grant a 5% additional height bump above what's specifically prescribed in the PUD, although that's not an automatic. The applicant has to make the case for that.
I understand. So assuming one could make the case for it, a PUD where the property was entirely MU4 could rise to a 68.25 feet in height, correct?
If one was pursuing an MU4 PUD and was asking for and could make the case for that 5% bump, that's correct.
All right. Toward the bottom, you show three different situations where the number changes by 10 feet, 44 to 54, 54 to 64, and 76 to 86. Is this a 10-foot differential due to your choice of the higher elevation building height measuring point?
I think what those numbers are showing is the difference between the height of the building from the building height measuring point, which is where you measure the building under zoning, and then where the height relative to grade at that northeast corner of the building, which is the closest that the building gets to Eastern Avenue. And so what the intent there is, and that's what you see, the building height measuring point and the elevation relative to grade at the northeast corner of the building, there is a 10-foot differential.
Now, I know that this project is not being brought as a a rezoning PUD into the MU4 zone. But my question for you about your choice of MU5 versus MU4 is this. Is there any development standard other than height for which relief is available under MU5 that is not available under MU4?
I'm not aware of one.
Let's go on to slide 59. You refer to framework element guidance and you cite specifically 224.5. I'm wondering why you did not mention 219.7. Let me just quote briefly from it. Redevelopment and infill opportunities along corridors and near transit stations will be an important component of reinvigorating and enhancing our neighborhoods. Development on such sites must be designed to respect the integrity of stable neighborhoods and the broader community context. Can you tell me why you didn't mention that one in your discussion of framework element guidance?
Sure, and just to be clear, that 219 point something that you just read, that's narrative from the framework element? Is that correct? You're quoting from the framework element?
Yes, 219.7.
Sure. So this slide, so the purpose of this slide was to convey to the commission how the framework element addresses the relationship between small area plans and the comprehensive plan. This, section 219 that you just read doesn't say anything about small area plans. The purpose of this slide really, and the language that's here is brand new language from the 2021 comprehensive plan. And it's really important because during the comp plan amendment process, the council took a keen focus on instances where PUDs were approved solely based upon a recommendation, a future land use map designation that appeared in the small area plan, but not in the adopted comprehensive plan. And so this language, and a result of that concern is this language, and the language that talks about how a small area plan provides only supplemental guidance to the adopted comprehensive plan, but it only does that to the extent that it does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. So in this case, there is a 2002 small area plan that contemplates a moderate density, 3 to 4 story garden style apartment row house development. And 20 years later, the council adopted amendments to the actual comprehensive plan, specifically changes to the future land use map to reflect what the district's current land use and planning housing policy is for the district with respect to housing as well as sustainable development and development around Metro Rail. That was the point of this slide.
So on page 60, I refer you to your own bullet point number, the last bullet point on page 60 essentially makes that point, right?
Can we go to page 60, please?
On page 60, the last bullet point talks about the fact that the old recommendations for development of the site under the plan, the SAP, are inconsistent with the current plan. And that's what you're getting.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
My only other question about that is, apart from the specific recommendations about the size of the project on the metro site, is the small area plan otherwise outdated as well?
No, I don't think so. And if you go to the next slide, this is what we were getting at in terms of, there's the future land use map, which was amended in 2021 to support medium density mixed use development. But there's also the written policies of the comprehensive plan. And here, this slide shows the Rock Creek East area elements policies specifically addressing the Tacoma Central District housing strategy. And if you look at these policies about accommodating housing demand, we're certainly doing that. Concentrating retail activities towards Carroll, exactly what we're providing for. Accommodating transit needs on the site, we're doing that. The Village Green, the small area plan shows it being on Carroll. That's in conflict with what the policy guidance on the retail strategy shows. So the Village Green was moved to Eastern Avenue to provide that buffer. And then, but most importantly, it's the last policy that's listed here that really addresses the zoning and land use concepts, that 3 to 4 story garden style row house, maximum 95 units that are talked about in the small area plan in relation to the current future land use map, is that this last policy talks about how you're supposed to review the small area plan redevelopment guidelines for the metro station in accordance with the updated future land use map designation for the site and the updated Rock Creek East area elements.
Now, this list that you've given us includes five of the elements from the Rock Creek area element, 5 policies. You've got 2211.7, 2211.8, 2211.9. And I was wondering, what about 2211.5? Historic preservation in Tacoma. It says, recognize and respect Tacoma's rich heritage, agricultural, architectural character and scale, and small town ambiance in all redevelopments, urban design improvements, marketing strategies, and initiatives. Did you not mention this one because you don't regard this property or this project as a redevelopment? Is that why it's missing?
No, thank you for pointing that out. It's right before the hearing when I was going through my presentation, I noticed that was inadvertently left off, and I wrote it down on my notes here. And in addressing that, I would still say that even if this policy was specifically listed on this slide, I think that we are overwhelmingly not inconsistent with the policy guidance provided in that policy that says recognize and respect the character and scale of Tacoma Park, and then it goes on to talk about what you had just read. But in my mind, the recognize and respect the character and scale of Tacoma Park that's most relevant to me, and I believe that we are absolutely recognizing and respecting the character of Tacoma Park through the design of this project, through the, efficient site planning, the buffers, the stepping down of the building heights, the massing, the articulation of materials. And I think that my opinion on that, I think, is supported by the HPRB's recent review of the project.
Moving on, 62. You list a number of planning and development priorities in the comprehensive plan. I take it you would agree with me that in evaluating comprehensive plan consistency, the commission has to look at the comprehensive plan, quote, as a whole, unquote, quoting from the Court of Appeals, right?
Yes.
And isn't it the case that in many, many places, the comprehensive plan refers to concerns about compatibility of new development, particularly infill development?
Yes, in different places throughout the different elements, there is discussion about compatibility and scale and context, sort of a context-sensitive design, I'll call it.
But there's no bullet point on this slide about compatibility, is there?
There's not on this slide. No, it's not. It's also not intended to be an exhaustive list of the planning and development priorities that are described in the Rock Creek East element.
I believe I heard Mr. Goldman saying something about how they really didn't have the opportunity to increase the height of this building beyond the number of stories that they have now. Did I hear him correctly?
Oh, based upon the construction type of that we're using for the building? Is that the question you're asking? So the construction type of the building is concrete, it's 5'3".
It's one A over, and 3A on top of 1A.
3A above 1A, so it allows you to do essentially 5 stories of wood frame above your podium. Technically, I guess we could have had a 3-story podium in concrete. So you could have had the retail level at 20 feet plus another level of concrete plus 5 above. So it could have been 1 story taller, but that was not something we were looking to do.
Well, regardless of the type of construction, did you look at the question of whether or not the Height Act limits your ability to add a story to the building over the at the existing building height measuring point?
We designed this building to be in accordance with the Height Act.
Right.
I'm not saying that the building violates the Height Act. My question is whether or not the Height Act limits you to the number of stories that you are building.
I think, Mr. Brown, you talked about compatibility, and we think that the height of this building we are proposing is compatible with the surrounding areas, and so that's why we are proposing the structure that we are presenting today.
All right, my last question has to do with your slide 74. First of all, looking at the IZ unit mix chart, the first row of your chart says number of units and the second row says number of units, but doesn't distinguish between them. Do I understand correctly that the first row is for the 30% AMI units?
Yes.
And the second row is for the 60% AMI units?
That's correct.
And those rows are repeated on the other side. And there's a third row, and that row is for the 80% units in the HANTA, possibility that's still in the air. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the chart on the right isn't a chart about HANTA only. It's about a combination of the chart on the left plus the HANTA units. And that's how you get to, that's how you get to 144. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You have applied for a tax abatement in connection with your HANTA application?
Yes, that's how HANTA works.
Marcia, the HANTA is a tax abatement.
Well, my understanding is that your tax abatement request is limited to $1 million per year. Is that correct?
Karen, do you want to answer that question?
The amount is, it's more than that. We've had a tax consultant to determine our annual tax amount, and that's the amount that we applied for. And I don't have it off the top of my head. I think it's about $1.5 million, but I don't remember off the top of my head the exact amount.
Is it possible you applied for less than the maximum amount that's awardable? You don't know.
I don't think so.
We can provide that. We'll take a look at that and we'll provide the relevant information.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Let's see, Michelle, do we have any other government? I think we go to government reports. Let me pull up my agenda.
Yes, Alex Kane.
Okay, let's bring up
OAG.
Ms. Kane from the Office of Attorney General. Good evening, Ms. Kane. You may begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman Hood. If I could ask Mr. Young to bring up our PowerPoint. Perfect. Okay. So good evening, Chairman Hood, members of the commission. My name is Alexandra Kane. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Equitable Land Use section of the Office of the Attorney General. Our written filing is in the record at Exhibit 100 and 100A, and a copy of this presentation is in the record at Exhibit 195A. Next slide, please, Mr. Young. So OAG is very pleased to be here tonight testifying in support of the PUD on the basis of its affordable housing proffer, which we believe to be truly exceptional. As the commission knows, PUDs are a balancing act between the development incentives that have been requested and the benefits that are being proffered by the applicant back to the public. In this case, OAG believes that the applicant is giving back far more in terms of its public benefits than it's asking for in terms of incentives, and primarily in that affordable housing proffer, which we believe is significant both in its scale, so the amount of square footage they're providing, and also in the depth of affordability and the fact that they are providing family-sized units. All of these benefits are further amplified by the PUD's location adjacent to a metro station. Next slide, please. So based on the affordable housing proffer alone, we believe that the PUD more than satisfies the PUD balancing test of subtitle X 304.3. It's providing 16 more units than would be required using the IZ plus metric for a total of 70. Further, it's providing those 10 IZ units at the 30% MFI level, and then an additional 6 out of that 10 that are going to be 30% MFI, and then also family-sized 3 bedrooms. These are all critically needed affordable housing benefits, which respond directly to multiple comp plan policies calling for both additional affordable housing, which is identified as one of the only high priority PUD benefits in Section 224.9, and for affordable housing at the deepest levels of affordability and for a range of household sizes, something that's called on not just district-wide, but also within the area element. On the other side of the balance, we believe the applicant's requested development incentives, so the map amendment to the MU5A zone, are comparatively minimal. As I will discuss later, while the applicant is gaining a fair amount of additional height through the map amendment, because they are not using any of the additional density that's available to them, we believe that that results in sort of a net lower ask from the applicant. Next slide, please. So turning first to the public benefits proffer, and specifically that affordable housing proffer. As OAG has argued in prior cases, we believe that the IZ Plus formula does provide a useful metric for understanding and evaluating the applicant's proffer. Now, I just want to note from the outset that we have updated our calculations from what was in our written filing based on some additional information from the applicant about the PUD's construction type. So the difference being that in our written filing, we were using 8.5 as the IZ Plus set aside. Here we have upped to 12.5%. Regardless of that, we still think that the proffer comes out to being fairly substantial. So IZ Plus would require 12.5% set aside. That would come out to about 48,000 square feet or about 54 units. Comparatively, the applicant is providing that 15%, which comes out to over 58,000 square feet and 70 units. So that's a 16 unit increase or about 30%. In addition, once again, you have those 10 units at 30% MFI. We've been looking for projects to provide more deeply affordable units. We're very pleased that the applicant has done so here. And then also that they're providing 6 of those 10 units for families. I did want to just call out that the comp plan does highlight the importance of providing these deeply affordable units. It in fact calls for 40% of all new affordable housing units in the district to be reserved for households earning 30% MFI or less. And that's critical for addressing racial inequities in housing by responding to the racial income gap. Further, the comp plan also notes the need for family-sized units and family-sized affordable housing units. And this is reinforced by a 2019 study that was done by the Urban Institute and Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, which determined that family-sized units are particularly needed because currently the majority of them are located in single-family homes, usually on larger lots. These are houses that tend to be for sale units as opposed to rental, which puts them out of the reach of a lot of low-income families. And then finally, we do want to express our support for the applicants pursuing the HANTA funding. We think that's a great way to try to expand the affordable housing proffer further, and we're very supportive of that. Next slide, please. So turning now to the development incentives that are being requested. So first of all, as you've heard tonight, this is kind of an odd situation in that the PUD is actually reducing the amount of density on the site from what would be permitted under the current matter of right zoning. So looking at what would be permitted as a matter of right, that 1.92 FAR represents an average of the matter of right FARs in the existing zoning. As you know, the site is split zone between the MU4, the RA1, and the NC2. So this represents an average of those matter of right FARs based on the percentage of those zones of the existing site. It's a ballpark, it's just to sort of give an idea of what is available now. The applicant's project is far below that. It's 0.23 FAR, or a 12% decrease from what could be done as a matter of right now. And so that's the density side of things. On the height side, they are requesting a fairly substantial increase in height. What's allowed, again, an average of the existing zones is about 47 feet, and they are going up to 76. However, the fact that they are requesting so little density, we feel mitigates the amount of height that they're requesting. Height and density are inextricably linked. So the fact that they are, not using hardly any of the density that is available, then we think mitigates the amount of height that they are getting. Further, this net increase we feel is more than balanced out by the affordable housing proffer, as I've discussed. Next slide, please. So in addition to sort of the raw affordable housing proffer, so the percentage of the GFA and the depth of affordability, those benefits are also further enhanced by the project's location adjacent to Metro, both Metro Rail and Metro Bus. Next slide, please. So as we've heard, the comp plan does focus in a number of different policies on the need for transit-oriented development. The comp plan recognizes that change in development is going to happen in the district, and these transit-adjacent sites are really identified as catalyst locations for providing housing and affordable housing in a way that really maximizes, the bang for the buck. Because it not only allows the housing to be cheaper, it also helps reduce the families and the householders' transportation costs. So this comes up both in the housing element of the comp plan, the transportation element. It's also, I believe, referenced in the environmental because of the reduction in vehicular trips and therefore the reduction on emissions. So these are exactly the type of sites that the comp plan envisions as I said, being catalysts for ongoing redevelopment. And where they see, residential being focused. Next slide, please. And so the other way that we can see this playing out is in the PUD sites FLUM and GPM designations. So as you've heard, the FLUM site did go through the comp plan amendment process to increase the FLUM designation. So going from moderate density residential up to medium density residential, which roughly speaking basically allows a doubling of the amount of density that is anticipated on that site. Again, in recognition of the fact that it is adjacent to transit. So this went through the district's democratic comp plan amendment process. There was the opportunity for public involvement. It was reviewed and approved by council, both the GPM and the FLUM. So now looking at what the FLUM calls out, the maximum development that would be permitted in the least restrictive zone, which in this case would be the RA3, would be a PUD up to 4.32 FAR and up to 75 feet in height. Now, again, there is that additional 5% bonus, which is available to PUDs, which would bring the total up to 4.54 FAR and 78.75 feet. So the PUD in this case is well within those bounds of what is anticipated in the sort of maximal development of the site based on the comp plan. And again, as I believe the applicant mentioned, in looking at the Rock Creek East area element, it specifically calls out that development of the site should be done in accordance with the updated future land use map designations. Next slide, please. Again, just wanted to highlight, however, that the PUD is building under both what is allowed by the existing zoning and then also well with under what the comp plan envisions for this site. So again, the PUD is only proposing 1.62 FAR. Under existing zoning, you'd be able to go up to that 1.92. And then under what the FLUM calls out in the RA3 zone, you'd be looking at 4.32, if not higher, for a PUD. Next slide, please. So the result here is a fair amount of stranded density. So I wanted to put this again into the context of a project. So what you see on this slide here is basically hypothetical projects built out to those maximums. And in doing this, we did use basically the parameters of the existing PUD project. So assuming a 15% IZ set aside and assuming, I think, approximately a 21% set aside if non-residential GFA. So what you come out to is the PUD, as we know, is proposing 364 approximately units of market rate housing, 70 units of affordable. If built out to the existing zoning, that would be 422 units of market rate housing, 74 units of IZ. Going to the way other end of the spectrum, you look at what the FLUM calls for in the RA3 zone. It's well over 1,000 units total, 948 approximately that would be market rate, and 167 that would be affordable. So again, this is like a very significant amount of stranded density, and we're trying to show this in order to illustrate that this is really what the FLUM contemplated in terms of development for the site. It's an estimate. We would not expect that a project would ultimately be built out to this level due to other site constraints, the need to provide space for WMATA, the need to provide green space, but this is representative of what the comp plan anticipated for this location. And I think it makes it clear that the PUD is well within those limits. Now, we obviously wish that the PUD is utilizing more of the density that's anticipated by the comprehensive plan, but we do recognize that this project has been in development for a long time, well over 25 years. And we do really applaud the applicant for evolving the project over that time to provide more residential density and really try to address the affordable housing needs of the district, both in the quantity and again, going to those other factors like depth of affordability and family-sized units. Next slide, please. So the provision of this affordable housing, we believe, goes to the comp plan's goals of prioritizing the provision of affordable housing in direct response to the district's ongoing housing crisis. Rents and housing costs have been continuing to rise throughout the district, and it's making it harder and harder for more people to be able to afford to live here, and to make the city continue to be diverse and inclusive. As has been mentioned, the comprehensive plan does have many elements that have to be weighed. The commission does have to consider it all as a whole. But the need for housing and the need for affordable housing affects every facet of the comprehensive plan. As the comprehensive plan itself says, it really undergirds pretty much all of the elements that come in, whether it's housing, obviously, transportation, infrastructure. A lot of it ultimately comes back to housing, because who can afford to live in the district? That drives everything. Who are the residents here? Who is the city for? So from our standpoint, we believe this is backed up by the comprehensive plan. Housing and affordable housing really are the highest priority. Next slide, please. So the need to provide this affordable housing is a district-wide problem, and it requires district-wide solutions. So as we said, we believe that this is the type of site that is exactly what the comprehensive plan envisions as being instrumental in addressing the housing crisis. And we do commend the applicant for providing a project that does that in such a substantial way. It will not only increase the overall number of affordable units, but it's also going to ensure that those units are available to a range of household incomes and household sizes. This is really the only way to ensure, that the district remains equitable and inclusive to all. Anyone who wants to live here should be able to do so. And that's true district-wide, and it's also true in Tacoma Park and the Rock Creek East area. As the comp plan says, these are areas that have historically been fairly diverse and inclusive, but that's now under threat as housing costs continue to rise. So projects like these that are going to ensure the long-term affordability of the area are crucial. With that, I will conclude my testimony. As I said, OAG is very supportive of this project on the basis of the affordable housing proffer, and we do encourage the commission to approve it. And with that, I will conclude, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Let's see if we have any questions or comments. Commissioner May?
Yeah, so first let me just say I'm pleased to see the Office of Attorney General supporting a PUD, although I don't necessarily agree with the measure that you use. I think looking at IZ Plus is helpful, but that's not the only thing we have to look at, obviously. But I'm a little surprised, actually, given that the disparity in the density that's on the site versus what you say the comprehensive plan imagined here, that you are not more critical of that. In other words, that this project should actually be bigger and providing more affordable housing. So I'm a little surprised at that. You want to explain to me why you think this is enough?
We would always love to see more. Certainly, if the applicant wanted to explore that at this point, we would be very supportive. But as I mentioned, we understand also that this has been going on for a very long time and that the project is also under review by HPRB. And we do believe that the proffer as it currently stands is substantial.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Emma Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions, just surprise for OAG support.
Okay, and Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, thank you, Ms. Kane, for your testimony and the written submissions by OAG into the record in this case, which I think is very helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Kane, I also want to thank you for your presentation. I will say, though, that when I looked at your report, what I appreciate, and I like to see this, even on ones that you all have opposition, the scale, I like to see that so I can kind of figure out where you all are, even the ones in opposition, not just because you're supporting this one. And then that way, the balancing that we have to do, now you can tell us that our ways is, but as you know better than I do, the commission has to do the balancing test. So anyway, I appreciate your report, and let's see if anybody, Michelle, I get confused now. I'm still trying to figure OAG out. Do they get I think I've asked this before.
Everybody gets crossed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You know,
I figured that was your question.
That was it. Thank you. All right, let's bring everybody up. Mr. Tummons, do you have any cross?
No cross.
Okay, and Commissioner Yates.
Nothing at this time, but I express my gratitude to the Office of Attorney General for the participation and insight.
And Mr. Brown, Historic Tacoma. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions for Ms. Kane. I wonder if you'd turn to slide 7, please. I thank you for putting this slide in your presentation. It's the section of the framework element that I was talking with Mr. Tummons about. My question to you is that although the affordable housing may be the only high priority element in terms of the evaluation that has to be done, would you agree that this particular comprehensive plan element mentions the need for reinvigorating and enhancing neighborhoods?
I mean, it does say that, yes.
Would you agree that it also promotes the idea of respecting the integrity of stable neighborhoods and the broader community context, even as it's encouraging more low-income housing?
It does say that. It doesn't make clear what it means by the phrase integrity of stable neighborhoods and broader community context. I think we could argue that encouraging continued economic and racial diversity in a neighborhood also goes to maintaining the integrity of a stable neighborhood.
Let's go to the next slide. I guess it's slide 8. What you're showing here is a change in the FLUM to recommend, at least for part of the property, mixed-use zoning, correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
I didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
I'm saying that the change in the FLUM recommended mixed-use zoning for this property or much of this property, correct?
That is correct.
Is RA3 a mixed-use zone?
RA3 is not, but it does provide that upper limit of what was anticipated in terms of density. So it's not just commercial, it's not just residential, but this is providing that upper limit.
I wonder if you would answer my question. Does the RA3 zone provide for mixed-use zoning?
It does not, but again, the comp plan is guidance, and this is providing guidance as to the densities that are anticipated, as well as their uses.
How is a density in the RA3 zone guidance for a recommendation for a mixed-use zone?
Because it shows the upper limit of the density that was anticipated for that site.
Why do you say, on what basis, what factual basis do you say that a density of up to 4.32 was possibly anticipated by the county council when it made this change?
The change to the FLUM underwent a democratic process in that the RA3 zone was one of the zones that was identified as being compatible with this designation. The RA3 zone does allow up to the 4.32 FAR. Again, this is outline parameters, but it does indicate that this was the kind of density that was anticipated for that site.
Have you seen the site plan for this project?
I have.
Do you see any obvious places where the building could expand outward and still achieve the goals achieved by this site plan?
I am not an architect, Mr. Brown, so I'm not going to opine on how the project could be changed. We're just looking at what the comp plan calls for.
You're making a point that this project could be bigger. I'm asking you, can it be made bigger outwardly, horizontally? Do you see any obvious place where that could be done?
What we are pointing out is what the comp plan allows in terms of the upper limits, as well as what the existing zoning allows. We are not, as I said, I am not an architect. I'm staying in my lane, and I'm simply opining on what the law says.
Are you familiar with the Height Act?
I am.
Do you understand that the Height Act limits the height of this building to the width of the right-of-way plus 20 feet?
I'm not quite sure how that's relevant in this case.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the Height Act would preclude the addition of even one more story to this building?
I would have to look at it.
Well, you use the term stranded density as if there's some available unused density that this project is not using. Isn't that what you mean by stranded density?
There are other ways to provide density on the site other than building up. Again, I'm not opining on how this could be done. We are simply pointing out the difference between the numbers.
In my experience, there are two dimensions: out horizontally and up vertically. Can you opine at all on whether either one of these possibilities is available for stranded density?
Mr. Brown, with all due respect, I believe I've answered this question.
Turning to slide number, I think it's 2 down from here, with the impacts of stranded density. The FLUM RA3 zone with the 4.32 FAR and 167 units of IZ at 15% is 15% of the sum of 167 and 948. Is that correct?
The 15% represents the 15% of the residential GFA based on those calculations that I described.
Yes, but what you're saying, what this chart shows in the right-hand column is a project with 1,115 units, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that even remotely conceivable for this particular location?
Again, Mr. Brown, this is to show the upper limits of what the comprehensive plan envisioned for this site in terms of buildable density. As I noted, that's not saying that this is what the project would or could be built out to, but it is to provide an understanding of what was anticipated for this site.
So you say. Thank you. I have no further questions.
And Ms. Kane, I just had one quick follow-up. Has anyone called the land use section, Equitable land use section, about this case in opposition or in support?
We have spoken with the ANC. We have not been contacted by any of the party opponents or anyone who's in opposition to the project.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and testimony. Michelle, let's go to
DDOT,
DDOT,
we have
DDOT,
Aaron
yes.
Zimmerman.
I was trying to
Aaron
remember.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, Mr. Zimmerman, there you go. Thank you.
Yes.
It's getting late and 8 o'clock. I guess we'll finish by 12. Mr. Zimmerman, may begin.
Good evening, Chairman Hood and members of the Zoning Commission. For the record, my name is Aaron Zimmerman. I'm the Development Review Program Manager with the District Department of Transportation. DDOT is supportive of the proposal to redevelop the area on the east side of the Tacoma Metro Rail Station. We appreciate both the developer and WMATA's close coordination with us on this project over the last several years and commend them on the current design that is very well connected into the multimodal transportation system and their commitments to make significant pedestrian and bicycle investments in the vicinity. In our June 5th, 2023 report, Exhibit 63 on the record, we recommended approval with a couple conditions. These include the TDM program, which was the result of a collaboration with the applicant and is attached to the end of our report, and an easement for the shared use path across the site. As you heard from several of the speakers on the applicant side earlier, they have agreed to the requested conditions. With those included in the zoning order, DDOT has no objection to the approval of this consolidated PUD and map amendment application. And we look forward to working with the applicant on the designs of the streetscape and transportation improvements and the relocation of the Heritage Street during public space permitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman, for your report. Let's see if we have any follow-up. Commissioner May.
Questions, thank you.
Commissioner Eva Moore.
No questions, Mr. Zimmerman. It looks like you're in the office. Get home safe tonight.
Are you riding your bicycle, Mr. Zimmerman? Are you walking or how you getting home?
I think I'm taking Metro tonight.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Appropriate case. Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman, for your report.
Okay, let's see if Mr. Thomas, you have any cross of Mr. Zimmerman?
No cross.
Okay, and Commissioner Yates, do you have any cross of Mr. Zimmerman?
Not at this time, Chair Hood.
Okay, and Mr. Brown?
No cross.
No cross. All right, Mr. Zimmerman, thank you and have a great evening. Let's see. Michelle, now we go to Office of Planning.
Yes, Crystal Myers and Ms. Steingasser.
Ms. Myers been working. I saw Ms. Myers yesterday. She working real hard. Ms. Myers, when you're ready.
Hello, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. The Office of Planning recommends the approval of case 22-36, which is a consolidated PUD and related map amendment at the Tacoma Metro Rail Station. The site is an important gateway to the community, and the project is an opportunity to inject more vitality and activity into the existing commercial center of Tacoma. The project proposes a building that would take advantage of some of the bonus height allowed through the PUD zoning process, but not any of the bonus density. In fact, the building would have less density than is permitted under the existing zoning on the site. OP is supportive of the project and its proposed height because it is consistent with the PUD zoning. There is a strong public benefits package included, and because the project is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan's future land use map designates the site for a mix of medium density residential, low density commercial, and local public facilities land uses. The comprehensive plan would also not be inconsistent with the plan's policy map, which designates the area for neighborhood enhancement area designation. In regards to the Commission's new racial equity tool, according to the census data, during the 2012 to 2021 period, over 75% of the residents in the Rock Creek East planning area were Black and Hispanic, but the Black population is declining. Both groups of residents had a lower median income than the district's median income, so the new IZ units could be helpful to retaining existing Black and Hispanic residents and attracting new Black and Hispanic residents to the area. The building would also provide approximately 70 more affordable units to Rock Creek East, which would help the area move closer to the mayor's 2025 affordable housing goal. The project would also bring new employment opportunities to the area with the new jobs associated with the building and its retail spaces. These jobs would be located next to a metro rail station, so they would be accessible to more candidates. And with that, I will conclude the OP testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Ms. Steingasser, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Available.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The only reason I'm going to ask you this, Ms. Myers, because I saw you on BZA yesterday. Which one do you like to present better in front of the zoning commission or BZA? Or you don't want to answer that? I'm just
Today,
don't
so
answer that.
today is my favorite, but when I'm at BZA, that's my favorite. It just depends.
Oh my goodness, that's the wrong
I love you
answer.
both.
No.
I love you both.
All right, that's a good answer. Thank you. Commissioner May, you have any questions of OP?
I'm sure she really loves being here at 8 o'clock at night. It's way better than being at BZA. God. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. And I saw Ms. Myers at BZA yesterday too.
Okay. All right.
Say Commissioner May, and have a wonderful retirement. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. I got a few more days of BZA. I mean, a few more weeks of zoning, but no more BZA.
2 more months. Okay. Commissioner Ema Moore.
Weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Myers, thank you for your work on this case. I have no questions, and we'll see what we can do to keep Commissioner May around a little longer.
Yeah, we're working on it. Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Myers and the Office of Planning for all of your analysis related to this case and all the work that you've done to try to make the project better. Thank you. Did Ms. Steingasser want to say something? She's I see her picture. Nice to see you, Ms. Steingasser.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I too want to thank you, Ms. Myers and the Office of Planning for your report. I think it was very thorough. I think we hashed a lot out, and I appreciate that. Let's see if Mr. Tummons, do you have any cross of Office of Planning?
No cross.
Okay. Commissioner Yates, you have any cross of Office of Planning?
No cross, but I again want to express my appreciation, especially for Joel Lawson, who met with the commission separately on this project.
Okay. Thanks for that acknowledgement. Mr. Brown, you have any cross?
Yes, I do. Just a couple things, if I might. Ms. Myers, would you agree with me that in an appropriate situation for a PUD application, that maximizing the affordable housing contribution is a comprehensive plan policy objective?
I would agree.
Would you agree also that achieving compatible infill development would be a comprehensive policy plan objective?
I would agree.
I would like to read to you I would like to ask you whether you agree or disagree with the following statement made by counsel for the applicant in their justification statement at page 19 to 20. The District of Columbia Court of Appeals has consistently directed the Commission to review a PUD application against the comprehensive plan and other public policies as a whole under this prong of the PUD evaluation standard. So far, so good?
I hear you. Yes.
Okay. That is, the Commission may find that a PUD application is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, even if the application presents actual or potential inconsistencies with individual objectives or elements of the comprehensive plan. Do you agree again?
I agree.
And then Mr. Tummons goes on, he says, rather, the Commission must weigh and balance competing policy objectives and explain its analysis. Do you agree with that as well?
Yes, I agree.
So my question to you is, where in any of your reports did you recognize competing policy objectives? And where did you weigh and balance them?
Well, we always say on balance, not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. In this case, we did the same. As for inconsistencies or we did not, actually, this project, it is largely consistent with the comprehensive plan. Now, we did acknowledge that it is not fully consistent with the small area plan from 2002, but that plan has been updated through the comprehensive plan. And we did discuss that in our report.
But you did not identify any policy in the comprehensive plan with which this project was intention.
No, we did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Again, thank you, Ms. Myers and Ms. Steingass from OP. Appreciate it. Michelle, well, let's go to the ANC report. Commissioner Yates.
I would ask the staff to also promote Commissioner Palmer, who is here to testify as the chair of our housing committee, is also authorized by resolution to speak on behalf of the ANC. If we could both go, I'd appreciate the indulgence of the chair to do that.
Okay, I will do that because you all are elected officials, and because I know I slighted Mr. Brown earlier about the process, but I think I've done this in the past, and the courts have not told me differently for ANC commissioners, so I'm gonna go what I've been doing.
Okay.
So yes, let's bring Commissioner Palmer.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll go first then. Greetings, commissioners. My name is Evan Yates. I'm the commissioner for Single Member District 4B04, formerly the commissioner for 4B01. This is my third term on ANC 4B, and while the number of my district has changed during this process, this proposed project has been in my single member district for all of my terms. I live adjacent to the project in the Tacoma Park Historic District. Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B has worked with the developer to engage in an extensive community engagement process on this project, and it shapes the proposal you see before you. We've held 10 public meetings on this project in addition to innumerable small group and individual meetings. We've passed 3 unanimous letters. The 2 addressed to the commission are found in exhibits 10 and 11. The first is focused on our priorities in the plan unit development, and the second is providing support after the applicant's response. Our priorities have been and continue to include delivering the maximum amount of affordable housing, particularly deeply affordable and family-sized housing, better conditions for pedestrians and transit users with increased safety for vulnerable road users, and access to a world-class transit facility, increased buffer between the project and adjoining homes, including preserving heritage trees and mitigating pickup, drop-off, and delivery impacts, a permanent usable park space for our community, reducing stormwater impacts on our community, and reconnecting and reknitting a continuous downtown for our bi-jurisdictional area. When considered in this perspective, this project succeeds and is substantially better than any proposal our community has seen before. It delivers 3 times as much affordable housing, more than twice as much space from neighboring homes, and twice as much park space as previous proposals. It incorporates a previously approved and supported project, the proposed bike station, as part of a comprehensive plan to improve conditions for vulnerable road users and transit patrons. It makes stormwater conditions better by replacing an impervious surface parking lot with active stormwater management and provides a permanently accessible public park. As you can see in the letter from the Old Tacoma Business Association, it better connects our community main streets. Many of these community benefits are enabled by the height of the current project, enabling more housing and more affordable housing with a smaller footprint so that all of the park, plaza, and transit space can be delivered to link and serve our community. Due to the grade of the site and nearby buildings rising from hills adjacent, the project will not appear significantly larger than nearby buildings. Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B has previously provided feedback on the ideal land use of this area through the drafting process of an updated comprehensive plan for the district, stating the commission supports increased density around the Tacoma Metro Station and other high-quality transit station corridors, in part because individuals of all income levels should have access to robust public transit options. The commission believes that any effort to increase density, particularly on publicly owned land, should maximize affordable housing, including deeply affordable housing, including through affordable housing set-asides that capture a significant portion of the value provided through rezoning. In addition, the commission believes that the development of these sites should require developer efforts to mitigate transportation and infrastructure impacts on the surrounding communities, including mechanisms for stormwater impact mitigation and for increased transit service to ensure livability for existing neighborhoods. We believe that this project exemplifies our feedback as it was incorporated into the comprehensive plan. As a direct neighbor of this project, I wanted to additionally provide some context for some items being discussed in letters to this commission. With regards to the existing parking lot, in addition to being underutilized, it was never intended to be a commuter parking lot. Tacoma neighbors successfully fought a 400-space commuter parking lot at the site, and until very recently, parking longer than 4 hours on the site was prohibited by WMATA. Additionally, prioritizing the parking lot for transit riders is explicitly a decision to favor wealthier transit riders who are more likely to be white and own and operate cars to Metro over transit riders who arrive by bus, who are more likely to have fewer resources and be people of color. Both parties may have mobility concerns, but now bus riders will have a closer, easier, and safer connection to the rail system. This is an inappropriate prioritization and contradicts the racial equity goals set out by the comprehensive plan. With regards to the park or green space, the space as it exists now is not a community space. It's not used for festivals or playgrounds. No band can play, no ice cream social can be held. I have tried. It's also not natural enough or far enough from traffic to allow children like mine to freely play. It is mostly a dog bathroom, unfortunately, and I'm excited about the opportunity to revitalize our critical community green. I also want to be clear that the vast majority of the feedback from our community and constituents has been overwhelmingly supportive of this project and our shared goals. I encourage the Commission to not overly credit organized opposition that is frankly opposed to every change in the community and are not representative of or even part of the District of Columbia. We have ambitious housing goals and affordable housing goals, and we have joined with Mayor Bowser, Councilmember Louis George, and the rest of the DC Council in working to achieve those goals that are in the best interests of the District of Columbia. As ANCs, we represent the people most impacted by this project and have heard our community repeatedly say we wish to do our part to address the affordable housing crisis, and we encourage the Commission to support our community in this effort by approving this project and grant appropriate great weight to the unanimous views of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B by engaging with and responding to our letters and approving this planned unit development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yates. Before I go to Commissioner Palmer, I just want to correct something I said. It's getting late, so forgive me. I did not do the commissioners any different from Mr. Brown. I just thought about that because the person who I was going to ask any questions was Commissioner Yates, not Commissioner Palmer. So I want to correct myself, and I want to correct the record so it won't come back to haunt me next time. So I've done everybody equally. So, all right, Commissioner Palmer.
Thank you so much to the members of the Zoning Commission and staff for taking the time to hear from witnesses about case number 22-36, a proposal for a mixed-use building adjacent to the Tacoma Metro Station, consisting of 434 residential units, at least 70 of which will be affordable to the lowest income levels, and the opportunity for more, 17,000 square feet of ground floor retail, a new transit zone adjacent to the Metro Rail station for buses, and a 1.8 acre publicly accessible park and plaza. My name is Erin Palmer. I am a Tacoma resident, the elected Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 4B02 in Tacoma. I am Vice Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B and Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B's Housing Justice Committee. I am in my third term as Commissioner, having served in this role almost 5 years. I'm here to express strong support for the proposed application and the applicant's proposal for the property. Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B's Housing Justice Committee was created in February 2020 on the value that housing is a human right and all DC residents are entitled to safe, stable, and secure housing. The Commission seeks to do our fair share regarding deeply affordable housing within our Commission boundaries and maximize affordable housing within the Commission area. The Commission has repeatedly supported efforts to bring new housing, including affordable housing, to transit-accessible areas, including adjacent to the Tacoma Metro Rail Station. Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B has previously provided feedback on the land use of this area through the drafting of an updated comprehensive plan for the district, as referenced by Commissioner Yates, stating that the Commission generally supports increased density around the Tacoma Metro Station and other high-quality transit corridors, and that the Commission believes that any effort to increase density should maximize affordable housing, including through affordable housing set-asides that capture a significant portion of the value provided through rezoning. The current proposal for the Tacoma Metro Station project has been the subject of substantial community engagement, including 10 meetings hosted by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B and its commissioners. These include 4 meetings with the full commission, 2 meetings with the Commission's Housing Justice Committee, 3 joint public single-member district meetings, and an additional community site walk. Based on strong community support for the current proposal that's rooted in years of community engagement by us, the commission considered and unanimously approved 3 letters in support of the project. Development at the Tacoma Metro site has been discussed in our community for more than 20 years, including several different proposals. The plan unit development process has allowed the current commission to work with the community in making this specific proposal substantially stronger and better than past proposals. Specifically, the planned unit development process has resulted in more than 3 times as much affordable housing, all at the most deeply affordable levels, including very rare 3-bedroom family-sized deeply affordable units at 30% of median family income. That is an extremely rare and extremely important commodity, as well as the possibility to double the number of affordable units with support from the DC government via the HANTA tax abatement. Twice as much green space as the previous proposal, including a permanent, publicly accessible park with substantial opportunity for community feedback. I'd like to echo Commissioner Yates about how the current space is very unusable and unfriendly to the community. Twice as much distance between the building and adjoining single-family homes, which is some of the primary opposition that we've heard over the years, as well as pickup, drop-off, retail deliveries moved to the interior of the property to avoid congestion and impact on those neighboring homes. Significant pedestrian improvements, including better sidewalks and paths, and making permanent traffic safety infrastructure like flex posts and paint that we've sought and advocated for over years. We would love to see those changes, that traffic safety infrastructure implemented permanently around the site. A better experience for transit users by moving bus bays closer to the rail station, providing safer crossing for bus users, and installing a modern bike storage facility. Stormwater management and stronger environmental sustainability, including LEED Gold construction, reduced impervious space, and active stormwater management, green roofs, and the preservation of 4 heritage trees and 11 special trees, and a commitment to local art and artists with an emphasis on art from women and people of color in our community. As the Office of the Attorney General's Equitable Land Use section has noted, this project meets the standard for the planned unit development process through affordable housing alone. The project includes 16 more inclusionary zoning units than inclusionary zoning plus, 10 units at 30% of median family income, and 6 3-bedroom units at 30% of median family income. The DC government has set a goal of 36,000 new housing units by 2025, of which 12,000 are to be affordable to households earning below 80% of median family income. The Rock Creek East planning area, our area, includes a goal of 1,500 new affordable housing units and has produced 69.1% of that goal so far. This project will provide at least 70 and as many as 144 additional affordable housing units, including 3-bedroom units, toward meeting the goals for the Rock Creek East planning area. I have been excited to work on this project. From past proposals and over years, we have pushed for significantly more affordable units and deeper affordability, and we have met with a constructive and collaborative process with the community and EYA, and I'm looking forward to welcoming more neighbors to Tacoma. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And I want to thank you both, Commissioner Yates and Commissioner Palmer, for your very direct testimony. And as it was mentioned previously by the applicant, you all were elected again. Let me just ask, Commissioner Palmer, you mentioned 3 letters. Is it 3 letters, or that's how many times you voted on this project?
It's 3 separate actions that were the result of commission votes.
Oh, okay. I got you now. So, Commissioner Yates, I noticed that each letter, and even though with the redistricting, no ANC commissioner voted against it because it was, I think, 10-0 and 7 or 6-0. Is that a correct assessment? It's in the record.
Yes, that's correct. Both letters were unanimous, as was the 3rd letter, which was not directed at you. It's directed to the Department of Housing and Community Development in support of the awarding of the HANTA tax abatement to do everything we can do to increase the amount of affordable housing in our community.
Okay.
That's why it's not in the file. It's directed to a different entity. But if the chair desires, I'd be more than happy to provide a copy.
I got enough to read in this file, so I don't need anything extra. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if we have any questions or comments, Commissioner May.
I do not have any questions or comments. Well, I have a comment, which is just thank you very much for your perseverance in working through all this for so many years, and for your strong push to get the affordability component of this up and to get other public benefits out of the project. So thank you.
And Commissioner Moore, any questions or comments?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but just a couple comments. Commissioner Yates, Commissioner Palmer, thank you for your leadership in the community, for the time that you spent to prepare your testimony tonight, for sticking it through. So I appreciate your stick-to-itiveness, not only tonight, but throughout this project. Thank you.
Okay, and Vice Chair Miller, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I just would echo the comments of my colleagues to thank Commissioners Yates and Palmer and the entire ANC 4B membership for all of your work on so many projects, but particularly this one, and making it a better project for your community. Thank you, and for the city.
I too want to add, and I know a lot of people are still waiting to testify, and to our commissioners and to the other public, it's very important that you all participate, and we greatly appreciate it. Whether you're pro or con or in any case, it really helps us because you all are the ones who are directly impacted. You're the ones who live there, and commissioners, you are the ones who are representing the area. So, and you all are elected. So that is very important to us. We don't take this lightly. At 8:25 that you all are here giving us testimony, we appreciate all of you. So I just want to say that. Mr. Thomas, you have any cross?
No cross.
No, I'm sure the commissioners don't have any cross themselves. Mr. Brown, do you have any cross?
No cross.
Okay, thank you all very much. We appreciate it, commissioners. All right, Ms. Shellen, I think we're ready for the public, right? Did I leave any? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Those who are in organizations or persons who are in support.
Yes, that's correct. So I will start calling this. How many do you want to call?
Can we get 4 up at a time? I mean, I could call a list, but I'd rather let you do it.
Okay, 4 at a time. We'll start with those in support first. Okay, Cheryl Court. Sorry. Cheryl Court. Kevin Collins.
Hold on. You hear me? Trying to liberate my video here.
Yes,
There
we
we go.
can.
Okay, great. Sorry about the fan flapping. Hold on.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Court. 1 second, Ms. Court. We're
Or
gonna
not
call
yet.
2 more people. Let's call 2 more people. We're gonna get 4. We're gonna call 4 people and then we'll start.
Okay.
Right. And let's see, Monica Goldberg. See, that was part of the other. David Frisoff. I'm not sure I pronounced that correct.
Yeah, maybe they'll tweet that Michelle is messing up the name now.
Well, you didn't want to call him.
Because they'll tweet that I'm messing them up.
Uh-huh. Do we have 4? That's the last, that's all of the proponents.
Okay, well, let's go with what we have, and if if we miss somebody, we'll get you. Ms. Court, you may begin.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman Hood and members of the commission. My name is Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading nonprofit organization in the DC region making the case for smart growth. Our mission is to promote walkable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities, and the land use and transportation policies and investments needed to make those communities flourish. We're excited to be looking at the transformation of the Tacoma Metro Station site proposed in this case. It's past time to transform this metro station and provide much needed housing and enhanced public spaces in place of the sterile surface parking lot, passive open space, and large bus loop. After seeing several site plans over the past 20 years, and I have been involved with this project since the year 2000, and been very frustrated by delays, we're very, very happy with the proposed plan
that is today much more ambitious and more appropriate for this metro station in our dynamic region. This project does justice to this important site by creating a lively, accessible transit hub with animated public spaces, along with much needed housing and, of course, affordable housing. The housing proposed for the site makes the most of it with over 400 units, with 70 of those at least affordable to low and extremely low income households. It includes the commendable 6 3-bedroom units, all for 30% median family income households. This large number of affordable and deeply affordable homes in this in-demand neighborhood and convenient transit hub helps advance the city's housing and racial equity goals. We're thrilled that the amount of housing that is proposed to be built at this site has been supported. I credit ANC 4B for this. There's actually, obviously, we know there's other housing going into Tacoma, DC, and this is particularly important because the city of Tacoma Park, Maryland, is also a very desirable place to live, but has not been able to produce any housing, and in fact has lost 200 units in the last decade. So to expand housing opportunities in this very desirable location at this metro station, we're really going to have to count on DC to supply that additional housing at this point. So this project offers many benefits in terms of improving the bus bays and increasing walk and bike facilities. And we do note that we should look at the parking ratio. It could maybe be driven down a little bit lower for residential parking, or maybe actually look at the sharing of parking between metro users, retail, and residential. This is actually done at the Rhode Island Avenue metro station. So that could be a model. So we just want to say that we feel that this project is making the most of this metro station and is critical to achieving the equity goals, equity, sustainability, and affordability goals for DC and our region. And we also really appreciate the design of these public spaces that make this truly a community amenity for everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Court. If you can hold tight, we're going to finish this panel. We may have some questions for you. I believe Kevin Collins is next, and Ms. Shelling, you can help me make sure I stay correct. Mr. Collins.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this important project. I speak as a resident of the Tacoma, DC neighborhood. I'm at Piney Branch and Butternut. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of Commissioner Yates and Commissioner Palmer, but I also want to highlight 2 under-remarked upon but important public benefits that this plan provides for me, my family, and my neighborhood. First, it creates a bridge between 2 parts of Tacoma, DC that are divided by the overhead train tracks, a division that is made much worse by the existing surface parking lot, an asphalt scar that cut across the face of our neighborhood. By having continuous retail instead of this surface parking lot, this project will connect downtown DC on 4th Street to the businesses and homes near Carroll, and by extension, to better connect Tacoma, DC and Tacoma, Maryland. Second, the influx of new neighbors will enrich our neighborhood, not only by adding new faces and families to our community, but also by creating new customers for local businesses, allowing those establishments to thrive, and new residential serving businesses to emerge, both at the site and elsewhere in the neighborhood. This benefits not only the new neighbors who will live here, but the existing residents like me and my family. My only complaint about this project is I wish it could be taller and bigger, allowing for more neighbors to join our community. I know a handful of neighbors, including those who can pay to afford a lawyer to show up at a zoning commission hearing, oppose this, but I urge you not to consider that small group of loud voices to be representative of our neighbors. I refer you to not only the votes of our ANC, but also to letters like the pro-neighbor group Tacoma for All, which express their support for this project, even at a compromise slightly smaller than ideal size. In closing, I urge you to approve this project and do all in your power to expedite the development so that the Tacoma, DC neighborhood can enjoy these benefits as quickly as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Let's continue. You can hang around for a moment. Let's go to Ms. Goldberg.
Good evening, Chairman Hood and other members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Monica Goldberg. I'm the parent of 3 nearly grown children, and I currently live in Bethesda. And once my kids are grown and out of the house, I'm likely going to move. And I've lived in the area full-time since 1994, but lived in Tacoma, DC for a summer in 1989, and I've always had a real fondness for the area. So I'm seriously considering moving there. But even with a reasonable amount of equity coming out of my home, I'm still looking at the prices in Tacoma Park and the options that are available, and worrying that I will be priced out. So I just really support building this development, adding to the housing supply. Obviously, one project isn't going to solve the whole problem, but it's a step in the right direction. Especially, and obviously, you know, the affordable housing piece is amazing, but the market rate stuff is also going to be really helpful to those of us who would really like to enjoy Tacoma Park's amenities, but may not be in the right position to invest in a standalone single-family home. And I also really support this project from an environmental point of view. I'm an environmental lawyer by trade and have been working in that space for the last 25 years. And it's really critical that we have these developments close to transit where people can not rely so heavily on cars, and also be located closer in rather than contributing to sprawl. You know, obviously we have a lot of these same issues in Bethesda, and I like to remind people that the population's tripled since my house was built, since the houses in my neighborhood were built. And that's probably true in Tacoma as well. We really just have, you know, it's a great place to live, the DC area, and we really need more housing for that population. So both from an environmental point of view and from both for economics, environment, people, really think this would be a great step in the right direction, and hopefully we won't have to wait much longer to make it actually happen. Thanks again.
Okay, if you can hold tight, we will might have some questions for you. Now I know Michelle messed your name. I'm probably gonna mess it up more. Mr. Rissoff.
Rizzoff. There's an F in the beginning, and the S is like a Z, but
How you pronounce it again?
Frizzoff, like a
Frizzoff,
Z.
okay.
And yeah. I appreciate the chance to speak. I'm a neighbor of this, what will be the new development here. I live in an apartment building in DC, just on the other side of the tracks. And I wanted to come and speak here today in strong favor of this development. Commissioner Hurd, you mentioned a little earlier that the people that you tend to hear from around close to the development are people who are opposed to this development. And I think what I would like to say is there are the voices of 400 families who you can't hear today, because these are the 400 families that will live in this development when it's built. So we want to welcome more people to this community, and we need to be able to speak on their behalf before they get here. I want to say a few other things. I appreciate everyone's efforts in this long project to add as many affordable units to the project as possible. Obviously, the more affordable units we can add, the better. But I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that it isn't the number of market rate units in this development that determines affordability of housing in this neighborhood and in this region. It is the many blocks around this metro station and others that is in fact dedicated to single family housing that makes housing so unaffordable in this city. It is not the number of market rate units in new developments. So thank you again for taking this opportunity to, or for giving me this opportunity to speak in favor of this project. I think just in closing, we should consider that none of us is guaranteed a city or a neighborhood that will never change. Things are going to change, and I'm glad that we're taking steps in the right direction today so that the change can be positive and inclusive and sustainable. So thank you very much.
Let me first of all thank all four of you for first of all waiting to 8:30, around 8:25 to do your testimony. That means a lot. I know we're at home, but you all in tune us and not watching the wall like how whatever comes on, like I probably would be doing if I wasn't doing this. But I want to really thank you all for your testimony. I think it's very important that we hear different perspectives. So I really appreciate that. Let's see if we have any questions or comments. Commissioner May.
I do not have any questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting so long.
Commissioner Ema Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but to the four of you, thank you for participating in the public process. It's important. And so I'm glad to see you all here, especially this late at night. So again, I echo Chairman Hood and Commissioner May. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you for your testimony here tonight. It's very helpful. And thank you, Ms. Court, for all the work on this project over the last 2 decades.
It seems like we got a lot of people here that's been on this project for 20 to 25 years. It says a lot. So thank you for your stick-to-itness, as we like to say around here. All right. Let's see, Mr. Tummons, any questions of the four?
No questions.
Okay. Commissioner Yates, any questions?
No questions. Special appreciation from Commissioner Palmer and myself to the 4B residents who joined us here tonight.
Okay. And Mr. Brown, do you have any questions?
No question.
No question. All right. Thank you all. We appreciate it. Okay. Michelle, do we have anybody else in support, or was that it?
That was it for support. So
Okay.
next
have
is
the,
the opposition.
Let me just say this. Miss Shannon always tries to make me look good, so I'm gonna do her justice. I'm gonna try not to mess this up. So we're going to the party in opposition. We have Mr. Brown, who's representing Sabrina Eaton, Ellen Kurlansky, Peter Feeden, Diana Cohn, and from Historic Tacoma. Can we bring them up?
And let me see. Sharon Broderick. I did not see her registered to testify though. She
Okay,
did
if
not
she-
register.
Okay, if she's
If
part of your team,
she-
Mr. Brown will get her
If
up there.
she is here, Mr. Young, you can bring her up and I can give her the oath
Okay.
because she did not sign up.
Do we have everybody now, Ms. Shannon?
Say that name again,
is
sorry.
Sharon Broderick.
I
B
do
as in
not
boy.
see that name on unless she's calling in.
But let's turn it over to Mr. Brown and he can help maybe facilitate that. Okay, Mr. Brown, you have 62 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have great news. We're not going to need 62 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sharon Broderick is in Hawaii and unable to participate, but she, along with all of the other parties, submitted written testimony. What you will hear from tonight is Diana Cohn, president of Historic Tacoma, Inc., Peter Feiden, it's not Feeden, it's Feiden, Sabrina Easton, Ellen Kurlansky, and I will sort of bring up the rear with a summary of the legal memo that I have included in the record. So at this point, I will turn it over to the president of Tacoma, Historic Tacoma, Inc., Diana Cohn.
Ms. Cohn, you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Got it. Okay.
There you go. You may need to, you may have to start over because we didn't hear anything.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Hood and Commissioners. My name is Diana Cohn, and I am president of Historic Tacoma, Inc., a nonprofit organization of residents who live in the communities of Tacoma Park, DC, and Tacoma Park, Maryland. We have heard much tonight about the vision for the development site under review. But I would like to give you a sense of the Tacoma Park, DC, and Maryland communities that surround the site and are the closest to the impacts of the project. Before there was a metro, this intersection was the small-scale residential and commercial core of the two Tacomas. These blocks were designated as twin historic districts, and the comprehensive plan recognized its uniqueness. Quote, "They embody classic pedestrian scale streets and a rich architectural legacy," unquote. Those pedestrian scale streets are still the ones we have today. The 6.8 acres which comprise the metro site are the last remaining lands adjacent to the metro available for development. The applicants emphasize that being next to the metro station carries certain privileges, but I will note that there are already 840 built residential units and 1,882 units pending. So this is not the only project that will provide housing. We identify several factors that pose limits on what we feel should be allowed to go forward. First of all, the compatibility with the historic district regarding height and density. There's been much talk of this tonight, but I would like to clarify that over the last 2 decades, 8 new developments have been built along the blocks surrounding the metro, with several more in the pipeline. All these developers worked within the confines of the historic district regarding height and density. As a result, these multi-use and residential buildings stand 50 to 55 feet tall, 3 stories, which makes them compatible with the existing Tacoma neighborhood. So far, the applicant has not acknowledged the compatibility issues. The speakers who follow me, first Peter Iden, then Sabrina Eaton, and then Ellen Kurlansky, will address these impacts on them as immediate neighbors to what's called 200-footers to the impacts of this project. Our attorney has already dealt with the legal technicality. The other limit on this neighborhood is traffic. The surrounding roads are already near gridlock. The limited traffic study already identifies the Blair, 4th, and Carroll Avenue intersection. That's one intersection as worsened by this project. The study has been passed back to DDOT for more assessment and solutions, and I hope they can come up with some. And it's clear that traffic and infrastructure may be the limit to what the developments can become. Traffic doesn't stop at the borders, and our 26-foot streets like Cedar and Eastern can't be widened. Regarding affordable housing, the other major component to this project. Historic Tacoma recognizes and supports the critical need for affordable housing, especially at metro sites. But we do oppose some of the aspects of this project because of the impacts on the nearest neighbors. So we're asking the commission, one, that that the compatibility mandate, which is part of the comprehensive plan, can be enforced. Two, that the reduction of height and density so that the proposed buildings do not overwhelm the surrounding historical district or the commercial and residential buildings that are already there at 3 stories. And perhaps most importantly, the highway infrastructure. We also ask the commission in closing to address the fact that the impact will be largely felt on the neighbors closest to the site, and we ask for the commission to keep that in mind as they move forward. Thank you. Now I will turn it over to where is Peter Fiden next? Peter, you're still mute. Yeah, there. No, Peter, you're still muted.
I could go if he's having technical difficulties, and while he resolves it, would that be helpful?
Yes.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay. I'm sorry. I screwed it all up too. Okay.
Whoops.
You have two things on your phone nearby or something, so turn one of them, or don't turn your
Let me see
computer
what's
off.
going on.
There you go, that sounds fine right there. There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for the delay. I'm Peter Fiden. I live at 7025 Eastern Avenue on the Maryland side of the street, directly across from the access to the current parking lot, which will be the access point to the future parking lot under this plan. First, I wish to point out that there are 14 properties in Tacoma Park, Maryland, that are within 200 feet of the site, and none of us received required notification as per zoning regulations. You will note that tab 3D of the applicant's proposal lists only district properties, contrary to section 300.11 of the zoning regulations. This seems emblematic of the developer's indifference to the views of those literally in the shadow of the project, but across the border in Maryland. And in that vein, I would like to point out the basic fact that even though this is Maryland, all of the storm sewage and all of the sanitary sewage actually runs down an easement right through Tacoma Park, right adjacent to my property. Reluctantly, I'm opposed to the development. I believe it is dramatically inconsistent with the scale and character of the residential, retail, and mixed-use neighborhood in which it sits. Its height and volume far exceed anything in the vicinity. Despite the best efforts to soften the facade with good architecture, it will literally hover over our community. I believe the developer once described it as a cathedral, a prominent signature building to define the area. As such, it is a solution in search of a problem. I can attest to how the project will directly affect me and my neighbors. Traffic. The traffic study shows increased traffic on Eastern Avenue and beyond as trips generated by daily parking is more than replaced by trips generated by 440 apartment units and 18,000 square feet of retail services and a convoluted kiss and ride arrangement. Safety. Eastern Avenue is a narrow right-of-way, 40 feet with a curb-to-curb dimension of only 26 feet. It also has one parking lane. It is also a link on the Metropolitan Bike Trail. Buses now have to slow to a crawl simply to pass oncoming traffic. Existing safety problems will be exacerbated for vehicles and pedestrians since, as the traffic study indicates, sidewalks do not meet design standards and cannot be widened absent condemnation of private property. Pollution. The added traffic will add to local particulate pollution. This is especially a problem as vehicles must accelerate uphill in both directions on Eastern. Visual impact from Eastern Avenue, one would see an 8-story building rising to 90 feet. This is the actual height as per the developer's drawings. The setback for the upper 2 floors is insufficient to hide the height. In addition to these local impacts, more importantly, let's consider neighborhood compatibility. It is most instructive to consider the development in the context of that for which the site is most suited, which is mixed use and multifamily development. I have submitted pictures and data on all 8 new developments within 400 feet of this project over the past 2 decades along Carroll Avenue and Blair Road. This shows that these 8 projects, all of which are in the district, share certain key characteristics. First, none of these buildings exceed roughly 50 to 55 feet in height. Second, commensurate with height, all of these buildings are 3 to 5 stories tall. Third, where appropriate on Carroll Avenue, first floors are dedicated to neighborhood scale commercial space. Fourth, buildings are modest in volume, allowing for the eclectic facades to largely complement each other rather than dominate. Fifth, all but one of the buildings noted has built its parking underground, allowing all above ground floor area to be dedicated to higher value uses, including market rate and affordable housing stock. The scale of development in this neighborhood, which is zoned MU4 and NC2, is clearly working. How do we know this? Developers see a market for their projects as witnessed by steady investment. The scale is working for residents as witnessed by high residential occupancy rates. It is working for the first floor commercial businesses that are flourishing. The scale is working for the community that overwhelmingly supports one project after another. And it is working for equity as many affordable units have been recently built. And it is working for WMATA, which sees a steady increase in transit-oriented residents. This, in fact, is smart growth in action. The proposed project at the Metro site stands in stark contrast in scale and height in its use of above-ground square footage for visible parking. Its height is more than 60% greater than the tallest of other recent buildings, as are the number of floors. Its volume is more than 500% of the anomalous 10-story Tacoma Business Center further up Carroll Avenue. Rather than providing underground parking, as others have done, we would be facing 1 to 2 levels of above ground parking for 230 vehicles. To add further context to the building, the building would dwarf all of those developed at every Red Line Metro station from its origin in Glenmont all the way to New York Avenue downtown. Metro site developments over the past 2 decades at the Fort Totten and Rhode Island Avenue stations are far smaller and shorter. Closer to home, it would exceed the volume of any building going up at the Walter Reed site along the busy Georgia Avenue thoroughfare. It will consume any existing capacity of the road network. Less than 100 feet away and proceeding east on the south side of Carroll Avenue, there are underused and vacant parcels primed for redevelopment. By developing the Metro site at such intensity, we may be undermining the viability of future neighborhood scale mixed-use development along a vital corridor. To focus on parking for a minute, the proposed project would not invest in putting its parking underground, unlike all others. The effects are twofold. First, except for one facade, the building will have 1 to 2 stories of unsightly parking at eye level. Second, every level of parking that is not underground means 1 more story of height to attain the same quantity of residential square footage. Put simply, the building is 7 to 8 stories tall because it uses 1 to 2 stories for above ground parking. This is an outdated feature rarely seen for such a prized infill site. The result is glaring, a taller structure and a less appealing one. While the site may have certain challenges due to elevation changes, it appears that no serious effort has been applied to this issue. I am pro-growth and very pro-smart growth, but see no reason to support a project that effectively thumbs its nose at effective revitalization at an appropriate scale. The developer could shrink the building and its height and still proceed, with my support, to build what would still be easily the largest residential building in Tacoma with several hundred units. Instead, a maximalist approach has been taken to push the envelope. Unfortunately, this has served to divide a community that I know to be overwhelmingly supportive of reasonable and sensitive development. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, I think I'm next. Thanks for taking the time to listen to what immediate neighbors of the development have to say, and thanks also for the detailed questions you asked the developer and the answers you obtained. Your stamina is appreciated. My name is Sabrina Eaton. I live at 7019 Eastern Avenue, directly across from the Tacoma Metro Station's current parking lot and bus depot. The street and sidewalk in front of my house are in DC. My hedge marks the state line, and my house is in Maryland. I like the concept of having an apartment building with affordable housing and retail on that site, but I agree with Historic Tacoma that the building's height and scale would overpower the surrounding neighborhood and not fit with historic districts on either side of the DC-Maryland line. Area master plans call for preserving Tacoma's small-town character. The developer bills the structure as 76 feet tall when it will actually be 90 feet tall at many points. Plopping such a huge building down amid short single-family homes and apartment buildings that top out at 5 stories is not small town. All the benefits the developer cites as reasons it should be allowed to exceed the zoning requirements that are supposed to preserve the neighborhood could be provided with a shorter building. The developer could simply put its desired 2 stories of parking underground instead of above ground, as the neighborhood's other apartment buildings have done. Another way to reduce its height might be to eliminate some of that parking. My property is the area's topographical low point. I'm going to get into the gutters here and to the sewers now. My property is regularly flooded by stormwater from the metro station. My written testimony discusses the issue in depth and includes a link to video of the waterfall this creates on my property. It describes how a stream that once ran between the metro property and my property to Sligo Creek was diverted underground into a storm sewer system that doesn't adequately handle heavy rains. I want to make sure the upcoming development, which will greatly increase the site's impervious surface and reduce its grass and trees, doesn't worsen the problem. Ideally, I'd like the problem to be fixed. I urge the Zoning Commission to include language in any approval document that would require the developer to ensure that storm water from this project doesn't create off-site flooding problems. I don't want this to become a situation where the developer promises everything will be wonderful and there's no recourse for neighbors if it causes problems. The fact that I am across the street from the development in Maryland while the development itself is in DC heightens these concerns. Stormwater does not respect state lines. I'm glad the developer's current plan finally recognizes that there are stormwater issues in the area because its drafts in previous years did not. I've lived here since 1994 and I've been through every single iteration of this development. I would like to know how its proposed bioretention system will keep stormwater from flooding my property and what recourse I will have if it doesn't work. If the bioretention system it proposes will channel water that's currently being absorbed by grass and trees into the area's already failing storm sewer system, I think there's a good chance it could actually end up aggravating flooding for me and other people too. The storm sewer line that goes from the metro station to Sligo Creek also cuts through other properties, including Margot Cable, who I think has sent you some testimony on this. Her property is a few houses away from me on Tulip Avenue. During super heavy rains, its manhole cover pops off and floods her yard so deeply her daughter can roll a kayak in it. About 10 years ago, the section of the stormwater line that goes across the backyard that separates my house and Margot's house collapsed, and it took weeks to replace. My point is that this storm sewer system is not in good shape and might not be able to handle an increased load, particularly as climate change increases the frequency of the intense rains we've been getting. Planting trees to keep water out of the storm sewer system might be a better alternative than channeling more water into those sewers, which is what I think the bioretention system will ultimately do with that water. The developer is planning to meet with some of us who are affected by flooding to discuss how this bioretention system will work. I look forward to that meeting. I don't want this development to leave big problems for its neighbors. Please carefully review the project's water retention facilities for sufficiency and for prevention of flow beyond its boundaries, and require significantly increased planting of trees and native plants to offset its increased impervious surface. Please also provide an avenue that neighbors can use to resolve problems if its stormwater mitigation efforts don't work and the flooding persists or worsens after the building is finished. Whatever goes in there must fix stormwater problems in the vicinity, not aggravate them. I want to make sure that every agency involved in signing off on this development proposal is aware that this problem exists and get every assurance I can that it will be addressed, because I want to stop the flooding on my property and I don't want it to create or aggravate flooding elsewhere. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Ellen? Yeah, Ellen.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening. My name is Ellen Kurlansky, and I live at 202 Cedar Street Northwest in the District of Columbia, across the street from the proposed development and well within 200 feet from it. Built 115 years ago, my house is one of the earliest bungalows in Tacoma Park. Like the other old houses in the neighborhood, it has a wide front porch, and mine looks out on the trees and green space on the WMATA property. I also watch kids kicking soccer balls and playing frisbee and people playing with their dogs out there. I'm pleased that the development that's proposed provides housing, including some affordable housing and retail space. But I'd like to see it developed in a way that respects and even enhances the neighborhood. I appreciate that EYA has endeavored to save a bit of the green space and some of the trees. They propose to move a heritage tree, which is no small thing, and I hope it survives, but I'm glad they're doing that. But beyond that, my family, my neighbors, and I are distressed by the size and design and likely impact of the building. The 2021 Comprehensive Plan for Rock Creek East and Tacoma Central District Plan emphasized the importance of preserving the small town character of Tacoma. The proposed development doesn't do anything like that. The proposed building is too big for starters, as others have said, but both the height and mass are out of character with historic Tacoma. I believe the building would be larger than any other building in the historic district. There's several new buildings nearby that are planned under construction or recently opened with 4 or 5 stories, but this one has 8. The parking is above ground, and one obvious improvement, I have to say, would be to place the parking underground. Now, I know that's more expensive, but I'm sure EYA could figure out a way to lower the height of the building if it put the parking underground. We're concerned about the environmental impact of the building. I worked at EPA for years. I'm an environmental professional, and I was asked to talk about that a little bit because I share the concerns of my neighbor about air quality, especially of the increased traffic, not only because of congestion and noise that'll result from the building, but also because the driveway on Cedar Street, directly across the street from my next door neighbor, will be used by large trucks making deliveries, picking up trash and recycling. These large trucks on top of the bus and car traffic associated with the development will have serious air quality impacts that will affect the health of nearby neighbors. Large trucks emit both NOx and particle pollution. NOx, that's nitrogen oxide, reacts with other pollutants to cause ground level ozone that inflames and constricts airways, causing coughing, shortness of breath. It aggravates asthma and other lung disease. In the long term, it can cause heart disease. The vehicles also emit particles that can aggravate respiratory problems and contribute to cancer risk. These are serious public health problems, and we ask you to scale down the project to reduce the risk. We're also troubled that the developer has not been at all forthcoming about the energy use and climate impacts of the building. Apparently, the plan is to bring natural gas into the building at a time when more forward-looking builders are rejecting natural gas and going all electric. There's been some hand-waving about solar panels, but we don't know how many or how much the electricity demand will be serviced by them. Across the street is from this building, proposed building, across the street is a building that uses geothermal energy to meet part of its energy demand. So the resource is there, but there's no mention of it at all for this building. Finally, the design of this building, an oversized industrial big box trimmed in flashy orange, is nothing like the small town character of Tacoma. Unlike other developers, this developer has made little effort to respect the character and well-being of the neighborhood. Rather, the proposed development is an assault on the community that lives here. Now, there are other new buildings in Tacoma Park that do respect the character of the building, and they're the result of developers who worked with the people who live here and talked to them, not at them, and designed buildings that complement the neighborhood. We would really like to see the board reject this plan and send the developer back and ask him to work with the neighbors. And I think we could help them develop something that would be a building that complements rather than detracts this historic neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Mr. Chairman, I will wrap things up for Historic Tacoma with reference to Exhibit 123A. That is my detailed analysis of the PUD application, which I have provided to you to show you what we see as the proper legal framework under the comprehensive plan and the zoning regulations for why the application should be denied in its present form. It also details how the height and bulk of the proposed building could be scaled back to have at least a legally correct PUD approval. I urge you to review that analysis because I cannot possibly capture all of it in my summary tonight. But before we get to that, I want to acknowledge that in the past couple of days, a lot of additional critical commentary that I did not orchestrate from others has been added to the record, making points that complement, that's complement with an E, the matters I have addressed, and they also merit your attention. And like my clients, just about all of them share my client's support for a mixed-use apartment building at this metro adjacent location, as well as the goal of getting as much affordable housing into the project as possible. Where we all seem to differ with the applicant is over just how the building, how big it should be when added to this treasured open space in Tacoma Park. We looked at this question both with regard to height and scale. First, as to height. The zoning height is 76 feet. That's not an illegal amount if you authorize both the rezoning to MU5A and the requested 6 feet above the IZ height of 70 feet that is allowed in the zone under X 303.7 by the commission. But those approvals work in tandem to get to that height. There is a good but undisclosed reason why the applicant is seeking from you only an additional 6-foot increase, whereas the PUD process, in theory, could allow 14 more feet to a final zoning height total of 90. A bigger increase would be to add another floor to the building, but that would result in a Height Act violation, as my memo explains. In short, the building is just about as high as the law allows. In addition, as the applicant was entitled to do, it chose the higher of at least 2 building height measuring points available to it. Higher by 10 feet, in fact. On flat ground and with a level roof, that choice would have no effect on height as perceived from the street. But here the ground slopes away from the chosen building height measuring point such that the perceived height around most of the building is in the 90-foot range, and the number of stories increases from 6 to 8. This grade change is the greatest and thus perceived height the greatest in the area where the project fronts on Eastern Avenue, where some of my clients live right across the street. The project pays slight but insufficient homage to that contrasting height of the building in the area comprised of the height reduction across Eastern by stepping down the roof line for part of the facade by 2 stories. But it does so with a setback so short that it will not hide from plain view the confronting confronting residences, the rest of the building, which will still be over 90 feet. Finally, as to height compatibility is more than just checking off a zoning height compliance. Site context is important. Here, unlike in most MU5A development scenarios, not a single side of this building will be shielded from public view by the presence of other MU5A buildings, which can be built cheek by jowl together. Pedestrians and vehicular traffic will flow around all sides with a 90-foot building in plain sight. Now, as to scale or bulk of the building, the application highlights the relative low 1.69 FAR of the building. The reason it's low compared to the normal range of MU5A development is no mystery. It's just a matter of mathematics. Gross floor area measures the volume or bulk of the building. FAR evaluates that bulk in relation to the size of the lot. For example, a building with a GFA will have half the FAR on a 2-acre site that it would on a 1-acre lot. Here we see that the 1.69 FAR is the number obtained by dividing the gross floor area by the 6.78 acre size of the lot. A true and more accurate picture of the compatibility of the building as it's in the surroundings examines the building in the context of those surroundings and looks not just at the FAR, but at the nearly 500,000 of gross floor area of the building as well. Notwithstanding that the FLUM understandably looks at density solely in terms of FAR, which it does because that's the chosen density metric in the zoning regulations. My memo looks at the FAR that would result if the size of the lot were, instead of the current 6.7 acres, just big enough to maximize the 80% lot occupancy maximum in the MU5A zone. In that scenario, this same building would produce an FAR of 5.12, which is above what could possibly be approved in a PUD at this site. 5.04 would be the max. So the low FAR claim, properly understood, is that the open space around it is what drives the FAR down. I also want to suggest to you that the 1.9 FAR was not so much an act of deference by the applicant towards building scale concerns in its Tacoma Park in the Tacoma Park neighborhood. It was the most that could be achieved and still provide WMATA the needed space to operate bus connections to the metro station and to continue to provide what the community has enjoyed for decades, a public amenity space owned, although this one will be owned and controlled by the landowner, WMATA, to eventually become EYA. So looking at the height and the scale, the project is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The applicant, OP, and the AG all detail the project furthers many policy objectives of the comprehensive plan. We do not disagree, but they all present the matter as if there are no competing policy objectives that need to be weighed in the balance of the PUD application. But my memo details that achieving compatible infill development that respects the existing scale and historic character of the neighborhood is a CP policy objective, just as maximizing affordable housing is. These objectives are unmistakably in tension. Going overboard on affordable housing or housing generally risks creating a building too big to be compatible in a given location. On the other hand, going overboard on minimizing compatibility issues for infill development risks too little in the way of affordable housing contributions. The tension or conflict cannot be ignored or wished away. It is the Commission's job to look at each of these competing policies squarely in the eye and do the required weighing and balancing. My legal memo realistically enters this thicket where OP, the applicant, and the AG have feared to tread. We cite the specific policies in the framework element, the citywide elements, the Rock Creek East area elements, the historic preservation element, the FLUM, the generalized policy map, and the 2002 Tacoma Central Business District SAP that need to be taken account of. All of them in words with slightly varying specificity as to location, highlight the need to ensure that infill development is compatible with and respectful of the historic district or neighborhood in which the property resides. You can look at the applicant's slide 58, and any number of those policies reflect that policy, and they are itemized in my detailed memo. I'll spare you the lengthy chapter and verse on this in the memo for now, but our conclusion focuses most closely on the FLUM designation of the property as mixed use with emphasis on residential use at the medium density level. This seems to be the major focus of the claim of comprehensive plan consistency. But that designation is not the whole story. As my memo details, the Commission should find upon viewing the comprehensive plan as a whole that this massive building with over 11 acres of floor area is not what was envisioned by the comprehensive plan for this property, despite the prescience exhibited by Assistant Attorney General Kane. My next and even more important point is that an MU4A PUD would go far to harmonize this conflict that I've described for you between respecting compatibility concerns and achieving maximum affordable housing. My memo highlights the most logical and plausible path to reducing the conflict in this particular case that will greatly advance the goal of adding to the stock of affordable housing in this area of Rock Creek East. As explained, The only aspect of having the PUD-based rezoning in this case to be MU5A rather than MU4A is due to the desire to achieve a zoning height in excess of 70 feet, that is 76 feet. Everything else about this project can be achieved with a PUD-based rezoning to MU4A. What is the difference in height actually? As explained, the applicant can achieve 65 feet in an MU4A PUD, and the commission could possibly bestow an extra 5% in height under X303.10. And the commission could, that would be 3.25 more feet for a grand total of 68.25 feet. That height is already more than enough for this particular location, but the applicant wants 76 feet. That's an additional 7.75 feet. Presumably to get that 8th story added, to the severe detriment of the need to achieve compatibility. The need for rezoning to MU5A has simply not been demonstrated. Every policy element advanced by the project can be satisfactorily advanced in the MU4A level. If this took a story off the project, my memo details that the likely loss to housing would be approximately 65 market rate units and 13 IZ units. This is a small price to pay to achieve a plausible degree of infill compatibility in this location. And I have to tell you, I heard nothing in the ANC testimony and in the supporting witness testimony that repudiates the notion that the MU4 rezoning possibility would not better fulfill all of the comprehensive policy goals than the MU5A rezoning. Next point in my memo is that the public benefits and project amenities are overstated. In fact, we consider them significantly overstated, and some of them not really benefits at all. Their evaluation ignores the requirement that public benefits must be superior in that they benefit the neighborhood or the public, quote, to a significantly greater extent, unquote, than matter of right development. This means, for example, that the mandatory 10% IZ being provided is not a public benefit. Only the additional 5%, which translates to about 24 IZ units, is a legitimate public benefit for PUD balancing purposes. The HANTA units being proposed are a much lesser benefit than those 24 IZ units. They are, first of all, they are subsidized at only 80% of AMI, not the 30 or 60% of AMI for the IZ units. And with the tax rebate that they will be seeking, it may be, and we don't know the details, that the public, not the developer, will be the party that's mostly subsidizing that additional affordable housing. The only other public benefit or project amenity that would seem to meet the definition of these terms in the regulation is that the project will achieve LEED Gold certification. For just about everything else, how the neighborhood or the public is benefited to a significantly greater extent than would be the case under matter of right development is not discussed. The requirement is all but ignored. On the other side of the PUD balancing scale is the flexibility afforded the applicant. It is not merely a 6-foot height increase. It is both the height increase and the rezoning that makes the 76-foot height possible. The existing matter of right zoning height is a combination of heights in 3 zones, RA1, MU4, and NC2. The height increases from these are as follows, and you can see this right there in their presentation. The NC2 height increase is from 50 to 76 feet. That's 26 feet. The MU4 height increase is from 50 to 76 feet. That's 26 feet. And the RA1 height increase is from 40 to 76. That's a 36-foot increase. The weighted average of these increases, which you would have to figure out because these particular zoning areas are not equal in size, increases, the weighted average increase is more than enough to increase the height of the building by at least 2 stories. Finally, with regard to the AG memorandum, my legal memo provides a detailed critique of the AG memo explaining how terribly one-sided and unbiased an evaluation it is, and how unrealistic and nonsensical it is, because it is talking about stranded density that is a fiction of their imagination, because this project will not absorb increased height, and there's no room to go out away from where the project is already built and still provide the bus loop and the park and the public amenity space. I urge you to review the legal memo carefully from the point of view of the legal requirements that have to be met, and I think you will conclude that in its present form, this project, the public will be much better served if this project is denied with a view toward its coming back as an MU4 zone project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and to the Historic Tacoma party. And Mr. Brown, I really appreciate the way you have identified in your brief, I'll call it a brief, hitting those points. It makes it easier, at least for this commissioner, when I'm reading through and weighing things with other things to your comments. So thank you for doing that. Let's see if we have any questions or comments. Commissioner May, of anybody on the panel.
Yeah, I have a few, hopefully very short questions. First, for Mr. Fiden, you mentioned other metro developments along the red line. Do any of those other developments that were on, I guess you're calling out the metro developments, do they include a park like this does, a 1.7 acre park?
I can't answer that. I don't know them in detail.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about it, is the Rhode Island Avenue one. I can tell you, there's no parkland there. It is a story lower, but it's a pretty dense project given the spacing of the buildings and the roads running through it. And then you mentioned that there are other affordable developments that are going up in the area that are in the 50-foot range. Can you tell me, are they in the district or are they in Maryland?
They're in the district.
They're in the district. Okay. And then for Mr. Brown, you talked about the benefits of the project or the amenities of the project not being real amenities, but you didn't say anything about the park. Why is that?
Basically, my attitude toward the park is that this was an essential feature historically that basically had to stay there in order for this project to gain community support, because the entire community depends upon and as long
okay,
as
so
let me
stop you there, because we're not just looking for your opinion about what the park is. You tried to present an analysis of this as a PUD and the balancing that has to happen and the benefits that accrue to the project. Again, we're supposed to get superior benefits out of a PUD than we would from, say, a map amendment. And you're saying that somehow the park doesn't qualify for that. And I don't understand why it would not qualify, because there's nothing that guarantees that there would be park space there. There happens to be open space there right now. it does not function as a park. So why wouldn't the creation of a publicly accessible park be a benefit in the PUD balancing test?
I take your point, Commissioner May, and I think that's probably correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Moore, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions. I just want to thank everyone for their testimony and their point of view. It certainly helps the commission provide and think through a balanced and helps us make a more informed decision. So thank you very much for your contributions tonight and for participating in the public process.
And Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Brown and Historic Tacoma and the residents who have testified here this evening, and for emphasizing, Mr. Brown, your Exhibit 123A, which I was rereading as you were highlighting aspects of it. I kind of had that memo in mind when I said to the applicant at the outset that I might want to have a point-by-point rebuttal of that, because as the chairman said, I think it was a very succinct and comprehensive summary of your opposition testimony. So we'll hopefully get that from the applicant, although I think that it's in the record, but I think in one place to have a rebuttal would be helpful going forward. The only other comment, well, a couple other comments I have on the stormwater. I mean, there is testimony in the record that the stormwater would be improved from the existing, sounds like terrible situation that some of the neighbors experience when there are storms. And it sounds, from what I've seen in the record, it sounds like there will be improvements in that. It may be that on rebuttal we can get more information or more succinct information on how it will be improved and how that would be enforced in the future. I don't think it's part of the plans, the stormwater plans, but I'm not sure it's, well, I'm not sure how it is enforceable. That's, I think, outside of our zoning enforceability, but it certainly would be referenced. The plans for stormwater management would be in the record, and whatever conditions in the order that are appropriate for that. So we can focus on that if and when we get to that point. And then just the other comment about no other 7-story or 7 or 8 stories. I think we need to clarify whether it is 7 or 8 stories, but that there are no other 7 or 8 stories buildings in the historic Tacoma area. I'm not sure that there are any other sites within the historic Tacoma area. I might be wrong on this, that are in the medium density residential, in that medium density category. I think they're mostly in the moderate, those other buildings, but I think I want information on that from the applicant, unless you know, Mr. Brown, off the top of your head, whether any of those other buildings, I think, or Mr. Fiden, I think you put it in your testimony that you showed those buildings. I'm not sure that the comp plan land use map designation for those sites is as high, that the density level is as high as it is on this site, in terms of medium versus, I think it's moderate. It may be moderate on those other sites. But if you don't have any, if you don't know off the top of your head, that's fine. We'll get the applicant going.
I can say that according to the map, I think in the proposal, and I believe also in the zoning map, all the sites are either MU4 or NC2.
No, I realize the zoning is different than what's being proposed here. Yeah, thank you for, there is that distinction, yeah.
Mhm.
But I was talking about the comp plan land use map. So anyway, thank each of you for all of your involvement in this project for a long time, and hopefully we can include, if we get to that point, mitigating measures that will address some of the concerns.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Brown, I do have a procedural question I'm asking you. I know the board member Harris and some of them over in Montgomery County. I'm just curious, do they send us a notice on the DC side when they're having projects in Tacoma on the Maryland side? So I'm not sure how that works.
Mr. Chairman, the point that Mr. Fiden made about notice is simply reading the text of the zoning regulations, which do not distinguish that the 200-foot requirement stops at the border. And I think it would be unreasonable to imply that it does, because obviously the impacts of a project don't stop by the existence of a jurisdictional line that is not really geographically significant. So I don't know what your practice is, what the Montgomery County practice is on the border, but he was just making the point that based on your regulations, he didn't understand why they weren't notified.
I'm not sure of Montgomery County. I'm going to actually check into it. I do consult with other regions. They actually reach out to us, the DC Zoning Commission, and ask us about how our regulations go. So I do have some relationships. I'm going to ask that question because I think that's very important. I'm hearing it here tonight, and I don't think it works both ways. But I'm not going to go out there and say that I'm sure. But I know one place it doesn't work because they've already told me, and I've been over there to testify. So I want to make sure that we do an even kill. But here's the other thing. It's called a good neighbor policy. If the district's residents get it like they did, they went over and talked to their friends over in Maryland. So, I just don't want to put all the onus all the time on the District of Columbia. So I'll leave it at that. Now, let me ask you this. Let me Commissioner May, maybe.
Yeah, I want to add something on that point. The fact that that particular notice may not have happened. I mean, I guess we'll hear from the applicant about that. But clearly, you all know about the project, and there are multiple means by which people are notified about projects. And so the word got to you. The fact that this one, part of it didn't happen for one reason or another, it's not terribly meaningful for our decision making because you clearly know about it. You've been prepared. You knew it far enough in advance to even get advanced party status. So I don't see that this is an issue. And I'm not looking for a response from Mr. Brown. I'm just telling you how these things work. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will tell you that I will tell you that I will find out because I do want to know. Because anyway, I'll leave that. I appreciate y'all bringing that up. But let me ask you this, Mr. Brown, and maybe some of the party. You heard the issue about affordable housing, and this is one of the ones that I've seen where they come into 30% MFI. I don't see that a lot. So if we reduce it, and I thought about this, if we start reducing and cutting back and scaling back, and you've heard the applicants say that we won't get that affordability, but then you also heard Commissioner Yates and Commissioner Palmer say that they're welcoming that affordable housing. You heard Ms. Court say they're welcoming it, and I think one of the commissioners or somebody said they had 400 other people. And what I've noticed here, it's not that it's a popularity contest, it's about the regulations and whether or not we meet the development review or the statutory requirements of a PUD. But here's the thing. If they condense, and if you want to opine or somebody on the panel, the Historic Tacoma Party wants to opine, that'd be good. What happens if we scale it back? Is it that we're sacrificing density, scale back to a project that you all want to see, or do we want people to be able to live in our community, have a diverse community, what I'm hearing from the elected officials? Does anybody want to respond to that, or you just want me to continue to go with my imagination?
Mr. Chairman, this is exactly what I pointed out was your tough job. You have to reconcile and balance these competing policies in the comprehensive plan. How far is too far in one direction or the other? Our position is not that this shouldn't be done, but it's just a bit too far. And scaling it back a relatively slight amount, as I've described, would not do any significant damage to the goal. In fact, with respect to the 30% AMI, as I understand the goal, it's that half of the IZ units should be 30% AMI. And this particular project, I think, only reaches half of that goal. So maybe the 30% AMI could actually be achieved even with a scale back if they had a greater proportion of 30% AMI units than they have.
Okay. I will say this, Mr. Brown, I really appreciate your answer. I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate you getting it right back to me. And believe me, we will deal with it. So thank you, and I really do. I really do. I don't have any other questions of anybody on the panel unless they want to opine on that. If not, your lawyer did. Commissioners, any follow-up questions or comments? Okay, the hour's getting late, and thank you all for your presentation. Ms. Shellen, let me go to the applicant. Does the applicant have any cross of the historic Tacoma party?
No cross.
Okay, does Commissioner Yates have any cross of the historic, and thank you, Commissioner Yates, you're still here, of the historic Tacoma party?
You know, I got little kids. I know how to be kept up late. I just want to express my appreciation for Ms. Kurlansky, who's a 4B resident, for testifying tonight. I mean, I know we've met on this project before. If anybody else here is from 4B, if you could tell me your single member district number, I'll make sure your commissioner knows you came out and spoke tonight.
Okay, that's a question. Ms. Kurlansky, I know that you are here. He's asking, he's opening.
Oh, no, she's my constituent. That's why I appreciate it.
Right.
Else is
We've already covered her, but you're asking about anybody else, right? Anybody else, so he can get you in touch with your commissioner, or are you all on the Maryland side, or silence? I know how to take
We
that.
all said that we lived, I believe that we said where we lived, and we indicated that, and I don't believe that that the developer, I mean, Mr. Yates may have met with the developer to come up with this plan, but none of us who live adjacent to it were consulted beforehand. And that might be why you're hearing from so many people in Maryland. I believe the chairman brought that up in terms of just the written correspondence he's been receiving, because we did not get the get to have that dialogue with the developer in advance that Mr. Yates did. So I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay, I appreciate that. Actually, it was a little more to it, Ms. Eden, than that. I appreciate that. I would actually think that the folks in Maryland would be, as one of my colleagues already mentioned, already involved and already know about it. I was talking about the ones who live over here, probably in my neighborhood. That's why I was wondering why they were opining on something up in that area. That's kind of where I was. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Yates, you have any other questions, comments? Okay.
Chair Hood, I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, unless I hear from my colleagues, Michelle, do we have any persons who are here in opposition?
Yes, we do.
Okay, how many do we have? Let's bring four up.
Four up at a time. Okay. Faith Wheeler, Next, we have Peter Kovar, Sarah Green, Laura Richards, she's on the phone.
Who, Miss Richards?
Miss Richards is on the phone,
Okay, let's bring up one other person.
and that's it.
Okay, I recognize some of these names, so let's start off with Miss Faith Wheeler.
Oh, I see this. Okay.
Now, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. The first thing I want to say before I get into anything else is that I and the folks that I have been working on for over 22 years are absolutely for affordable housing and have requested it time after time after time. And until recently, our requests have been basically rejected by the developers. So I'm very pleased to see much more. I would like to see a larger percentage in that building. We have one building that's now operating in Twine, which is 100% and affordable housing. Hopefully, I guess some deeply affordable housing. Deeply affordable is really, really important. 80% is, I couldn't afford 80% MFI. So thank you. The last time I testified before you folks, before the commission, I think it was probably April 2015. I'll try to go this very fast because there's so many things to try to cover. And that was about the Walter Reed rezoning proposal. I had been on the Walter Reed Local Development Authority, Redevelopment Authority with DIMPED and the Community Advisory Committee, both. A little more background about me, because we're talking about where these people are coming from who are interested in this project, this proposal, and opposing it. I first came to DC in 1962, clearly a Southern segregated city. I'm a Yankee. As much as that's kind of indicated where I stand. I've lived in Tacoma since 1978. It was the 5th DC neighborhood that I've lived in. We paid at the time for this bungalow $69,500. The cost of affordable housing in a unit at Entwine, which is 100% affordable, is more than I ever paid for a mortgage, ever. That's affordable housing in Entwine. I'm a former ANC 4BO2 commissioner, 2003 to 2015, ANC 4BO2. I was elected to be a Ward 4 representative to the DC Democratic State Committee, served from 2008 to 2014. I'm a former board member of the cross-jurisdictional Old Tacoma Business Association. One notable project that I co-coordinated was a $50,000 grant from DC Department of Small and Local Business Development. 4 of the 5 managers and owners of the recipients of that grant were Black or brown people. DC side, Tacoma, DC.
How long do you get?
I want to point out, excuse me? Somebody saying something to me? No, okay. I want to point out that we have in the Tacoma Park Historic District, we have 14 buildings since 2008. Multifamily buildings, 14 historic Tacoma Park Historic District buildings. That amounted to about 1,422 units in the historic district. I believe I've been to every single HPRB hearing for those 14 buildings testifying.
There's anything in there? Alcohol.
Sorry, what?
Something to drink. Oh, I want milk.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing some other, I don't know if it's.
Yeah, so you might, I'm not gonna call any names. You might want to turn mute your line because we're hearing all about the alcohol, and at this time I'm starting to need some myself. So let's let's try to let's be respectful. And Miss Wheeler, let me just say to you, we do have your testimony.
Right.
So, you know, I read about I found it very interesting about the $69,000 plus and what people thought how you are. So I want you to understand, we've read your testimony, and Ms.
Okay.
Willow, we know who you are, trust me.
All right. All right. I just want to say that after the facade improvement program through the Business Association, that's pretty much when development took off and the costs took off as well. Meaning costs started elevating, increasing of rentals and housing costs. So regarding the question about some of us not wanting to see more development in the neighborhood or on this site, in 2006, the Friends of Tacoma Transit, which I was part of, put forward a proposal for development here. We had for multifamily development. We added 4 bus bays to what we have now. We have an activated park. It was compatible with the neighborhood. It was mixed use, mixed income. It looks like Tacoma. Let me see here. To your point, Chairman Hood, I was trying to actually refer to some questions and comments that were made here. I do want to talk about let me see. I'm looking for where I need to go here. All right. I want to look at trees. Talked about trees a bit. On the exhibits that the EYA folks put forward, I saw a lot of sunny walkways. And not much question about the purpose of trees, the function of trees, which is to cool, to clean the air, to sequester carbon. So it looks to me like it's more for design rather than purpose. And that really troubles me about climate change particularly, which will bring increasing number of consecutive days of extreme heat. I refer you for your further information, if you wish, is to go to climatecentral.org to see just what that's going to mean for DC.
Miss Wheeler,
Yes,
I know the hour is late,
Yes,
and
sir.
I think I can do this. I want you to be able to make sure you be able to give us all your points. So why don't I just take if you don't mind, when you think about them, just give me a submission, because you're well over your 5-minute time. Well, you only had 3 minutes, but because since you waited all night, and I know you're trying to pull it all, give us all to it. If you want to add to what you've already done, I will allow you to do that since you waited all this time. Unless unless you want to wrap it up. I don't want to really just cut you off, but I know I have 4 or 5 other people on here, and you're trying to grapple with some things, and I don't want you to feel rushed.
And so I'm sorry, could you please tell me
Well,
again what you wish me to do right now?
What I'm trying to do is give you another form to where you can give us, because you were searching for some points that you felt was left out, and I wanted you to be able to supplement your already submission to us with some of the points you're trying to grapple with now for us to look at, if you want to do that. So take another minute, and if you want to submit something else to add to what we're talking about, you can do that as well. Okay?
All right, yes, I do. May I say another minute, you said. Okay, thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yeah.
All right, one of the points that I do want to make actually is on the amount of green space and what this means for, and I did include this in my submission, and I know you have read it. But I think it's so important because this is affordable housing, which we want more of. And for low-income folks, of which I know something about because I grew up poor, you don't have a lot of money, spare money, and so you save your money. And so and the eateries here are not inexpensive. They're expensive. And so it's really important to have sufficient green space, especially for more low-income folks, to be able to go and relax outside their apartment, to be able to get outside and feel comfortable and welcome and be able to just enjoy the space, enjoy the area without having to go to some place to buy something to eat. It makes a huge difference, especially when you are really poor. And I do know about that. So that is a really important point that has not been made, and I don't think I particularly featured that as much as I would like to in my written submission. So more green space does mean a smaller building. It does mean, for me, fewer market rate units and more affordable units, which I would very much like to see. And I do, there's one phrase actually that I did not include in my submission, and I would like to, and it's abrasive, but I would just like to conclude it. Since we have asked over and over for decades for more affordable housing and have been rejected, and now we're getting some, I would suggest, to me, that has been discrimination by omission of allowing and bringing in more affordable units in Tacoma Central District, in the Tacoma Park Historic District. So I guess I'll close on that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the extra minute, Chairman Hood.
Sure, thank you, Ms. Wheeler, and it's good to hear from you again.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, I'm interrupted.
I said thank you, and it's good to hear from you again. I haven't heard from you in a while, so it's good to hear
Well,
from
that
you.
is true, and I am very interested and have always been in affordable housing, partly because of my own experience.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, who was next? I don't know where my list went.
Next was Peter Kovar.
Mr. Kovar?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief and maybe talk fast. I live on Holly Avenue in Tacoma Park, Maryland, a block and a half from the site. I did submit written testimony. I hope the members of the commission have read it. I do support some development at the site. I think we need to have a mixed income apartment building there with retail opportunities and metro parking. And I think because of really the quirk of the boundary, it's a situation where a substantial amount of the impact falls on Tacoma Park, Maryland residents, to some degree less or a lesser amount on those in DC. And so we're stakeholders here as well, and hope that our concerns can be taken into consideration. Since I've lived there throughout the time this project and its various iterations has been discussed, I've been involved in a lot of the discussions, mostly as a resident. I was on the city council in Tacoma Park for 7 years, and I didn't run for re-election this past November. So I'm back being a resident, but I did have some discussions with EYA both beforehand and in that official capacity, and I appreciate that. I think the history has been a lot of us work to not be opposed to developments here, other than the very first one, which was the condos with the 2-car garages, because that was clearly not smart growth. But otherwise, we tried to improve the plans, and we worked with EYA in 2013, 2014, made a number of suggestions, our small cross-border group, and some of those suggestions were actually taken into account, and some are even reflected here. So I'm looking for a balanced project. I'm not unalterably opposed. I think the community has been supportive of having something there. I think I have two outstanding concerns, and then one other thing I wanted to mention. I do think the height would be more compatible if it was in the 4 to 5 story range, which is what most of the other apartment buildings around here are, as well as those close by ones on the red line, as people have mentioned. Last year, about a year or so ago, or a bit more, it was 6 to 7 stories, the EYA plan. Then it morphed to 7 to 8, and it would be 8 stories, right, in the section closest to Eastern Avenue. So to me, that's a little higher than I would like it. I think it would be great to get some more underground parking in there and maybe a little more stepping back from Eastern Avenue, and that could help achieve that. In terms of the parking, I was glad to see that Cheryl Court mentioned that. And I really do think it's just really strange to say that we're going to have a transit-oriented or smart growth project, and it's going to just make it harder for people to get to the metro and ride it. So I'd like to see us changing that. And I've talked about how we could do that in my testimony. The last thing is there are several issues that aren't fully ripe right now. We know they could be ongoing problems. That's the impact on traffic, depends on the impact of stormwater. We heard a lot about that. Pedestrian safety, it looks like some improvements were made. I don't know how much. The kinds of businesses that will be there and the construction process and how that will work in terms of noise and dust and truck idling and all of that. So I'd like the commission, I urge the commission to require as part of whatever goes forward that on those 5 issues, and it's in my written statement, that there be a requirement for ongoing consultation with Tacoma Park, Maryland residents and businesses about those things. Because I think the worst thing would be if the project goes forward in some form. I'd like it to go forward in the form that I think would be better. And then it turns out that these problems end up being more severe or in some unanticipated way more problematic than we anticipate. And in that case, I think it would be ideal for there to be an ongoing consultation. And that would be a relatively easy thing to include as a requirement in whatever document does emerge from this hearing. So I urge that that idea to be incorporated into whatever you approve. And I'll just say in closing, I think we need a balanced project here, one that takes all of the different ideas into account. This is not the time to, as I said in my statement, kind of square off in the corner and have people over here saying, we don't want anything, and people over here saying, we want the biggest possible thing. Let's get something that strikes a balance in the middle, does have affordable housing, does have important retail, preserves green space, and allows the community to have a really great project going forward. And lastly, I mean, I did hear it's been 20 years, so we ought to do something. Well, it's been 20 years. It's not 20 years because of residents living over here. We weren't the ones who proposed condos with 2-car garages. We weren't the ones who withdrew other iterations of the proposal at some point, and for, you know, probably valid economic reasons. The 20 years is the 20 years. This project is now. Let's make it work in a way that's good for the community. The kinds of things I'm talking about require either no or limited redesign. So I don't think I'm asking for some major delay as much as just for the zoning commission to reflect some of those concerns that I wrote about in my statement. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kovar. Let's go next to Ms. Sarah Green.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Green, and I live close to the metro station on Piney Branch Road in Washington, D.C. I'm a former ANC commissioner and chair, and I've been involved with this and following this project since 1999. And I thank Peter for mentioning that people who wanted this project to be better were not the reason why it has taken 20 years. I am really glad that those of us were able to delay having 2-car garage townhomes within 50 feet of the fare card machines. It was ludicrous. So I'm glad we didn't get that. What I hope you will look at is there's somebody speaking from the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, and that they submitted extraordinary testimony, and I'm glad you're going to hear from them, because that testimony really addresses magnificently some of the issues about racial equity that have been discussed. And I think they have not been discussed the way they should be. I think this community is not being shown that way. We have a lot of racial equity in this community right now. We always have. We also have a lot of affordable housing. And that affordable housing has come around in the last, 10 years or so. And these are communities, some of them are 100% affordable. All of them are within 50 feet in height, and several of them were built by for-profit developers. So it is entirely possible to do. And as long as we're looking at affordable housing, I think I would say that 15% has been touted as some kind of wonderful thing. 15% affordable housing in a unit in a community of this size of 400 and something apartments is piddling. It is inadequate. And I don't think it ought to be touted as such a great thing. It's not. As Mr. Brown pointed out, 15% is not a community benefit. It's only the 5%, which is the greater than the required minimum would be. As to the 33% that we might have in affordable housing and in deeply affordable housing, hopefully, yes, that is significant. Thank you. But what I think we need to know is how much of that housing, as Mr. Brown pointed out, how much of that 33% in affordable housing is being paid for, covered by the taxpayers as a tax benefit, and how much of it is coming out of pocket from the developer as a genuine community benefit as part of the PUD process. I think we need to state that very clearly, because somebody is paying for this affordable housing. Who is it? As a taxpayer, I'm perfectly happy to do it, but I don't think the developer should be getting credit for that if that's not the case. Finally, I want to talk about the park. It is a park. My neighbor who is sitting there just looked it up in the dictionary. It is a park. The definition we've read is a park is a large public green area in a town used for recreation. And recreation can be anything from hanging around, looking at the trees. That's fine. It's still a park. We have a park now, and hopefully we're going to have a park in the future. The issue is the size of that park, which I don't think is large enough, and also who is in control. I think that something that is called a community park should be in public control, not private control. And so the question is, what happens 5-10 years from now when there might be a question about the maintenance or the use or any changes that have to be made? Who is going to be able to have a role in that? If a developer owns it and calls the shots, then to my mind, it is not a community park. What I would respectfully ask is that the developer contributes a specific sum of money. DC Department of Parks and Recreation has a public, well-known, well-used process for determining what is best for that site. The developer pays for what happens in what is determined in a public process. And in terms of maintenance, fine. EYA can just simply agree on a certain amount of money that it's going to give the DC Department of Parks and Recreation every year to maintain that park. And then it can genuinely be a village green, a public park, a community park that we all understand we have a role in, and not something that is in control of a private developer. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for your patience. And I too agree with Peter Kovar. We can have something that is really good there. We've waited 20 years for it. So now is the time to make it work. And I know that you can make it work, and the law, the zoning regulations, the comp plan, all of the land planning stuff that the city has adopted really give you guys the tools to make this a good site. That, by the way, we paid for. This is taxpayer site. We paid for this out of our taxes through the Metro system. So please use all the tools in your toolbox to make this a good site. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Green, and it's good to hear from you as well. And heard from you a while. It's good to hear you as well tonight. Let's go to Ms. Laura Richards, I believe, is next. Michelle,
Good evening.
there you go.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity. The Committee of 100 has an interest in this case because we like to see conformance with the comprehensive plan, and we like to see it given its due weight in decisions before you. We think that in this particular case, the small area plan is being given very short shrift. And you know, the applicant said the small area plan simply, you know, doesn't comply with the revised comp plan, and we'd like to rebut that quickly. In the Rock Creek East element of the plan, there were some edits to the provisions regarding Tacoma, and the fact that the council made those changes indicates that it looked at it and it sort of said, yes, the Tacoma small area plan is still vital. It confirmed its ongoing relevance, and it therefore must be given the weight that it deserves. I'd like to read a couple of things from the plan that I would like for you to consider. Washington is a city of distinct neighborhoods, and the term neighborhood character and historic character are used extensively. Neighborhood character has been a term associated with exclusion and discrimination by race, income, religion, and other categories. As used in the comprehensive plan, character and historic character reflect the sense of place defined by neighborhood architecture, visual landmarks and vistas, etc. For instance, the difference between Anacostia and Bloomingdale. And of course, Tacoma is another one of those distinctive neighborhoods. So it is entirely proper and called for you to consider those elements of neighborhood character, which the council has affirmed have much relevance. Also, this is a neighborhood that has a history of being diverse and welcoming. You don't have to, there's no history of exclusion to correct here. There's no objection to greater income diversity. As I believe the Zoning Commission is probably aware, Tacoma formed Neighbors Incorporated 65 years ago to foster an integrated neighborhood, and they have worked very, very hard to maintain it. The group is still operating. There's not only a substantial representation of African Americans, who used to be a majority, but Rock Creek East as a whole is now 20% Latino or Hispanic. This is the neighborhood, Rock Creek East in its entirety, has an average income that is lower than the city as a whole, and it has a fairly high number of multifamily housing throughout. Only 10% of the housing stock in Rock Creek East is single-family homes, single-family detached homes. So we are looking at the kind of mixed income, multi-ethnic neighborhood that the city says it wants to create. And it was, and the architectural heritage of Tacoma especially are part of what makes Tacoma special, unique, and what keeps bringing people into the area. If we have a dual situation here, and neighbors are saying, please do not destroy it. There is no way that this 90-foot building is in any way compatible with the elements of neighborhood character, which the comp plan says do apply and should be considered. And this is even before you get to the historic district. Clearly HPRB has some reservations because they have, sent this plan back for further consideration. They're thinking about it. In a sense, this proceeding may be a little premature because HPRB could say, no, it doesn't comply. But even without HPRB's input, the comp plan in its historic preservation element calls on this body and other, government agencies to consider the compliance of a particular project with the historic district. None of those provisions of the plan were nullified with the redesignation of this one plot of land from moderate to medium density. The framework element has created flexible, a flexible envelope within for each land use category, precisely because they're going to be different. What's an appropriate form of medium density in one neighborhood is not an appropriate form of medium density for another. You have a range of appropriate zones you can select from. And as the plan says, other zones may apply. And that doesn't always mean higher and bigger and bulkier. Sometimes it means there has to be a step back to maybe something like the lower end of medium or even the higher end of moderate. There will still be mixed use, multifamily development on this site. No one is saying take it away altogether. This is, we want to keep, let's say, an exclusive single family neighborhood here. That's not the case. This is solely a matter of making this dense, multifamily, mixed income development be part of Tacoma instead of an outlier. And I think those are the key elements we wanted to cover. So given the small area plans, the neighborhood's history of embracing racial diversity, the distinguishing features of the Tacoma Park Historic District, and the neighborhood's history of accommodating density at lower heights, I think are all ample reasons for saying, no, this one needs to go back to the drawing board. So I hope that you will reject it as it stands, and let's take another look at this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, do we have anybody else?
No, sir, that was the end of the list.
Okay, let's see if we have any questions, colleagues, of anyone on this panel. Okay, not hearing any. Mr. Thomas, the applicant, have any questions of anybody on this panel?
No questions.
Commissioner Yates, you have any questions of anyone on this panel?
No questions. My particular appreciation to the former elected officials on the panel for their service to our community.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Brown,
No questions.
No questions. Okay, so Mr. Thomas, if you have any rebuttal or any closing, we can do that now. Let's do rebuttal first. You're on mute.
Sorry. We don't have any rebuttal. I think all of the issues we can address appropriately in the post-hearing submission request that we heard, including the request from Commissioner Miller to provide a point-by-point response to Mr. Brown's statement. And as well, I would say the one other thing we can add in our post-hearing submission is information regarding the outreach that was provided to the Maryland residents that were speaking this evening. And with that, I'm ready to provide our closing statement.
Right ahead with your closing.
Thank you. This project fully satisfies the requirements for approval of a PUD and zoning map amendment application. In our written submissions to the record and in our testimony this evening, we have shown that the project is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map, the generalized policy map designations for the property, and the supplemental guidance provided by the Tacoma Central District Plan. We and the Office of Planning have also provided significant and pertinent information regarding the Zoning Commission's review of this application through a lens of racial equity. We have identified the significant public benefits and project amenities that will be created as a result of the approval of this application, and we have shown that those benefits and amenities far exceed the development incentives requested and any potential adverse effects of the project. For all of these reasons, we request your approval of this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Took me a minute to find the mouse. Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Let's see, Commissioners, any follow-up questions or comments? Not hearing Ms. Shellen. Can we come up with some dates?
How much time do you think you guys will need to submit what was requested this evening?
2 weeks.
There's a meeting in 2 weeks. Can you do it before that?
That agenda is done. We can't.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Never mind.
I'm Julie, I was thinking, I believe you have a meeting on July 27th.
We're
Oh,
gonna
well-
shoot for the meeting on the 13th.
Of July? Okay.
Yeah. So your submission would be due in 2 weeks, which would put it 3:00 p.m. on the 29th of June. And the parties would have until 1 week later, which would be 3:00 p.m. on July 6th. And we will put this on for the first meeting in July, which will be July 13th. If the applicant must submit a draft order by on July 13th, I'm sorry, July 6th. If Mr. Brown would like to submit draft findings and facts, conclusions of law, he may do so also by July 6th. Did the commission ask for anything from the historic Tacoma party?
I did ask Miss, oh, that's right, Miss Wheeler wasn't there. No, I didn't. Only person I asked some from was Miss Wheeler if she wanted to finalize her thoughts. That was it.
Okay. And I think she had already submitted she was just reading from her submission, so I think she was good. So other than that, the record would be closed if the Office of Planning and DDOT would like to reply to what the applicant propose or submits on the 29th, they may do so. Other than that, you weren't looking for anything from OAG or any other agency, correct?
No, we're not.
Okay, so just OP and DDOT. If they choose to respond to anything that was submitted, they would need to do that by 3 p.m. on July 6th also. And other than that, that's it.
Okay, anything else, anybody? I want to thank everyone for their participation tonight. The zoning commission, not that anybody cares at 10:30, but we'll meet again next Thursday, June the 22nd, case number 02-26E, George Washington University, on these same platforms. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us tonight. We really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of the night. Good night, everyone.